Imagine a scrawny dude sinking his fist into a giant's gut with just a ridiculous amount of force. The impact is so insane that the behemoth goes flying like a bowling ball and leaves a crater in the ground. All of this happens in a world that got swallowed by chaos and overrun by mutant beasts. To survive, humanity went to extremes. You either become a combat cyborg, or you splice your DNA with monsters. But our MC reincarnated into this nightmare trapped inside the fragile body of a baby. The only catch is that this baby is hiding a shredded six-pack under the bathwater. Equipped with a hidden system, he trains his body and mind in beast mode right out of the crib, rejecting implants and mutations. He figures out he can just devour monster energy with his bare hands. With pure brute strength, he is already lifting tons with just one arm, making the elite of the world look like a total joke. Get ready to witness the rise of the most overpowered and unstoppable pure human of this generation. Shanghai looks like your average city, but it hides some pretty crazy secrets. Right off the bat, a doting mom is taking care of her baby, joking that the little guy only sleeps when his tummy is full. She smiles, totally satisfied, thinking all the exhaustion is worth it just to see her boy grow strong. The catch: the baby is in absolute shock, realizing he just transmigrated into this tiny body with his adult mind completely intact. To top it all off, our MC got a system that already identifies him as Lin Zixian, level 1 in some mysterious category. At 3 months old, his dad is already planning his future, completely convinced his son will become a cyborg or one of those genetic splicers. Meanwhile, the MC is busy farming XP in his crib, unlocking new attributes after kicking the air thousands of times. Confused by his dad's crazy talk, the MC wonders if he's destined to become some sort of high-tech hero. Time flies, and at 4 months old, our hero starts his secret nighttime training sessions. To avoid drawing attention, he crawls around in the dead of night, while the system stacks up his vitality and coordination points. By 5 months, the MC has already learned how to walk after all. With his system, it is a use it or lose it situation. At 6 months old, he is chilling on the couch with his parents without raising any red flags. His baby disguise is flawless. While watching TV, he finds out that cyborgs and modified humans teamed up to fight these crazy creatures called beasts. The MC realizes Earth has changed big time and is now crawling with these dangerous monsters. There are 2 paths to fight back: become a cyborg and use heavy tech to crush the monsters, or roll the dice on genetic splicing, mixing human DNA with beast DNA to get superpowers. Fully aware of the danger, the MC decides to level up on the down low, so he can survive in this crazy world. On the outside, he is just a cute baby, but on the inside, the MC is already plotting his master plan to become the strongest. Suddenly, their neighbor Shumeng pops over to introduce herself and drop off a little welcome gift for the family. She introduces her husband and their daughter, little Shen Qinhan, hoping they can all be good neighbors. The MC figures the girl will be his first friend, completely unaware that destiny has already tied them together. At 7 months old, the MC is still grinding XP by jumping in his crib to build up his strength and technique. The grind never stops, and the kid is now sprinting around his room to stack up speed stats. Even his baby babble becomes training. At 7 months, the MC has already mastered both running and talking. At 8 months old, the routine gets intense, and the little guy starts doing crunches to build a rock-solid core. He tried to keep it a secret, but his mom walks into the room and catches the bizarre scene red-handed. The poor woman is absolutely shell-shocked seeing an 8-month-old baby working on his abs. Thinking she is just hallucinating from working too much, she brushes it off, while the MC pretends to be fast asleep. A few days later, his mom freaks out again and goes screaming through the house. The dad rushes in and finds the MC in the bathtub, flexing a six-pack that makes 0 sense for his age. The guy is totally baffled at how his infant son already has a way better physique than he does. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in the dad's head and he thinks he has cracked the code. He asks if his son is some kind of prodigy, and the MC silently thanks his lucky stars that his parents have such wild imaginations. The kid knows he is not the only special one, since the TV news keeps showing similar cases. The news features a 2-year-old lifting 20 kilograms. The competition out there is no joke. Super proud, his mom guarantees that the MC is way more amazing than any of those kids. Our hero gets hyped and decides to test himself to see if he can lift the exact same weight. At 2 years old, the MC sneaks into the storage room and lifts 20 kilograms with just one hand, barely breaking a sweat. Suddenly, his mom calls out that the neighbor girl is here to play, and the MC almost drops the weight from the jump scare. He walks over to the storage room door and cracks it open just a bit, trying not to blow his cover. Looking to the side, the MC's jaw drops at what he sees. It is little Qinghan offering him some candy. To him, she is still just a regular clueless toddler. The MC used their playtime as a workout, carrying the girl on his back while she took her naps. But using a toddler as gym equipment comes with one very obvious risk. The MC ends up screaming for his mom when he realizes the little girl just had an accident all over his back again. At 3 years old, our hero is already lifting 40 kilograms easily and keeps leveling up. Seeing a 30-kilogram record on TV, he smirks, knowing he crushed that milestone a long time ago. Still, having his status set as ordinary bugs him, and he wonders what lies beyond that tier. Curious, the MC goes out to check the streets and watches the cyborgs and splicers going about their day. Since his parents banned electronics, his only option is to hit the library to figure out how this world actually works. Getting there, he completely ignores the kids section. His mom is super confused and Xinghan tags along making a huge fuss. The moms are completely baffled seeing this tiny kid with a grown-up book. The neighbor offers him a cookie, but the MC makes it clear his only focus is devouring these pages. Through his reading, he discovers the power rankings: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Things are looking rough. Each level has 9 stages and humanity is barely crawling through the first one, making them weaker than ants. Facing such a massive challenge, the MC realizes he needs to step on the gas if he actually wants to survive. The system gives him an extra push, dropping a quest to read 100 million words for bonus stats. Now it is a full-on mind and body workout. At 4 years old, his pace is insane. He alternates between pumping iron and speed reading books without taking a single break. Then comes the kindergarten era. There goes the MC, escorted by the teacher and his loyal sidekick Xinghan. Right in the middle of daycare, he levels up to ordinary stage 2. At just 4 years old, this absolute unit is lifting 80 kilograms with grown man strength. But Xinghan becomes the laughingstock of her classmates, who just will not stop bringing up her little leaks from when she was a baby. Seeing his friend get humiliated, the MC doesn't waste a second. He is not the type to just stand by and watch bullies do their thing. The kid turns into an absolute blur and charges at the bullies with a fury nobody saw coming. The kid's reaction is pure panic. The bigger boys are instantly on the verge of tears. In seconds, the classroom turns into a total cry fest. While the bullies promise to make themselves scarce, Xinghan looks at the MC with pure admiration. Feeling like a total boss, he gets a system notification. He is now officially the kindergarten boss. 6 months later, he 100% the library and unlocks heavenly vision. The kid's learning speed has gone through the roof. Kindergarten graduation hits at 7 years old, and the official class photo captures a friendship that has only gotten stronger. Over the break, his training goes totally hardcore. The MC is deadlifting 200 kilograms like it is a feather. His long jump performance is just as crazy. The kid shatters the 2-meter mark without even trying. In the 100-meter dash, he clocks in under 8 seconds. If Bolt saw this, he would probably look for a new career. Thanks to his new skill, he completely speeds through the school curriculum on his own and focuses on grabbing the next system title. Finally, elementary school starts, which is basically just another playground for our hero. Since he already knew everything, the classes were a total breeze. His real focus was crushing those system goals. At school, he became Xinghan's personal tutor, trying to fix her seriously jumbled speech. Even with her speech struggles, the girl puts in the work and locks down 2nd place in the class, right behind the MC. To secure his title, he joins every single sport and starts shredding every record the school has. Just when things were chilling out, the teacher interrupts to announce that they have a new student. Her name is Bai Shui, and right off the bat, the MC senses an energy from her that does not feel human at all. The new girl walks in with a heavy vibe and a look that screams she is not here to make friends. Xinghan is totally mesmerized by the girl's white hair. But the MC stays dead serious, assessing the threat. When she walks past him, our hero gets chills. Her aura is unlike anything he has ever felt. He gets super intrigued, wondering if the girl is already one of those genetically modified people. For the first few days, she was practically a ghost who just slept all the time. The class even took pictures to make fun of her. Over time, people got used to it, and Bai Shui basically just blended into the background. Until, a month later, the piece is shattered when the girl's body starts leaking this weird white liquid. The stuff was dripping down her desk, and the smell was enough to knock anyone out in absolutely unbearable stench. The class immediately starts complaining, and one bully, making a huge disgusted scene, calls her a filthy freak. Acting all sarcastic, the guy stands up and says he is going to give her a bath to clean up the mess. The jerk dumps a water bottle all over her desk, spreading that weird smell even further. Bai Shui takes the hit, and the humiliation weighs heavy on her, right along with the cold water dripping down. Heartbroken, she starts crying quietly, completely soaked and shivering in the middle of the classroom. To make matters worse, the squad of bullies bursts out laughing, totally getting a kick out of the poor girl's misery. Seeing this cruelty, Xinghan starts panicking and begs the MC to step in and help the new girl. Our hero stands up with clenched fists. He doesn't care where she comes from. He absolutely does not tolerate bullying. He marches right up to the ringleader, some kid named Guan Chun, and lifts the dude by his collar with straight-up brute force. With a downright terrifying smile, the MC orders the guy to make the girl's desk spotless right this second. The bully goes pale and instantly starts stuttering, promising to clean up every single drop of his mess. The guy's friends freeze up. The MC already has a reputation for being a menace in a fight, and nobody wants to push their luck. Without cutting them any slack, he lays down the law in the classroom, demanding everyone apologize to Bai Shui immediately. The class that was just laughing is now shaking in their boots. The yes they yelled back almost shattered the school windows. With that, the redemption line forms. One by one, the jokesters beg for forgiveness and swear they will never mess with her again. With teary eyes, Bai Shui gives a heartfelt thanks to the MC and Qing Han for having her back. Qing Han brushes off the thanks and clings right on to the new girl, dragging the MC along to form their official trio. The friendship kicks off fast. Whenever she had some good snacks, Qing Han made sure to share them with her new buddy. During one of these snack breaks, Bai Shui stops eating and gets that distant look in her eyes, working up the courage to say something. Looking super awkward, she asks if they aren't grossed out by the weird smell she gives off sometimes. The girl opens up about how she was always treated like an outcast. Because of that, having friends now feels like a dream that is way too good to be true. She even surprises herself by venting like this, hardly believing she can finally open up to someone. Qingdan, with her massive heart, reminds her that she has also been bullied before and would never treat anyone like that. To seal the deal, she promises they will be besties forever. While the MC just backs her up with a smile, emotions run high, and Qing Han gives her friend a huge bear hug, leaving Bai Shui totally paralyzed by the affection. Sure enough, Bai Shui bursts into tears again, but this time it is pure joy from finally feeling accepted. In the middle of all the crying, it is like a light bulb goes off in the girl's head, and she decides to return the favor. Remembering their kindness and all the snacks they shared, she decides she has to give them a gift that matches their vibe. She pulls out a necklace with 2 beast fangs, an heirloom from her mom, and offers it to them as proof of their bond. The MC accepts the amulet, sealing the pact. Their best friend trio is now totally official. For a while, life was just chill, with the 3 of them becoming the main attraction at school. But the good times get cut short when Qing Han finds out Bai Shui transferred schools without even saying goodbye. The MC confirms the story since he actually saw the girl filling out her transfer paperwork. He remembers peeking into the principal's office and seeing Bai Shui with some shady guy and a cyborg, looking like a top-secret meeting. Because of that, the kid gets super suspicious, realizing the mystery behind their friend went way deeper than he thought. After that, she just dropped off the map, leaving the MC wondering if she was just a fleeting encounter in his life. Life goes on, but if her leaving was a shock, what happens next would grab our hero's attention for good. Back home, the MC gives his mom a massage to help her relax, using his super advanced body control techniques. Suddenly, the TV announces that a 10-year-old prodigy from Kyoto already underwent genetic splicing and is lifting 1,000 kilograms. Our hero gets lost in thought, trying to figure out how his rival started such a dangerous process so early. His dad walks through the living room and immediately drops a comment, complaining that this prodigy is already acting like an internet celebrity. Getting serious, the old man explains that the kid comes from an ancient clan that hoards heavy genetic splicing secrets. His mom doesn't like where this conversation is going and criticizes the fact that they are using a child as a lab rat. But his dad drops the harsh truth. For those traditional families, the individual gets sacrificed for the good of the clan. And that is that. With zero patience for her husband's lecturing, she shuts the whole conversation down right there. Left alone, the MC does the math. His rival boosted his strength 5 times over with the splicing, but his own all-natural stats are already almost there. He clenches his fist, super confident in his potential. But the next news story on the TV brings the heavy mood right back. The news cuts to an urgent breaking report about a devastating beast attack in a neighboring country. The footage shows the city getting swallowed up by giant mutant rats. It is absolute chaos, my guy. In the middle of the panic, a woman screams for help before getting cornered by the disgusting creatures. In the blink of an eye, the beast strikes, and the poor lady gets sent straight to the Shadow Realm with zero chance to escape. The investigation points out that some mysterious cult was behind the whole thing, riling the monsters up to attack. While some politician goes on TV begging for calm, those hooded cultists are watching everything from the shadows, just lurking. The MC realizes these traitors basically became lapdogs for the beasts, and he thanks his lucky stars. He still lives in a safe place, but that safety is running on borrowed time. And the look in the kid's eyes already shows he knows things are about to get real. Suddenly, a massive sonic boom shakes the entire house and scares the living daylights out of everyone. Without wasting a second, our hero rushes to the window to see what on earth is happening outside. He rips the curtains open, fully expecting to see some wild alien stuff falling from the sky. The night sky lights up like daytime with the glow of government cyborgs flying in formation. The MC realizes this is no joke. The next morning, the sun is shining, and the streets look totally peaceful, as if nothing even happened. Shingen comes running up to meet the MC, and the two head off on their usual route to school. On the way, the MC freezes and his eyes go wide when he notices something seriously weird about his friend. He points out that her beast fang necklace is glowing. When she looks down, the girl completely freaks out. The intense blue light pulses, and it finally hits the MC. Bai Shue's weird aura came straight from that very amulet. The glow fades fast, but between the cyborgs in the sky and this glowing necklace, the MC feels like a tidal wave of bad luck is heading their way. Down the road, they bump into this mysterious redhead, dressed to the nines like a movie villain, drawing all the attention. The woman just can't help herself and immediately drops a compliment saying they are the absolute cutest pair of kids. Getting nosy, she steps closer and asks if they are siblings, casually reaching out to mess with the MC's hair. Jingan, puffing up with pride, quickly corrects the lady, letting her know they are childhood best friends. With a sneaky little smirk, the redhead says she's actually jealous she never had a friendship like that. The chat starts getting super sketchy when she asks with a really intense stare why two little kids are walking around all by themselves. Jingan tries to explain their parents' situation, but the poor girl freezes up and can barely finish her sentence. The MC senses the bad vibes and shuts the conversation down instantly, grabbing his friend's wrist to get her out of there. He announces they are in a rush and drags the girl away, leaving the redhead behind with that cynical grin on her face. Once they are out of the danger zone, the MC scolds his friend about talking to strangers, and she takes the lecture like a champ. After school, they take a shortcut to an alley, and Jinghan gets the creeps, noticing the place is way too quiet. Playing it cool, the MC explains that the area is scheduled for demolition soon, which is why there is not a single soul around. But the peace doesn't last. A familiar voice steps out of the shadows, asking if the little kids are finally done with school. It is the creepy redhead, already on her phone telling some boss Shang that both targets are locked in. The MC gets annoyed because he literally changed their route just to throw off any stalkers, and this crazy lady still tracks them down. The woman fakes an invitation to get food, but this massive bruiser shows up and tells her to stop wasting time. The guy orders the big dude to knock them both out and get out of there without another word. This human tank stomps forward with a rag in his hand, itching to sell the kids off and make some quick cash. But it definitely was not expecting the little guy's reaction. The MC doesn't even flinch and puts his guard up, ready to throw hands. Without a second of hesitation, he dashes forward and throws a punch so fast nobody can even track it. The hit connects right on the guy's mouth, sending blood flying and totally rearranging the tough guy's teeth. The impact launches the huge dude through the air, and the redhead is completely stunned, trying to process what she just witnessed. She wonders how an elementary school brat just one-shot a full-grown adult. The math is just not mathing. The MC gives 0 quarter, immediately following up with a brutal hook straight to the villain's stomach. The redhead, who was all bark and no bite, passes out instantly and gets sent flying from the impact, landing flat on her back. With the trash taken out, our hero spots a little cloth pouch dropped in the middle of the chaos. The MC honestly considers taking the witnesses out for good to protect his secret, but realizes doing so would totally ruin his plan of staying under the radar. Before he can make the call, the ground starts shaking violently, and the two of them almost lose their footing. Out of nowhere, a massive claw smashes through a brick wall like it is tissue paper, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Out of the smoke emerges that same giant mutant rat from the news, staring them down while the kidnappers are still knocked out cold on the pavement. The beast wastes absolutely 0 time and chomps down on the redhead, who did not even get a chance to wake up to this nightmare. In a single bite, the monster swallows half of the woman. A crazy scene that doesn't even feel real. Panicking, Xinghan asks what kind of freakish monster that is, while the beast finishes its little snack. The MC, quick on his feet as always, swoops his friend up in his arms and confirms it is, in fact, a giant mutant rat. He sprints off, telling her that their #1 priority right now is finding a safe place to hide. Right in the middle of their escape, a red and gold blur streaks across the sky, heading straight for them. A blonde cyborg superhero lands right in front of the duo, shielding the kids from the monster with insane speed. Before the rat can even blink, the cyborg dashes past it, leaving a massive slice across the beast's face. The hero pauses for a split second and starts charging up this glowing orange energy in her arm for her next attack. With her hand aimed right at it, she calls out that she is deploying an anesthetic smoke to knock the big guy out. She fires off multiple energy capsules that fly dead center toward the rat. The smoke explosion is absolutely massive, blanketing the alley and blowing the two kids backward from the sheer force. The oversized rat roars in pain from taking the blast straight to the face. The smoke kicks in, but the beast is still putting up a fight. Even super dizzy, the creature stays on its feet, literally foaming with rage. This thing's durability is totally off the charts. The cyborg isn't giving it any room to breathe, rushing in with a massive electric shock to completely fry the rat's nervous system. Back safe at home, the MC breaks down the fight in his head and thinks the lady actually took way too long to drop the beast. But he admits that those 3-meter-tall rats are a serious hazard, potentially hitting level 5 in pure strength. He breathes a sigh of relief for making it out. But he knows his luck won't last forever in this kind of world. The MC decides to kick things into high gear and instantly starts repping heavy squats to farm more strength and vitality. Life moves on, and soon it is the duo's 9th birthday, complete with a killer party and all the good stuff. After singing happy birthday, it is time for gifts, and the MC, being a total gentleman, gives his bestie a sweet head pat. Chingan gets a wooden hair clip that the MC hand carved out of a celestial root, and she gets totally giddy over the present. Time flies, and at their graduation the system hits him with a notification that the 9-year cycle is complete, unlocking this new thing called the Law of the Jungle. Over the break, the kid takes 0 days off. He trains by lifting a 1-ton boulder and stacks up thousands of stat points. He hits common rank 3, curling 700 kilograms with one arm and smoking the 100-meter dash in just 6 seconds. With all this crazy power, he starts wondering how he stacks up against the Kyoto prodigy, not knowing his answer was coming real soon. The news features his rival at 14 years old, now spliced with ant DNA and deadlifting 2,000 kilograms. The MC crunches the numbers and realizes that, even completely all-natural, he is still physically stronger, already keeping his eye out for his own future splicing. Clear blue skies mark the arrival of a brand new era, the start of high school. Scouted by literally every academy, the MC only accepts Shanghai on one condition: Chinghan has to be in his exact class. During enrollment, he gets the total red carpet treatment, but quickly ditches the school board's kissing up session. The game plan was to test out the new sports court, since he had promised to play some shuttlecock with his friend. Super hyped, Chinghan gets into position and calls out that the match is officially starting right now. She jumps and unleashes her fairy curve shot with everything she's got. But a hand just appears out of thin air and snatches the birdie right out of the sky. A senior with a seriously sour face steps up, letting them know this court belongs to the upperclassmen. His goons roll up right behind him with these creepy looks, offering to tutor Chinghan. The MC is not having any of it. He steps up, sets boundaries, and tells the squad to back the heck away from the girl. The leader just laughs at the audacity, says he doesn't play by freshman rules, and claims he is taking the court by force. Holding the shuttlecock like it is trash, he tells everyone to shut up so he can put on a show. With a smug grin like he already won, the guy tosses the birdie in the air just to flex. Except the MC is way faster. He catches major air and makes it painfully clear that the rules around here have changed. He unleashes a straight-up torpedo at the senior with all the pent-up power he had been saving. The shuttlecock turns into a literal missile, tearing through the air with a trail of pure energy. The tough guy tries to block it, but his racket literally explodes into 1,000 pieces on impact. Completely terrified, the bully loses his ability to speak and seriously starts questioning if the MC is even human. He shivers, assuming it must be genetic splicing, but quickly drops the idea because of the kid's age. One of his cronies totally panics, realizing their boss would have been a goner if the MC hadn't intentionally missed his face. The trio stammers out some apologies and sprints away, leaving the court wide open. The gossip spread like wildfire through the school, and after that little stunt, absolutely nobody dared to mess with the duo. The MC spent his classes reading whatever he wanted, seeing as he mastered the school curriculum ages ago. At night, he surfed the web to learn literally everything, from cooking and driving all the way to hardcore jungle survival. Aiming for the tyrant title, the kid gets perfect scores on every single test and becomes a total trophy hoarder. A whole semester goes by and the title is nowhere to be found. Instead, all he gets are love letters from his fangirls. He completely ignores the romance and focuses entirely on coaching Chinghan for the huge school sports tournament. The game plan was total world domination, winning throwing, jumping, and sprinting to secure that system achievement. Those 3 events are the ultimate test of who rules in strength and speed. Basically dominating track and field completely, the MC hits the track flying, ready to sweep up every single gold medal he can get his hands on, even while holding back so he wouldn't expose his true power. First place came without breaking a sweat. The moment he takes the win, he feels a totally different kind of power waking up deep inside his soul. The system confirms his new high school tyrant title, and the kid gets totally hyped feeling that fresh energy circulating. The notification about the law of the jungle telling him to devour essence pops up, leaving the MC super curious about the new feature. Suddenly, a light bulb flickers on in his brain, and a wild idea starts to take shape. Bold as can be, he turns to his friend and asks to take a quick look at her fang necklace. Innocent as ever, the girl hands over the amulet, completely clueless about what is brewing in his head. The second he touches the piece, the system starts analyzing the item instantaneously. A butterfly-shaped energy appears, and his progress bar jumps up by 1%, leaving the MC totally stunned. Back in his room, he rushes to the computer to research the origins of that mysterious creature. The search comes up completely empty, which just makes the mystery surrounding Bai Shui even deeper. The only option left is to hustle and figure everything out on his own. Luckily, he finds the second fang that Bai Shui had given him as a gift. When he holds the amulet and drains the energy, the system bumps up to 2%. The kid realizes the grind is going to be slow, and he is going to need some alternative sources if he wants to hit his goal. He ramps up his training and now only takes Qinghan around on his bike, guaranteeing a quick getaway if any mutant rats show up. Suddenly, the girl lets out a scream, pointing at something right in their path. Some guy introduces himself as Professor Guo and immediately starts praising the MC's build. With a massive grin on his face, the man straight up invites him to join the martial arts team. The instructor insists that his physique is totally being wasted, and begs the MC to come in for a tryout. Our hero just paddles away without giving him the time of day, while the guy yells at him to show up at the gym tomorrow. The sun sets, and the MC can already feel that a brand new beatdown journey is about to kick off. The next day, the sound of heavy impacts ringing out of the gym confirms that the training in there is absolutely no joke. Looking at a squashed mosquito in his hand, the MC figures out that only big beefy monsters actually carry real essence. He packs up his gear, already having the perfect game plan mapped out in his head. He hops on his bike and heads out, totally ready to test drive his new theory. The master plan takes the MC and Qinghan straight to an exotic meat market. Soon enough, the two of them roll up to a super high-end market right downtown. The problem is that everything is vacuum sealed, which totally ruins his plan of touching the meat to absorb the energy. But an ad for fresh meat makes the kid's eyes light up immediately. He spots exactly what he was looking for: a butcher chopping up fresh beast guts right on the counter. He tells his friend to hold up and rushes over to poke the merchandise, leaving the poor girl completely clueless. Without giving any explanation, the MC hyper-focuses on those juicy cuts on display. The absolute second his fingers touch the meat, the magic happens. A surge of powerful energy flows right into his body, confirming that beast meat is 100% the way to go. From a distance, Qinghan watches the scene, super confused by how hyped he looks. She walks up and asks what it even feels like to touch that stuff. The MC plays it off, saying the meat is just super fresh. But the girl decides she would rather not touch it. When he suggests they take some home, the girl goes into utter shock. The MC completely gets why she is freaking out, since beast meat costs an arm and a leg. That phantom squid goes for $1,000, and the other one costs double. We are talking black market kidney prices here. Even with the crazy price tag, he decides to buy the squid just to guarantee his little experiment works. Qinghan totally panics over the cost and tells him they really need to ask his mom first. The MC gives his friend a sweet little pat and tells her to chill out, making the girl blush like crazy. He makes up a lie on the spot, saying his mom actually asked him to pick up something extra for dinner. He conveniently remembers his mom saying they should make enough food to feast with Qinghan's family too. That was the absolute perfect excuse to justify dropping all that cash on food. After paying the $3,000, he gets a bit worried that absorbing the essence might completely ruin the meat. They walk out of the market, and feeling his wallet that much lighter makes the MC second guess his big purchase. Since they were running out of time, he pedals straight back home with their special delivery. The anxiety to test out his theory with the meat literally right in his hands was off the charts. He touches the squid, and this crazy purple energy starts radiating off the meat. The system confirms the collection, and the MC instantly feels his stamina completely renewed. An image of the beast pops up in the system, and his bestiary progress logs its very first points. While casually pedaling along with his friend, his brain is doing math at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The math is brutal. To hit the max level, he is going to need an absolute fortune in squid meat. Gaining the power of invisibility would be sick, but this meat was literally the cheapest one on the menu. He decides he has to figure out a side hustle to make some serious cash without dragging his family into it. Suddenly, he remembers to check if the meat got ruined after he drained all its energy. To his total relief, the squid is still glowing and looks completely flawless. The MC celebrates the huge win. The essence got drained, the meat is in perfect condition, and the system lets him know his squid progress just hit 3%. Suddenly, she feels a strain and a panic for the MC to watch out for the people in the way. The kid slams on the brakes hard and the bike's tires literally screech on the asphalt to avoid a crash. He misses running over a couple by a hair. Totally embarrassed, the MC can only apologize for the jump scare. He scratches his head, bummed that he got distracted, but then Xinghan points to some crazy commotion just up ahead. The scene is intense. Some guy is holding teacher Sao Mei hostage with a knife to her neck, threatening to take her out if anyone steps closer. The police have already surrounded the area, demanding the guy surrender. The tension is tighter than a snare drum. The captain forbids any shooting so they don't hit the hostage, and one officer suggests using gas to knock the bad guy out. The boss shoots that idea down instantly, saying the gas is way too obvious and might make the kidnapper completely snap, while the authorities are bumping heads trying to figure it out. The MC casually ducks down and picks up a little pebble from the ground. With the aim of a total sniper, he hurls the pebble, and it flies like a straight-up bullet right into the villain's hand. The hit is dead on, making the guy drop the knife and giving the teacher the perfect chance to slip away. The captain seizes the opening and orders the squad to move in and shut this whole circus down. The troops pin the big guy down while a female officer helps the teacher, making sure the danger is totally gone, looking totally suspicious. Xinghan asks if he did that, but the MC shushes her and says he will explain everything later. A cop yells at them to stop and asks if the student was the one who threw it. The two of them instantly freeze up. Our hero, sweating bullets, tries to change the subject and denies the whole thing with that classic little smirk. The officer thinks it is super weird, not getting why anyone would hide doing such a heroic deed. The captain casually mentions the cash reward for whoever helped out, completely unaware that he just hooked the MC by his wallet. Hearing the word reward, his need for cash speaks way louder, and a light bulb immediately goes off in the kid's head. The absolute legend drifts his bike around and flies right back to talk to the cop. He straight up admits he threw the rock because he really needs the dough, and the officer sends him over to file a report. Already at the police station, all the MC can think about is the fat stack of cash he is going to get for his bravery. But then the bad luck hits. The criminal starts twitching all over, his face twisting up in the most bizarre way. The dude turns into a giant rat right then and there, and the cops start yelling that the guy is a traitor undergoing a mutation. The creature attacks with absolute fury, sending a female officer flying with a brutal swipe. The captain orders everyone to open fire on the mutant rat while scrambling to protect the civilians. Except the bullets don't even tickle it. The beast spliced itself with the genes of some rat king and became way too tanky. The injured officer gets up running on pure spite, realizing that they have completely lost control of the situation. Right in the middle of the shootout, Xinghan completely freezes in sheer terror and curls up into a ball. The MC apologizes for the mess, grabs the teacher and his friend, and sprints out of there like there's no tomorrow. He runs while pulling the two of them along, breathing a huge sigh of relief when he sees the monster didn't chase them. But he stays on high alert. Suddenly, a silhouette pops up in the sky giving off this blue energy, and the MC watches the whole thing, super intrigued. It is a cyborg lady who drops in, delivering an energy-charged flying kick straight to the big rat's face. The impact knocks the beast backward, smashing a massive hole right through the building's wall. Without wasting a single second, the cyborg readies a laser cannon to close the curtain on the sky. She fires off a massive blast that tears through the air and hits the monster dead on. The blinding light completely swallows the creature, and in an instant, there isn't even a trace of the beast left. The attack was so absolutely brutal that only smoke remained. The lady literally wiped the floor with the mutant. The MC's jaw drops, completely blown away by the sheer destructive power of that tech. While everyone else is cheering, our hero is just thanking his lucky stars. They didn't hit his bike, otherwise he would be out a ton of cash. But then a warning bell rings in the kid's head and he realizes something isn't right. He looks at the bike basket and goes into total panic mode. His super expensive beast meat just turned into a disgusting pile of goop. Super bummed out, he notices the squid shriveled up and figures out that draining its essence actually ruins the food after a little while. He blames the whole thing on the cyborg's attack, while Xinghan tries to cheer him up by saying their lives are what really matter. At the authorities' request, they catch a ride back to finish giving their statements. Back at the scene, there is nothing left but the mutant's ashes and a burnt smell that is just unbearable. The MC remembers that the amulet had essence in it, and he starts wondering if these rat leftovers might have some too. Staring at the mutant barbecue, he decides to test exactly how much energy he can pull from it. Playing it super cool, he stretches his hand out toward the remains to siphon up that vital energy. The moment he touches the ashes, he feels the power rushing in with such force that it makes him flinch instantly. The system chimes in saying the rat's essence was devoured, and his progress jumps straight to 5%. The MC is absolutely shook by getting so much XP all at once. A cop notices the weird movement and tells him to chill out. The MC immediately plays it off, pretending he was just stretching. At the station, the captain confirms he put in for the reward, but demands to know how a little punk hit the target with such crazy accuracy. The MC just claims he is used to practicing a lot with his right hand. The captain stares the kid down in dead silence, clearly not buying that flimsy excuse for a second. His family arrives, and his mom, totally surprised, asks why he didn't just come straight home. She doesn't even wait for an answer and rushes right at him in full-blown panic mode, after a massive bear hug. The MC calms his mom down, saying he is all in one piece and is even going to score some cash out of it. His mom gets dead serious and makes the kid promise that the next time trouble hits, he will look for a hiding spot first. The MC's heart completely melts when she tells him that absolutely nothing matters more than seeing him safe and sound. He promises to stay safe, and the two of them head out, leaving the captain standing there, still trying to piece the whole thing together. Meanwhile, the officers chat about how this rat god cult is totally crossing the line, even infiltrating college campuses. One of them drops the bomb that the guy was just a brainwashed college student. Overhearing everything, the MC decides he really needs to track down this rat king. Back home, the kid does a deep dive on the internet and finds an absolute mountain of information about the cult. He discovers their main base is right in Shanghai, packed with people who have way too much free time, and that the movement blew up big time this year. On the way to school, the MC is glued to his tablet trying to connect the dots of this whole crazy story. Suddenly, and it clicks, and his eyes go wide like he just uncovered the ultimate secret of the universe. He figures the Rat King is using its followers to gather resources so it can evolve. The beast is lazy as heck. The MC gets super intrigued, wondering if the creature has already developed its own actual consciousness. Looking out the window and spotting a rat the size of a cat. He wonders if that little guy is already linked up to the big boss. He shakes his head and tries to convince himself that, down south, seeing a rat that huge is literally the most normal thing in the world. Then he notices that Chi-hun is being way too quiet, all huddled up in her corner. Seeing the girl's legs shaking, he instantly pieces it together. Oh boy, did she just baptize herself again? A flashback explains the whole deal. Ever since she was little, whenever Chin-han gets super nervous, she just can't hold her bladder. The story hints that this little weakness might actually be hiding some crazy secret potential. Meanwhile, the car keeps rolling along, leaving the exhaust smoke behind. Back at the house, his mom completely flips out when she sees the empty basket and starts yelling in despair over the super expensive meat. The MC, totally awkward, makes up a lie saying that during all the chaos and running away, the meat must have just fallen out. Super understanding. His mom fixes his collar and tells him to just forget about the money, because his life is worth way more than that. The kid breathes a massive sigh of relief for successfully pulling a fast one on his mom. Except his dad shows up wanting to go back and rescue the goods. The MC warns him that it is already spoiled, and when his old man gets suspicious, he shuts the conversation down by saying it was just a hunch. Over at the police station, the captain is puffing on a cigarette looking super puzzled, completely refusing to accept that a little punk could throw a rock with that much sheer force. Deeply suspicious. He is absolutely certain there is something fishy going on and that the kid is hiding his true power. Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive rat bursts right out of the closet. The captain jumps backward from the crazy jump scare. The monster lunges at the cop with everything it has, completely dead set on turning him into its next meal. But the captain is one tough cookie. He draws his gun and unloads the entire clip into the beast in the blink of an eye. Blood goes flying everywhere, and the giant rat lets out one final squeal before clocking out for good. In the classroom, the MC is making a totally pitiful face, sighing like a guy who would literally rather be anywhere else on Earth. His mind is racing. He feels super weak compared to everyone else, and the cash to buy more squid and level up is completely gone. He even thinks about becoming a study influencer, but instantly drops the idea, because he definitely doesn't want to draw too much attention to himself. In a flash, he realizes that whole vlogger idea doesn't make a lick of sense. He figures out that, in this crazy world, the real money is in fighting tournaments, not getting good grades on some tests. With fire in his eyes, the MC clenches his fist and decides he is going to get rich and insanely strong, no matter what it takes. Without missing a beat, he shows up at Gym C, where the martial arts team is already lined up and ready. Before facing the squad, he takes a big gulp of water to brace himself for whatever is about to happen. He rolls up all chill, giving Coach Guo a friendly shout-out with a massive grin on his face. The coach completely lights up and asks if he just came to watch, or if he's actually joining the big leagues. The MC leans in close and slyly whispers, asking if these tournaments pay out some seriously fat cash prizes. The guy confirms that the odds of winning are great and the prizes are worth an absolute fortune. That was literally all the MC needed to hear. The kid shakes the coach's hand and lets him know he is officially locked in with the team. Super hyped. The coach yells to the group that they have fresh blood in the house to beef up the squad. He does the official introduction, reminding everyone that the new guy is Lindsay Chin, the school's ultimate champion. The guys on the team introduce themselves, and the MC, playing it super humble, returns the greeting and asks them to go easy on him. Since he was technically a rookie when it came to actual fighting techniques, the coach starts by teaching him the basic fundamentals of punching and kicking. The master warns him that the motion is super complex and that even his top student took a whole week to learn it, challenging the MC to give it a shot. But our hero is from another planet entirely. He copies the move with absolute perfect form on his first try, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. In his mind, everything is moving in slow motion, and the system already pops up notifying him of his new overpowered skill, Divine Martial Intuition. The notifications just keep rolling in, confirming that the practice is farming him bonus vitality, strength, and dexterity points. The grind is absolutely paying off. And it doesn't stop there. After his arms, he focuses on his legs and unloads a kicking combo so fast you can barely even track it. He moves with insane fluidity, linking dodges and spins that would make any pro gymnast totally jealous. With the final kick, the system validates his leg training and dumps even more attribute points onto the MC's stat sheet. The coach goes into total shock, completely loses his voice, and can only stutter out that what he just saw is absolute nonsense. Right in front of the whole team, the guy freaks out, trying to wrap his head around how the kid learned everything just by watching it a single time. It finally clicks for him. The boy is an ultra-rare prodigy, the kind of talent that only shows up once in a million years. Night falls over the city, bringing a little peace and quiet after such an insanely intense day of training. Back home, the MC's mom calls him over to help set out the bowls for dinner. The kid shows up faster than lightning, already hyped to find out what is on the menu tonight. To his total joy, his mom unveils the absolute feast, the famous phantom squid he had been dying to try. The smell is so incredibly good that the MC just stands there breathing in the steam, grinning from ear to ear. Being sweet as ever, his mom tells him to stop staring lovingly at the food and just dig in while it is still hot. Without a second thought, he grabs a massive bite and wolfs it right down. His mom just stands there watching, waiting to see if her seasoning hit the spot for her boy. He swears up and down that her cooking is the absolute best in the world. And looking pleased, she tells him to eat up since she bought 3 kilograms of the fancy stuff. The system chimes in that he just devoured more essence, and the tracker bumps up to 3%. He thinks to himself that if he had known, he wouldn't have even bothered touching the raw meat. During dinner, the evening news drops a bombshell about some genius girl who is the absolute talk of the town right now. The broadcast shows this 14-year-old cyborg girl who casually lifts cars and runs the 100-meter dash in 3 seconds flat. Deep in thought, the MC starts wondering who would actually win in a fight, the genetic splicing squad or the high-tech implant crew. Suddenly, the TV breaks some terrible news. Captain Hee-Chin-Shan kicked the bucket the night before, completely blindsided by a mutant rat right inside the police station. The image of that monster flashes back into the MC's head, and he wonders if that street rat he saw wasn't actually one of these highly dangerous threats. Remembering the sheer panic of the crowd makes his blood run totally cold, and he feels like he needs to level up even faster now. Dialed in, he cranks up his training rhythm, and the results are crazy. He can now run the 100 meters in just over 4 seconds. The kid is absolutely flying, jumping over 5 meters high and deadlifting 1,000 kilograms with just a single hand. After one of these crazy jumps, he sticks a perfect superhero landing, overflowing with swagger and ready for absolutely whatever comes his way. He keeps grinding his martial arts training non-stop to guarantee he will totally flatten everyone at the next tournament. A brand new day kicks off at school, and the workout grind continues at full throttle. The next morning, the MC heads back to the gym, and Ching Han, getting curious, decides to tag along and watch the workout up close. On the way there, this popular pink-haired girl walks right up acting all sweet, asking the MC if he has had his breakfast yet. She offers him some fresh milk, smiling and saying she brought it specifically for him. Playing it polite, the MC turns her down, and the girl just stands there with a look on her face like she totally wasn't expecting to get rejected. A senior guy who is absolutely obsessed with the girl gets completely furious seeing the freshman snubbing the school's goddess. The dude can't hold back and yells at the MC to freeze, totally blocking his and Xinghan's path. The absolute nerve of this guy. He tells the MC he should have just taken the drink so he wouldn't hurt the girl's feelings and tries to grab the milk himself. But the MC warns him that doing that would make things even worse. The senior keeps dragging on about his lack of manners, but the MC shuts it down, saying he is actually allergic. The guy refuses to buy it and calls him a straight-up liar. Completely out of patience, the tough guy challenges the MC to a fight and throws out a bet. If he loses, he will pack up and disappear from the gym forever. The system suddenly unlocks a quest to defeat 1,000 opponents, and the MC accepts the challenge on the spot, already grinning at the thought of throwing down. The gossip spreads like crazy in the girls' group chat, and they all group up to watch Lin Zichen throw hands with the upperclassmen. Word flew fast, and the gym is packed in an instant, with the crowd forming a huge circle just to watch the total chaos unfold. The female fan club is out in full force, but this time they are rooting against the MC, totally hoping the senior teaches the freshman a harsh lesson. The pink-haired girl is already getting her phone out to record the MC's defeat, completely clueless about the massive surprise heading her way. The senior hears the crowd screaming and gets even more fired up, totally thinking everyone is doubting he can pull off the win. In the guy's mind, the master plan is to humiliate the MC right now, before the kid's talent skyrockets and he becomes completely untouchable. Meanwhile, our hero, cool as a cucumber, casually drops that he has a strict dinner schedule and asks if they can wrap this little beef up quickly. The senior, flashing this cheesy soap opera villain smirk, says he will grant the kid's wish in the blink of an eye. The coach steps in to make things totally official, gives that classic speech about respect coming before the fists fly, and signals for the beatdown to begin. Except the senior, suddenly feeling the intense pressure, totally chickens out and yells to pause everything for just 1 second. Acting super arrogant, he announces that since he has 2 years of training and the MC is just a rookie, he will generously let the kid attack 3 times first. The MC just shrugs and totally accepts it. Our hero doesn't even wait for the go and moves like a literal lightning bolt, leaving the senior completely lost, only able to see a blur. Before the guy can even blink, the MC is right up in his face, loading a punch with otherworldly speed. The punch lands dead solid right on the tough guy's face, with so much insane impact that blood flies and the dude gets launched across the room. The Joker hits the deck completely stiff, practically in an induced coma and literally smoking. He got sent to dreamland with a single strike. The coach is left in a state of pure shock, jaw on the floor, totally unable to believe the instant knockout. The audience completely short-circuits, nobody understands what just happened, and folks are wondering if the fight actually ended that fast. Chingan, who had been super tense, absolutely explodes with joy and starts jumping up and down, screaming at the top of her lungs that her boy took the win. The girls who were just rooting against him switch sides instantly, screaming that Junior Zichen is their brand new idol. The system chimes in, confirming the victory and letting him know he scored major points with the ladies, but he still needs 999 more rivals to unlock the new stat. Feeling like he owns the place, the MC looks over at the rest of the team and casually invites everyone to catch these hands, seeing as he really needs to hit his quota. The crowd's reaction is pure, unfiltered panic. The seniors go as white as a sheet, completely unable to believe the sheer audacity of this freshman. A massive stampede starts. One guy claims he has class, another says his mom is calling, and someone even faked stomach cramps just to dodge the absolute beatdown. The knocked out senior wakes up absolutely furious, accusing the MC of throwing a cowardly cheap shot and swearing to get revenge in a rematch. The coach restores order to the madhouse, tells this Jonkai dude to accept his defeat, but decides to test if the MC's punch was a fluke or just straight up raw power. Showing zero mercy, he calls out Xiao Lizi, who gets shoved right in front of the MC, shaking like a leaf. The poor guy tries to put his guard up, but all his courage is completely gone and he starts begging the MC not to cave his face in. 10 minutes later, the gym looks like a straight-up field hospital, with the upperclassmen scattered across the floor, and the MC casually drops that it was just a light warm-up. Checking the system, our hero realizes that friendly sparring matches don't drop any XP. He actually needs real opponents out for his blood. The coach, absolutely beside himself, grabs the MC and screams to the heavens that the kid is the team's ultimate genius. With stars in his eyes, the man is already dreaming of the trophy and guarantees the school is going to sweep the regional championship, all thanks to Zichen. A light bulb goes off in the MC's head. The tournament is the absolute perfect spot to farm the remaining enemies he needs for his quest. With his eyes set completely on the violence, he is already picturing the official competition as the ultimate fast track for his level up. Out of absolutely nowhere, someone shouts his name, and the MC turns around, completely caught off guard. It was Zhang Kai, who, in a completely bizarre burst of admiration, says he totally accepts the defeat, and tells the MC he can literally use his head as a stepping stone. The scene is so incredibly weird that everyone feels an intense wave of cringe, not even knowing where to look. While the crazy dude is lost in his own speech, the MC and the coach bail out, leaving the guy talking to himself right in the middle of the gym. Outside, Xinghan joins the MC for his workout. Finally getting that in this crazy world, raw power is the only universal language. The routine is absolutely brutal. After running 3 kilometers, they still face down a solid hour of martial arts to totally calibrate their technique. And the girl is right there with him, striking some fighting poses that prove she is taking this grind seriously. After the run comes his strength training, and she goes absolutely wild on the crunches to get that shredded core. With zero breaks, she jumps straight into push-ups to build up her arm endurance, totally locked in on the goal. To top it all off, the MC hooks her up with a massage to help his friend's muscles relax. Talk about the VIP treatment, right? But our hero doesn't rest. He knows the tournament is right around the corner and reps his moves until they are absolute perfection. The kid is sweating buckets, super focused on finally unlocking that natural selection attribute the system promised him. A month goes by in a flash, and the big day finally arrives. At the crack of dawn, the MC grabs his gym bag and heads out for war. It is do or die time. The gym is totally packed, the lights are glaring, and the pure energy of a massive brawl is hanging in the air. The coach, looking super stressed, complains that the bracket draw was brutal, matching them up right off the bat against the heavy hitters from Shanghai #1. The rest of the squad is already throwing in the towel, whispering that the other team has a legit pro-level speedster. Right in the middle of all this total panic, the MC casually raises his hand and volunteers to be the first one to step into the ring. The coach lets out a heavy sigh, sees he has zero other options, and sends Zichin in to kick things off. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Xinghan and the coach grab a megaphone and start making some serious noise, putting all their faith in the hero. The MC takes his spot dead center, plants his feet firmly, and waits for his opponent to show up. From the other corner walks out a 2-meter-tall human tank who actually acknowledges the MC's talent, but does it with way too much attitude. The politeness vanishes instantly as the guy starts roasting the MC's height, telling him the ring is no place for a little kid. The giant strikes a pose, flexes his massive arms, and promises to give a hands-on lesson about how size really matters in a street fight. The referee gives the green light, the two of them lock eyes, and the order is official. Let the martial arts show begin. With that, the big guy wastes zero time and charges like a runaway freight train, completely convinced he's going to smear the kid all over the mat. But the MC, slippery as a bar of soap, gracefully dodges and leaves the huge dude totally swinging at air, completely clueless. Without giving the beast a single second to breathe, he gets right in the giant's personal space and unloads a massive hook straight into his gut. The hit is so savage that the big man flies like he's made of styrofoam and gets sent straight to the shadow realm. The announcer is in a state of absolute shock, grabs the mic, and stutters out his announcement of Lin Xichin's total victory. Up in the stands, Qinghan goes totally nuts and screams for the whole place to hear that her boy Xiachun is an absolute freak of nature. His teammates completely lose their fear and run over to celebrate, joking that all that muscle without any agility is just dead weight. Meanwhile, the rival coach is absolutely fuming, totally chewing out his student and screaming that he should have used his legs. And the system drops the good news, rival defeated, ranking bumped up, and the counter ticks to 2 out of 1,000. The MC smirks, seeing his grinding pay off. The enemy coach, huffing with pure rage, calls over this guy Chen Fang and gives the order, "Go crush this rookie right now." The bald dude steps into the ring full of swagger, totally ready to avenge his knocked out buddy. The referee is not having any of this chit-chat and signals for the second round to kick off immediately. The absolute nerve this guy leads with a flying kick, thinking he is going to end the whole thing right then and there. But the MC is operating on a totally different frequency. He calmly dodges encounters with a brutal kick dead center to the Joker's chest. The impact is so insanely violent that the guy spins through the air like one of those inflatable tube men, completely out of control. The landing is super nasty and the crazy dude is out cold before he even hits the mat. Yet another one-hit knockout. Things get so rough that the stretcher crew has to rush in and haul the poor guy off for an emergency brain scan. The crowd goes absolutely feral, screaming that the match is rigged, that the judges are bought, and demanding their ticket money back. Except the rival coach, sweating bullets, suddenly realizes the harsh truth. This isn't dumb luck. Shanghai's freshman is a literal monster in disguise. Getting desperate, he calls up Galfei and totally changes the game plan, ordering the kid to focus 100% on defense just to survive. Galfei, acting way too chill with a super cynical smirk, guarantees that the win is already in the bag. Down in the arena, the show-off is mentally flexing, swearing he's going to absolutely run circles around the MC with his superior speed. Up in the stands, the rumor mill says Galfei has some utterly insane stats, and everyone is betting against our hero. For the third time, the referee signals to start. The MC is practically ready to claim a hat-trick prize from all these knockouts. This Galfei kid completely ignores his coach, loses his cool, and charges right in with a total psycho stare. But our hero activates his flocking water fist and blocks the enemy's entire combo with almost annoying ease. The rival coach is practically tearing his hair out, screaming from the sidelines asking why the absolute moron is attacking instead of defending. Super cocky, Galfei thinks he doesn't need to put his guard up, completely oblivious to the fact that the MC is just analyzing and copying his whole technique. Then the Joker's confidence completely goes down the drain. He attacks over and over, but can't even hit the air, getting totally gassed out, totally tilted. Galfei screams that this makes zero sense. The MC, looking as peaceful as ever, just asks if he has any more little tricks hiding up his sleeve. The guy gets super mad and resorts to a desperate flurry of punches, just praying to connect with literally anything. The MC gets tired of the circus act, tells him his time is officially up, and lands a clean uppercut to the jaw to clock him out for the day. The whole crowd in the stands just freezes. It is absolute dead silence from the total shock of what they just witnessed. The MC squad goes completely wild. The guy just swept 3 opponents back to back, and the absolute champion energy takes over the room. And the absolute massacre continues. The next guys who stepped up were so incredibly weak that the MC sent them packing one by one without even breaking a sweat. It didn't take long for the kid to totally sweep Shanghai #1's entire team completely solo, clearing all 5 opponents. Over the next few days, the steamroller did not slow down. He completely flattened 2 more entire schools playing on straight-up solo mode. The end result was a no-brainer. The team stepped up to the top of the podium with the regional championship trophy in hand. The system chimes in, 16 out of 1,000 eliminated. The MC sighs, realizing that at this snail's pace, it is going to take literally forever. But art is not all exhausting news. The coach walks up grinning from ear to ear and hands him a fat stack of 20,000 bucks right into his hand. The kid is totally bawling out. Between the prize money and bonuses, he is already sitting on 30 grand and a shelf totally packed with trophies. But the joy of someone trying to level up doesn't last long. He blows all the cash on massive phantom squids to completely supercharge his skills. Back at home, he completely demolishes dinner, and after scarfing down 30 kilograms of squid, his bestiary progress hits exactly 33%. Time flies and the MC turns into a literal machine. He can now sprint the 100-meter dash in under 4.5 seconds. The years just zoom by and graduation day finally arrives. The 2 lovebirds take that classic picture, hugging tight and totally glowing. But the vibe totally plummets when Shinhan starts crying, absolutely crushed because her grades weren't high enough to get into the elite high school. Looking worried, the MC comforts his friend and tells her that the school principal is actually heading over to his house in person. All teary-eyed, she says the principal only wants him and that there is 0 point in her even showing up to the meeting. But the MC grabs her hand super firmly and lays it out. His absolute condition for staying is that she gets to be his training partner and classmate. And, sure enough, the principal showed up right in his living room practically begging the family to let the MC stay on as the school's ultimate secret weapon. The principal, totally dressed to impress that day, gets right to the point and says the official offer is firmly on the table. Striking a major power pose, she gives the ultimate promise. If the MC decides to stay, the school will cave to literally any demand he makes. Seizing the absolute perfect opening, our hero puts his hand right on his best friend's shoulder and fires back. I am only staying if Shen Xinhan gets to stay in my exact class. The principal shoots a look over at Xinhan, confirms the name on her list, and accepts the deal on the spot with a little victory smirk. Already heading out the door, she shoots them a thumbs up and lets them know she expects to see both of them together for the official orientation. The dynamic duo goes totally nuts, jumping for joy and super grateful for the chance to stick together as partners in crime. With his high school future totally locked in, the MC still signs up for the very last middle school martial arts tournament. Just like everyone expected, he totally mops the floor with the competition yet again, and takes home the trophy without even catching his breath. With the prize money burning a hole in his pocket, he decides it is finally time to cross off an old bucket list item and level up. Being only 20% away from completely maxing out his bestiary, he grabs his stash of squid meat and totally isolates himself out in the woods. He devours the essence without a second thought. Instantly, this intense blue aura totally wraps around his body while the system starts beeping like absolute crazy. The progress bar finally smashes into 100% and the kid feels the pure power rushing through every single vein, his eyes totally bugging out. The system confirms the codex is fully unlocked and drops the big reward, the liquid affinity blessing. The only thing is, at first glance, the power seems kind of lame, and the MC just stands there looking like a fool, thinking the bonus is a huge letdown for all that insane grinding. Just to test it out, he jumps into a lake. He notices that swimming feels a little more natural. But other than that, absolutely nothing crazy happened. He just accepts it, figuring that to unlock a seriously overpowered stat, he is going to have to invest in some top-tier elite monster meat. or else it is time for plan B, get totally swollen enough to hunt those mutants down himself, and literally devour their essence right from the source. The memory of that giant rat comes back to haunt him, and the MC, breaking into a cold sweat, swears to himself that he desperately needs to level up his physical stats right now, since they still had a whole week of vacation left. The families plan a trip to the beach. Literally the perfect excuse for him to test drive that new liquid affinity. The girl steps into the water and immediately backs out, complaining that the ocean is colder than an ex-boyfriend's heart. The MC dives right in, calling her a total wimp, and the system instantly starts farming swimming and thermal resistance stats. Chinkan stays behind and, totally pouting, begs her buddy to just teach her how to swim once and for all. Then it hits our hero. He totally forgot that Chinghan was like a literal rock in the water and didn't even know how to float. He starts giving her directions with all the patience in the world, assuming she wouldn't have an ounce of talent, and that it was going to be an absolute nightmare. But the girl totally proves him wrong. She dives in and immediately starts swimming like a fish, super hyped about how incredibly easy it feels. She takes a deep dive and pops back up to the surface, absolutely glowing over this brand new skill that basically came out of nowhere. Underneath the water, she keeps her eyes wide open, totally amazed that she can see absolutely everything in perfect HD clarity. Suddenly, the water starts spinning into this completely bizarre whirlpool, and the MC goes into shock, totally not understanding what on earth is happening. She pops out looking thrilled, saying it is totally amazing and that she doesn't even feel the salt water stinging her eyes at all. The MC watches her go, and the math just is not mathing. Absolutely nobody learns to swim like an Olympic pro in 5 flat minutes. All of a sudden, something clicks in his brain and he blurts out, "Wait, hold up." He remembers her whole issue with peeing whenever she gets nervous and starts wondering if she just naturally has some insanely overpowered affinity for water. His mind completely explodes with this new theory. Does Qinghan actually have some sort of special cultivation body straight out of a Chinese web novel? They keep on diving and her performance is straight up jaw-dropping, swimming super deep and totally keeping pace with schools of fish. The craziest part is that they had been holding their breath for over 10 whole minutes, which is completely impossible for any regular human, but she's still just chilling down there looking perfectly serene, with the total calmness of someone who is literally born in the ocean. Out of nowhere, she hears this super weird sound echoing from the deep, and a massive whirlpool violently sucks them both straight down. The MC feels the crazy pressure too, and they both get sucked away by a current packing an absolutely ridiculous amount of force. Just as incredibly fast as they went down, they get launched right back up. The MC is completely stunned, but he notices this glowing blue aura completely surrounding Qinghan. Once they hit the sand, he notices she is super tense and asks what on earth happened down there to get her so spooked. Trembling, the poor girl tells him she heard these insanely creepy voices whispering right in her ear. He gives her a big hug to calm her down, and she explains that it was a woman's voice speaking some completely unknown language she had never heard before. Back at their hotel room, he searches the internet trying to figure the phenomenon out, but comes up totally empty. Unable to sleep, he decides to burn off his nervous energy with a workout. The kid absolutely crushes his crunches and the system hits him with a notification. His biological level just jumped up to ordinary tier 5. With this massive upgrade, he can already totally see himself throwing hands and beating those adult mutant rats without breaking too much of a sweat. With pure fire in his eyes, he clenches his fist, absolutely confident he now has enough raw power to rip any monster right in half. To test drive his brand new physique, he sprints down the beach, smoking the 100-meter dash in a crazy 3.64 seconds. The dude is jumping higher than a kangaroo, hitting almost 7 meters straight up from a completely standing start. His brute strength is just absurd. He deadlifts a 1,600-kilogram car with just a single hand, without even wincing. With their progress going through the roof, high school life finally kicks off. The MC and Qinghan roll up to the school totally refreshed and completely ready for whatever crazy drama comes their way. The MC's confidence is through the roof. In the back of the classroom, 2 girls are gossiping about how he is pure eye candy, and how they totally hit the jackpot getting put in the cleaning group with such a hottie. But the system drops a surprise. Just doing the chores triggered a quest to complete 1,000 tasks to unlock the social animal attribute, leaving the kid pretty intrigued, since the school was still empty and quiet. The MC takes advantage of the free time to take a quick trip down to the central supermarket. Now that the Phantom Squid's codex is completely maxed out, he is standing in the exotic meat aisle, brainstorming what his next target will be for farming DNA. Suddenly, his eyes light up when he spots something in the display case that really grabs his attention. Packaged up neatly in styrofoam is a giant wild eagle claw going for almost $2,000 a kilo. The price is super steep, but the perks seem worth every single penny. The MC breaks into a huge smile like he just hit the lottery and makes his choice. This bird is going to be his next study subject. He starts reading up on the creature's stats. The giant eagle is a high-level mutant. Way above the regular little birds he has seen flying around, the bird's ultimate trump card is its overpowered eyesight. It can see 20 times better than a normal human, a power that completely borders on the absurd. With that kind of aim, its hunting game is on a whole other level. Not even a mutant rabbit hiding deep in the shadows can escape its claws. The MC instantly realizes that this kind of vision would be a massive upgrade to his fighting style and decides it is totally worth maxing out this codex, especially since it is the cheapest meat available after the squid. Without wasting any time, he downs a piece, and the system chimes right away. Essence devoured and progress is up by 1%. But then he does the math and realizes the massive dent it is going to put in his wallet. If every pound only bumps it up by 1%, he is going to need over 200,000 bucks to unlock its full power. Already bummed out, but with absolute fire in his eyes, he sets his goal. He is going to have to grind twice as hard in the martial arts tournaments to fund this upgrade before he hits his sophomore year. Summer vacation is finally in the rearview mirror, and the daily student grind begins at the prestigious Shanghai Academy. On the very first day, the teaching staff introduces themselves. There is a martial arts master, a mechanics expert, a genetics teacher, and even a hardcore jungle survival instructor. Then it is the student's turn. This super cultured girl says she loves musical instruments, chess, and painting. Right as her a super hyper pink-haired girl announces she is a massive fan of anime, cosplay, and sports, the class's official resident otaku. Next up, a kid looking like he hasn't slept in months introduces himself, saying his whole vibe is just staying home and playing video games. Then comes Shen Xinhan's turn, with the entire classroom in dead silence. The poor girl gets more nervous than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Turning as red as a tomato and totally stuttering, she says she likes to draw and asks with all the shyness in the world for everyone to take good care of her. Then it is our MC's turn, and he drops the shortest, most straight-to-the-point intro in history. He states his name and says he hopes to get along with everyone. Time flies, and the second the bell rings for break time, a classmate turns around to strike up a conversation with Xinghan. The brunette girl walks up giving off a slightly competitive vibe, clearly wanting to scope out her classmate's power levels. Caught off guard, Xinghan mentions she scored 709 points on the written exam and asked for the other girl's score. This Li Chushin. Chuxin breaks into a huge smile and boasts about her score, 698 points, already acting like she is the reigning genius of the classroom. Without missing a beat, she asks about the physical test and immediately starts complaining, saying she did terrible and only scored a 95. Xinghan, totally awkward and super humble, replies that hers wasn't that great. She only got a 79 and was dying of embarrassment over her score. But Chuxin doesn't let it go and starts pressing her, asking if it was a 94, a 93, or something around there, just wanting the ground to swallow her whole. Xinghan quietly replies that it was way less than that. The annoying girl keeps guessing 92, 91, 90. She is clearly getting a kick out of making her new friend squirm. Suddenly, a leg appears out of nowhere and stomps down hard on Chuxin's desk, completely cutting off the interrogation. The girl is totally shocked by the bold move. The MC steps in like a knight in shining armor. He leans in and asks, turning on all his charm, if he can add Chuxin on WeChat. The girl instantly agrees, totally swooning. Xinghan breathes a massive sigh of relief and mentally thanks Jichin for getting her out of that super awkward spot. After saving the damsel in distress, the MC turns to his bald super chill neighbor He Yu and suggests they swap contacts too. With everyone's numbers locked in, our hero creates a group chat for the four of them and dubs it the Dawn Squad. The system chimes in, quest complete. Forming a 4-person team just scored him the reward for an easy task. With the crew officially assembled, they start bonding. He Yu mentions he is from the neighboring city and that his family actually owns a bunch of martial arts gyms. The guy is no joke. He placed 8th in his region's youth tournament, which is a massive honor for his clan. Meanwhile, Li Chushin is your classic rich preppy girl. Her family runs a huge chain of fashion boutiques, with branches scattered all over the district. The conversation flows perfectly, and the four of them end up becoming the classroom's inseparable squad right on day one. Right in the middle of their chat, Hiyu gets curious and challenges his friends to guess who the absolute final bosses of the classroom are when it comes to strength. Chuxin, being the smart cookie she is, points straight at the MC and says it is Zichin, since he actually took first place overall in the exams. Hiyu's jaw drops, completely unable to believe that the buddy sitting right next to him is such an absolute academic beast. But the MC drops the harsh truth. He says test scores don't win street fights and warns them that there are two absolute freaks in the class that the principal basically bought with solid gold. The first one is Wang Shuijie, a speedster who clocked the 100-meter dash in under 8 seconds, an absolutely insane time for his age. And the second one is Lu Gang, a human tank who deadlifts 300 kilograms with just one hand like he is carrying a bag of groceries. Chuxin is absolutely stunned, refusing to believe people with that kind of brute strength actually exist. Totally shocked. She asks if that is even real. The MC doesn't even flinch. On the inside, he is thinking he is totally chilling, considering he was crushing those exact records back in middle school. The bell rings again and the class materials are handed out. Placed on everyone's desk are 4 massive textbooks for the absolute toughest subjects on the curriculum. Since the kid had already completely devoured all this material on his own back when he was little, he uses all his extra free time to peacefully focus entirely on his physical training. The MC is dead serious and ready for war. He knows the threat of the rat god cult is completely real, and he desperately needs to level up fast if he wants to go toe-to-toe with those mutants. In the afternoon, the survival class kicks off. The teacher throws out a challenge, asking if anyone in the room knows how to start a fire using just friction. Yu, being blunt as always, blurts out that it is totally useless, and that absolutely nobody in their right mind would waste time learning something so primitive nowadays. Out of nowhere, the whole class goes into shock. Wang Shuijie and Lu Gang, the two class monsters, both manage to start a fire on their very first try. The teacher's jaw practically hits the floor, totally clueless as to how on earth they had already mastered that technique. Shuye, acting super full of himself, brags that he took a prep course. Meanwhile, Lu Gang, playing it humble, mentions he just learned it by watching online tutorials. After the show-offs finally finish flexing, the rest of the class gets to practicing, and the MC, acting like a total natural-born leader, drops some spot-on tips to help out the Dawn Squad. That very same day, the martial arts class turns into a full-blown showcase festival. The master decides to teach a super complex breathing technique, except the Nongguan crew yells out that they already know how to do it, and to the instructor's absolute surprise, those guys actually pull the technique off flawlessly. The MC obviously had known all this stuff for years, but he chose to just lay low and keep his trump card hidden so he wouldn't draw any unnecessary attention. A month flies right by, and the teacher announces that it is finally time to test the class's actual progress. To get everyone completely hyped up, he announces cash prizes. First place takes home $888, second gets $666, and third bags $333. The MC's eyes instantly light up. He crunches the numbers fast and realizes that with that kind of cash, he could buy almost half a pound of that eagle meat. With some serious financial motivation on the table, the entire class goes into try-hard mode to guarantee they grab a slice of the prize money. An hour later, the written exam wraps up and the genetics teacher immediately rolls out another test with the exact same cash bounties. Hiyu collapses on his desk, totally exhausted, screaming that his brain is completely fried. Another student complains that the test was straight up impossible, even asking about laser wavelengths. One of the girls complains that the questions were so ridiculously specific, they felt like a literal PhD exam. Some other guy is absolutely losing his mind over a question about jets and atmospheric pressure. He is totally triggered by all those microscopic math calculations. Another girl is already catching bad vibes, letting out a deep sigh. She was aiming for a 90, but says hitting a 60 would basically be a divine miracle. While the whole class is crying about it, the two Arenguan freaks are totally showing off. One claims he'll probably score a 95 because he only made some dumb mistakes, and the other arrogantly nods in agreement. Hiyu, eavesdropping on their nonsense, gets completely ticked off by all that swagger. He clenches his fist, absolutely itching to beat the living daylights out of those two rich kids. The teacher walks in with the results. He is about to announce the mechanical enhancement grades, and the vibe in the room gets tighter than a guitar string. He starts reading them off, and Shen Han's score is a 61. She passed by the skin of her teeth. But the important part is, she didn't completely bomb it. The pink-haired girl absolutely beams and immediately tells the MC. He, calm as a monk, just tells her that all her hard work finally paid off. Next up is Hiyu's score, 88 points. The bald dude totally crushed it and caught everyone by complete surprise. The entire class is blown away, praising his performance. For about 5 solid seconds, Hiyu became the absolute stud and resident genius of the room. Hiyu tries to play the humble card, claiming it was just pure luck, but already feeling himself, he promises to treat the squad to some grub once he cashes in that third-place prize money. Then the teacher drops a massive bucket of ice water on that parade. He announces that Lu Gang and Wang Shuye both scored a 95. The blonde kid totally pulls the not enough time excuse. He claims that if he had just 10 more minutes he would have aced it perfectly, and the musclehead nods along in agreement. Hiyu gets seriously ticked off by their sheer arrogance. He thinks they are just flexing again, but he settles for the fact that the third place cash is still totally his. But then the teacher drops the real bombshell. The test was an absolute nightmare, but one student somehow pulled off the impossible and got a perfect score. The two Nangwon rich kids go into complete shock, looking like they just saw a ghost. They absolutely refuse to accept that someone scored a perfect 100. The class goes totally wild, cheering that the MC absolutely wrecked the show-offs. Hiyu just solemnly accepts that his third place prize money just got sent to the Shadow Realm, but our hero wastes absolutely zero time. He raises his hand and immediately asks about the cash. He wants to know exactly when those $888 are hitting his account. The teacher gets super awkward and says he will just wire the money. On the inside, he thinks the kid is an absolute cheapskate. An hour later, the genetics teacher walks back in to announce the scores for the other test. The intense tension is officially back. The non-one duo didn't do so hot this time around, scoring an 81 and an 83. They are satisfied, but definitely don't have any room to brag. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan completely surprises everyone with a solid 78. A top 5 score in the class, the girl totally crushed it. And the MC, just sticking to his usual routine, gets another perfect score and bags a second massive payout. The rest of the squad is left completely speechless. The two clowns angrily throw their hands up, demanding to know how that is even physically possible. They are basically one step away from accusing the MC of cheating, but the teacher, giving them that look of someone who has seen it all, shuts their whining down immediately. He declares that cheating was absolutely impossible. The master smirks and explains that he personally wrote every single question. Absolutely none of it was on the internet, which totally shuts those two rich kids up. A classmate mocks them for being such sore losers. Chuksen completely adds fuel to the fire, loudly declaring that uncultured and jealous people are nothing but trouble. Break time flies by and the class is already gearing up for their practical challenge, the jungle survival test. The teacher explains that the prize money is exactly the same, and the test is split into 3 parts: rock climbing, swimming, and starting a fire. The blonde kid glares at his partner with pure fire in his eyes. He declares that they might have lost in the books, but they are going to totally wash their honor clean using pure brute force. The musclehead gets completely hyped, saying he doesn't need any pep talks. He is going all out to try and completely crush the MC in the physical exam. The test kicks off with the rock climbing and the MC just absolutely blitzes it. He hits the top of the mountain in first place, leaving literally everyone else eating his dust. The tree climbing section was exactly the same story. He totally humiliated the Nangwon duo all over again, while those guys complained that they could barely even see his blur rushing past them. The MC was actually keeping a close eye on Shen Qinghan. The poor girl was stuck in dead last, but he knew for a fact that once they hit the water, her inner mermaid would wake up and she would totally bounce back. In the fire starting challenge, Zichen gave absolutely nobody a fighting chance. He practically struck a mental match, and his campfire was blazing in exactly 58 seconds, leaving the whole class looking like total fools. During the swimming portion, Qinghan went into full-blown shark mode and completely swallowed the Nangwon duo. The blonde kid was left totally confused just watching the girl disappear right in front of him. After getting totally steamrolled in survival class, Wan Shujie and Lu Gang got super quiet, probably rethinking all their life choices in some dark corner, but the silence didn't last long. 1 month later, the martial arts master announces the fight. It is time to test who actually has hands in one-on-one combat. The two rich kids got totally hyped up again. To them, Fury is just for nerds, and all that matters is the physique and throwing hands, swearing total revenge against the MC. Before hitting the ring, there was a warm-up, a 100-meter dash, weightlifting, and the long jump. The classic who has the highest stats check. In the sprint, the MC absolutely flew 7.78 seconds in the 100-meter dash. If you blinked, you completely missed the kid's blur flying by. In the weightlifting, he was just ignorant. 330 kilograms with just one hand, looking as easy as carrying a bag of bread. In the jump, he launched 2.18 meters into the air and locked on a triple first place. And the craziest part is he was still holding back just so he wouldn't look like a literal alien. The Nangwon duo totally short-circuited. They just could not wrap their heads around how a basic district champion had turned into this absolute monster out of nowhere. The blonde kid tried to cheer up the musclehead, claiming that physical strength is just a detail and that their ancient technique was going to decide the fight. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. When it came time for the ring, the MC didn't want to wait in line and just hopped up first. He only had one goal: farm opponents for the system, but the kid was giving off such a dangerous vibe that absolutely nobody moved. The rich kids just stayed back, waiting for some total rookie to go first and test the waters. The teacher got tired of the statue game and pointed right at Lu Wei. The poor guy stepped up looking like he was about to be sacrificed in some ancient ritual. The two of them locked eyes, but we all know an MC versus a background character fight lasts less time than a YouTube ad. The gong didn't even have time to ring. The MC threw a punch that sent the crazy dude flying straight to the hospital. Lightning fast knockout. The next guy in line hadn't even finished walking up the stairs before he caught a quick flick that sent him right back to base. The MC is totally unstoppable. He activated his speedrun mode. The game plan was to clear the entire room before the bell rang, treating his classmates like literal bowling pins. The Nangguan rich kids went pale. The blonde kid started sweating bullets, realizing that the MC's physical test was literally just a little warm-up joke. Yu, wanting to show off a bit, called out Lu Gong to settle the score. The musclehead accepted on the spot, completely eager to take his anger out on somebody. But Wang Shijie, needing to be the center of attention, jumped in front and challenged his partner first, claiming he was in his absolute prime. Lu Gang, who definitely isn't stupid, accepted the blonde kid's challenge. It was way better to face the rich kid than get totally flattened by the MC on national television. The musclehead yelled, "Come to Papa," and the beef between the two arrogant dudes finally exploded right in the middle of the ring, and things got completely real. Unlike the MC's total massacres, this fight was actually balanced, with punches and kicks flying everywhere. The blonde kid proved he wasn't just all talk and managed to block a heavy punch from Lu Gang with some seriously smooth defensive technique. Without wasting a second, Shueijie threw an action movie spinning kick, catching Lu Gang completely off guard. The impact was so brutal that the musclehead got sent flying out of the ring on a tangent. The blonde kid took the win in this massive clash of egos, but the victory came with a hefty price tag. Wang Shijie was so exhausted, he almost passed out right then and there, gasping for air. The MC walked up to Yu and dropped the real truth: "Your technique is the best in the class besides mine, of course." Humility really is his strong suit. He called the bald kid out for a match, and Yu saw it as his ultimate chance to test his limits against the class monster. Determined not to embarrass himself, Yu accepted the challenge and yelled that he wasn't going to chicken out for anything. The bald dude charged in with a punch fueled by pure spite and hope, completely focused on landing at least one single hit. But the MC is way too smooth. He moved like he was literally floating and left Yu's punch to just kiss the wind. In the blink of an eye, the MC teleported right behind his buddy and delivered a solid smack to the back of his head with the force of a mule kick. Yu turned into a human projectile and flew completely out of the ring. He got knocked out before he even figured out where the hit came from. The crowd started hyping up the blonde kid. "So, are you just gonna let that slide? Your partner is already done. Now it is all on you." Nangguan's honor was literally in the trash. The rich kid told everyone to shut up, stepped into the ring with all the swagger he had left, desperately trying not to show his fear. Up close, the MC looked like a massive roller coaster, and the blonde kid was the passenger with no seatbelt. The vibe got seriously tense. Wang Shijie went for an all-or-nothing move, throwing a punch with all his speed, praying to the heavens that it would connect. The MC just reached out his hand and stopped the hit like he was holding back a toddler. The sheer power gap was totally humiliating. Without giving him a single second to breathe, our hero launched a direct counterattack right onto the rich kid's nose. Quick, clean, and super painful. The blonde kid collapsed, practically foaming at the mouth, heading off to join his partner in the land of dreams. Next up, with the bosses totally out of the way, the MC started his general cleanup. He went around knocking down the rest of the class like he was just clocking in for a shift at work. One guy took a slap and got totally dizzy. Another tried to run and got snatched right by his collar. The MC was absolutely not playing games. One dude even became permanent floor decoration after catching a super creative combo. The kid was literally sweeping the room on autopilot mode, but the system threw up a warning: defeating the same loser twice yields 0 XP. The quest hit a totally annoying roadblock. Only the girls were left. And to the MC's total surprise, they weren't scared at all. They were actually super hyped, cheering and basically begging him to hit them. This purple-haired girl wasted absolutely zero time and dove right into the ring, screaming that she wanted to be Zichen's very next victim. She came flying in with a super stylish drop kick, agile and totally determined. The girl proved that Shanghai's ladies definitely have some bite too. The MC dodged with the lightness of a ninja, and the girl totally whiffed. Her jaw dropped at the kid's insane speed, and she barely missed, planting her face straight into the wall. Super frustrated, the poor girl leaned against the corner thinking she'd almost managed to touch him. The embarrassment hit her hard after completely missing her shot, and the line of girls just didn't stop, one by one. They stepped up to test Zichin and ended up getting sent back with a complimentary little flick. Of course, our hero is a total gentleman and goes super easy on them. His only game plan is to hit his quest quota as fast as possible without actually sending his classmates to the nurse's office. After practice wrapped up, the teacher gathered the whole squad and dropped a massive bomb. Exactly 1 month from now, their class is going to face off against the absolute toughest sophomore class. The MC, who was already getting totally bored without anyone real to fight, breaks into a massive grin from ear to ear. To him, that is just free XP falling straight from the sky. Class ends, and Lu Gang walks up to have a word. He admits he totally underestimated the group and declares that Zichin is going to be his absolute #1 rival for the next 3 years. The blonde kid, who can't even accept losing a game of rock, paper, scissors, also marches up to complain, swearing that the MC's victory was just a super lucky one-time fluke. But our hero couldn't care less about their massive egos. While the 2 rich kids are foaming at the mouth with rage, he is just standing there, happy as can be, counting up his 3 grand in profits. Night falls over the city and the lights switch on. But for the MC, the real daily grind is only just beginning. Even with that prize money in his pocket, he knows the ego meat is way too expensive and he is still too totally broke to finish the codex. The kid desperately needs more cash. To fix his bank account situation, he decides to try his hand at being a writer. The absolute legend signs up on a website and starts his journey to become the next massive literary phenomenon. And wouldn't you know it, the kid actually has a talent for it. The very next day, he wakes up to a message from an editor totally begging him to sign a publishing contract for his work. While he's checking the contract out, an urgent breaking news alert pops up on the screen. A colossal mutant rat just broke into a meatpacking plant out in the suburbs. The beast was a walking 5-meter-tall nightmare. The giant rat literally snapped a security cyborg right in half with a single bite. Absolutely brutal. The cyborg, saying that he was totally done for, didn't think twice and triggered his backup energy core for one absolute final mission. He blew himself up in a massive flash, taking the huge monster straight to the afterlife with him. The guy was an absolute hero, even if he did turn into total smoke in the process. The news puts the MC on super high alert. He starts wondering exactly how many of these monsters are lurking down in the city sewers just waiting for the perfect time to attack. Time flies by, and the scene cuts straight to the Shanghai gym. The day of the massive duel against the upperclassmen has finally arrived. It feels like an all-out war against the regular sophomore class. The teacher lays out the game plan, tire out the older kids by using the freshmen's absolute sheer numbers advantage. The crowd is totally hyped, and the tension is so thick the floor feels like it is shaking from the audience screaming. A super buff girl wants to kick things off, but the MC tries to squeeze in front of her. He wants to snag as many fights as physically possible to farm his achievement. But the girl complains to the master, saying that since she is the weakest one, facing their captain right out of the gate would be completely unfair. The freshman teacher totally disagrees with the sophomore lineup and marches over to argue with his colleague, claiming that sending out their absolute strongest fighter first completely breaks protocol. Right in the middle of the mess, the master tells the MC to chill out and step down from the ring. He announces that the weakest fighters go first, and Zichin will be their ultimate final boss. Totally frustrated, the hero follows orders. He gets the logic, but his heart totally aches for every single opponent he misses out on knocking out for that sweet XP. The teacher calls up Yuntong, but the poor girl goes into a full panic, saying she is absolutely not ready to be led to the slaughterhouse yet. Catching everyone by surprise, Shen Xinghan takes a step forward. She says that since she got the lowest score, she should be the cannon fodder to clear the way. The girl steps into the ring against an opponent who is way bigger than her, and the nerves hit her like a truck. She is already racking her brain trying to figure out how not to leave the gym on a stretcher. The fight kicks off and the freshmen make an absolutely deafening noise. The Dawn Squad screams her name to give her a massive morale boost. Except Ching Han, who is already super shy, totally freezes up with all that focus completely on her. The sheer pressure from the crowd almost makes the girl turn to stone. The blonde sophomore doesn't want to mess around and immediately comes in with a massive punch to end the joke in mere seconds. Chingun is basically forced to turn into a human shield, taking an absolute beating like a dusty rug on cleaning day while the older girl unloads on her. But our girl has some serious grit. She decides that if she can't win, she is going to at least drain absolutely all of the blonde girl's stamina to help out her friends coming up next. 3 minutes later, the sophomore is huffing and puffing like an angry bull. She realizes the freshman is a total defensive tank, and that her own cardio is completely going down the drain. Running completely out of patience, The blonde resorts to a massive spinning kick with her entire body weight behind it. The strike comes down like an absolute sledgehammer. The kick connects dead on and Jinghan collapses. The lights go out for her, and the sophomore secures the first win, but walks away completely exhausted. While the next fighter gets ready, Jinghan stands up looking totally embarrassed. She lost, but she pulled off her mission to completely tire out their boss. The teacher gives her a super proud thumbs up and praises the girl's tactical genius for focusing completely on defense and buying them time. The MC walks up to give her some sweet emotional support, gives her a head pat, and congratulates his buddy for taking such a heavy beating from someone at a way higher level. The next freshman steps into the ring with pure fire in her eyes. She saw that the blonde is on her absolute last legs and knows this is the perfect moment for a total comeback. Without giving the blonde a single second to catch her breath, the rookie throws a super high kick. The completely exhausted sophomore can barely even put her guard up. The foot connects perfectly right on the blonde's neck, leaving her completely dizzy and stumbling around the ring with absolutely zero sense of direction. To totally seal the deal, the girl even resorts to pulling her hair. The vibe is completely feral today, and basic etiquette just got tossed right out the window. The sophomore hits the mat and screams that she surrenders. She absolutely cannot handle the pressure and begs for mercy before the rookie's final takedown. But the blonde stands back up totally full of swagger even after taking the L, mocking the freshman and claiming she only won because her defense was wide open. The older girl's arrogance just doesn't stop, telling the rookie to come back in a year to catch a real beatdown. The poor girl just stands there taking the total disrespect. But karma is about to hit like a freight train. The next freshman marches up the stairs radiating pure, unfiltered rage. It is Chuchin, and she is already swearing absolute revenge for her friends getting humiliated, promising to wash the class's honor completely clean with her fists. And Shuxin is absolutely not playing around. She starts things off by launching a dropkick that sends the snobby sophomore flying to the total opposite side of the ring with the force of a literal mule kick. Chingan, being her absolute #1 fan, throws her arms up and practically loses her voice, celebrating, screaming that Chushen was just absolutely sensational. The MC, keeping his cool and humble vibe going, praises both of them and makes it a point to say Shinhan was the absolute MVP because she left the sophomore totally wiped out so Chushin could just swoop in for the easy finish. After 2 straight hours of absolute brawling, the sophomore teacher is already totally declaring victory, mocking Sensei Han and bragging that was only 4 freshmen left. His free dinner from their bet is totally secured. But Teacher Han doesn't lose his cool for a second. He warns the guy that the main course hasn't even been served yet, since the real absolute monsters, like the MC and Hiyu, are literally just warming up. Without dragging it out, he gives the official order. He points right at Hiyu and tells the bald dude to get up there and show them how it is actually done. The super chill bald kid gives his neck a loud crack, flashes an "I got this" sign, and steps into the ring with a grin that screams he is about to cause some serious trouble. With his fists clenched and his swagger dialed to the absolute max, he asks if the sophomore has his health insurance totally up to date to handle the sheer weight of his iron fist. The sophomore, looking super bored, lets out a mocking little chuckle and tells Hiyu to stop embarrassing himself with all that cringe anime dialogue. Hiyu gets completely ticked off that his cool moment was ruined and, with absolutely zero warning, plants a massive punch right on the guy's face. Get lost, loser. The hit was so incredibly clean that the sophomore passed out before he even hit the ground. He was sent to the Shadow Realm without even getting the license plate of the absolute truck that hit him. Standing tall and totally victorious, Hiyu throws out some classic trash talk, asking exactly who said this bunch of trash was supposed to be tough, completely humiliating the rival class. The sheer disrespect catches the attention of a sophomore human tank, who steps into the ring so hard the floor practically cracks, absolutely huffing with rage over the freshman's complete lack of respect. The giant stares Hiyu down from head to toe with the kind of look that says he is about to use the kid as a literal toothpick. With a fist roughly the size of a watermelon, he announces he is going to teach him what real power is, and throws a massive haymaker trying to take the bald kid's head clean off. But our Hiyu is way too slick. He dodges with an absolute master-level sidestep, leaving the big guy to punch nothing but air and completely loses balance. Taking total advantage of the opening, the bald kid spins into a super powerful leg sweep that catches the giant totally off guard on his weak foot. The tank crashes down totally knocked out, and Hiyu crosses another sophomore off the list, without even messing up the shine on his bald head. The freshman crowd goes absolutely feral, the girls start screaming his name, and Hiyu instantly transforms into the absolute hero of the hour. Then things got completely out of hand. Hiyu went into absolute demon mode and started totally sweeping the ring, dropping sophomore after sophomore without an ounce of mercy. Another guy tried his luck and caught a straight punch right in the snout. He was absolutely not cutting anyone any slack. The opponent barely even hit the floor before catching a total mercy sweep kick. He was sent packing in record time. With pure fire in his eyes, he screams for 10 more. But reality hits hard. After 5 back-to-back wins, his stamina bar completely hit the red zone. By the 6th fight, he ran completely out of gas and collapsed from pure exhaustion. Now the math was looking super ugly. 3 freshmen left against 13 sophomores. Seeing the massive deficit, Teacher Han completely calls in the heavy artillery. Wang Shuye, get in there and fix this. The blonde kid wastes 0 time, flying in with a total movie star dropkick, ready to go to absolute war to flip the scoreboard around. And the rich kid caused absolute historic damage, my guy. He headed out beatdowns left and right, totally sweeping 10 sophomores back to back. An absolutely insane performance. The sophomore teacher turned completely pale, demanding to know where this absolute mutant came from since he had never even seen him on the school records. Teacher Han, already totally tasting the victory, mocks his colleague and tells him to go ahead and get his Venmo ready to pay for that bet dinner. The loser immediately starts throwing out lame excuses, claiming his students only lost because they totally dropped their guard after dealing with Haeyu. Then Master Han looks over at the MC and says, Zichen, go on up there, fight a bit just to get some experience and totally don't sweat it if you take an L. Our hero flashes a little smirk and shuts that down. Relax, Master, I am totally going to win. He steps into the ring and leaves the teacher completely speechless. The opponent is this colossal chubby dude who looks down at the MC, totally laughing and saying he hates beating up malnourished little twigs. The female fans get absolutely furious. The girls start totally roasting the big guy, swearing that Zichen is going to turn him into cafeteria meatloaf. The absolute pressure from the girls is so intense that the chubby dude turns totally red from embarrassment, losing all his swagger from the constant insults. To try and get his tough guy rep back, the big dude decides to be generous. He says he is going to stand perfectly still and let the MC attack him 10 times first. He keeps up the absolute arrogance, saying he is only doing it so absolutely nobody can say he played unfair against a freshman, totally acting like he is the absolute king of the world. The MC, getting a total kick out of the situation, scratches his head, casually drops an alright then, and gets into stance to end this absolute circus act. The big guy throws his arms open, puffs out his chest, and yells, "Give me everything you've got, kid. Let's see what you're made of." The MC doesn't think twice and totally buries a punch right into the giant's gut. The impact is so incredibly brutal that the big guy's face completely twists up in pure agony. It was an absolutely ignorant punch. The big dude went flying backward like a literal bowling ball, completely unable to process how a skinny kid packed that much insane power. The landing was straight out of a movie. The crazy dude slammed down with so much force that he literally cratered the gym floor. The sophomore just laid there completely sprawled out, deep in dreamland. The gym went dead silent for a whole second. Then it completely clicked, and the freshman class absolutely exploded in celebration. Zichen's name totally echoed through the entire gym. The big guy wakes up totally groggy, scratching his head and mumbling that it makes absolutely zero sense for a skinny dude like that to hit like a jackhammer. The sophomore teacher walks over totally humbled, admitting that Zichen is an absolute monster for one-shotting a literal tank like that. But Teacher Han, wanting to keep everyone's egos somewhat in check, brings up a guy named Wu Tiancheng, an absolute genius who humiliated even the junior class veterans. The MC, who absolutely never misses a detail, hears the name and curiously asks, "And who exactly is this Wu Tiancheng guy?" The master explains that the guy was an absolute legend. As a freshman, he completely cleared out the elite junior class and left the school's top dogs in a state of total panic. The master rattles off the legend's stats: 100 meters in 6.12 seconds, a nearly 4-meter vertical jump, and deadlifting 650 kilograms with one hand. Absolutely ridiculous. The MC scratches the back of his neck, totally pretending to be impressed just so he doesn't seem like a jerk. But on the inside he is thinking, "Man, I was doing that for fun back during my 6th grade summer break." Then the scene cuts to this super fancy restaurant, with the freshman squad totally washing their stress away and celebrating the massive win with the absolute best stuff on the menu. One classmate raises his soda glass, gives this huge toast, totally thanking Zichen, and rubs it in. "Thank you, rival teacher, for completely footing the bill for this absolute feast." The whole crew totally feeds into the hype, raising their glasses and screaming the MC's name. The table is completely loaded with food and the vibe is like a national holiday. After that insane show, Zichen turned into the school's absolute biggest celebrity. People are totally popping up out of nowhere asking for workout tips and his phone number, leaving the kid totally freezing up from shyness. but Chinghan remains his absolute rock. She doesn't care about the crazy crowd at all and just focuses entirely on piling the best cuts of meat onto the MC's plate, swearing he's going to starve if she doesn't watch him. Suddenly, the MC notices that the girl has completely frozen. She is staring at him with her eyes totally bugging out, looking like she just saw the boogeyman. Chinghan jumps up looking completely totally awkward and announces she has to hit the restroom right this second. The MC just lets out a sigh, realizing his partner's bladder is back on tsunami alert mode. While some random joker at the table tries to make fun of her, the scene shows the poor girl totally sprinting away in a panic. The MC watches from a distance, thinking that some things just don't get fixed by going to high school. On the other side of the room, two super jealous girls start totally spilling their toxic venom, whispering that Chinghan looks like a literal servant with how much she totally waits on Juchen. The other girl adds to the nastiness, claiming she only got into the elite class because she is a total kiss-up, and that the massive gap in their skill levels is definitely going to make the MC dump her soon. Except Chinghan overhears the twisted trash talk and, totally possessed by pure anger, turns around to face them both, letting them know she isn't kissing up to anybody. With clenched fists and an aura that would make a literal demon shiver, she glares at the gossips and drops the absolute bomb. "I'm his childhood girlfriend, is that good enough for you?" On the walk back, the vibe gets super heavy. The MC notices his friend has a literal dark cloud hanging over her head and asks what actually went down. Chinghan totally vents, practically in tears, bringing up how her mom promised her that this whole leaking issue would totally stop when she grew up. The girl spills everything, man. She confesses that even though she is an elite fighter, she still completely wets the bed and has to wear a diaper every single night. A super heavy secret for a teenager. With the tears already totally streaming down her face, she says she feels like a factory reject, because she literally cannot control her own body. The MC stops walking, looks totally deep into her eyes, and drops the real truth. "There is absolutely nothing wrong with you. Get that out of your head." He grabs her shoulders, giving her that classic superhero moral support, and tells her it isn't a weakness, but actually her superpower that is just out of calibration right now. The girl is in total shock, her eyes sparkling with hope and confusion, asking how on earth peeing can be a superpower. Zichen, pulling off the ultimate Zen master vibe, explains that her absurd affinity for water, the exact same one that totally humiliated the upperclassmen, comes straight from that massive energy she can't control yet. Then it completely clicks for her, and getting super hyped, she asks if he, being an absolute monster since kindergarten, also has a hidden special power. The MC flashes that charming little smirk, gives her a sweet head pat, and confirms it. "I sure do, exactly like you." The girl's imagination totally runs wild, picturing Zichen as a literal movie superhero, getting all giddy over the idea. The MC sees the sparkle in her eyes and guarantees that their power is the most absolutely overpowered type out there, which leaves the girl totally on cloud 9. Out of absolutely nowhere, the MC's spider sense starts screaming. He feels a major chill run down his spine and snaps into instant combat mode. They turn the corner and walk right into the military. The guards have the street blocked off and warn them that the area is being cleared of pests. But the scene is totally bizarre. There is this older guy fighting off giant mutant rats, while another crazy dude is screaming at everyone to stop hurting his brothers. The guy is having a total psychotic break, crying tears of pure rage and yelling that the rats are his actual family, completely out of touch with reality. In a fit of pure madness, the crazy dude grabs an old broom and charges right at the soldiers, swearing he is going to defend the rats with his life. Chinghan, super spooked by how weird the whole thing is, asks if the guy is completely crazy. The MC just confirms the dude is a total lost cause, and that the vibe there is seriously sketchy. To avoid getting mixed up with the law, the MC grabs the girl by the hand, and they bolt, totally preferring to steer clear of that entire mess. Night falls and the scene jumps over to Lin Zichen's house. It looks like he is finally going to get a much-needed warrior's rest. He is just chilling in the living room with his parents watching TV when the news totally kills the mood. Yet another young teacher has vanished without a trace. His mom, already super tense, points out that a pattern is forming and that this is already the 4th victim this month. His dad, looking dead serious, corrects her, not the 4th. That is already the 5th woman to go missing in Shanghai. The TV flashes pictures of the victims, all of them young and pretty. The anchor warns everyone not to walk alone at night, which makes the vibe in the room super heavy. His mom totally begs her boy to keep a close eye on Chinghan. The MC gives her that confident smile and promises that her safety is his absolute #1 priority. Cut to the central police station, where the mood is completely grim and tense. A doctor walks out of the interrogation room, and the detective immediately wants the scoop. Inside, the crazy dude who's defending the rats is just sitting there, completely frozen. The cop asks if the guy is just completely out of his mind. But the doc says it is impossible to tell because the guy went into a total catatonic state and won't say a single word. The cop fires back instantly. "Mute my foot." Back at the market, he was yelling louder than a rodeo announcer. With his spider senses tingling, the detective gets super tense. He totally feels that something incredibly rotten is hiding behind the suspect's empty stare. Suddenly, the crazy guy starts having this demonic convulsion, twisting all over the place while his bones crack loudly like dry branches. The dude bursts into flesh and fur, turning into a massive mutant rat right inside the police station. The doctor goes into total shock and desperately screams for cyborg backup. The cops empty their clips into the giant rat, but the bullets just bounce right off its hide. The beast is a pure tank, completely ignoring all the damage. A female officer yells that the cyborg reinforcements are tied up on another mission and won't be there for 10 minutes. The chief starts sweating bullets, realizing their ammo is almost totally gone. With zero other options, the commander orders everyone into the squad car. The game plan is to use the cruiser as bait, to lure the monster completely out of the residential area. The female officer wastes absolutely no time, jumps behind the wheel, and immediately starts punching the escape coordinates into the dashboard. The driver steps on the gas hard, the tires totally screeching on the asphalt, locking in on the road like their lives completely depended on it, because they actually did. The chief screams, "Step on it. Let's drag this demon up into the mountains and pray the backup gets here before we turn into its late-night snack." At that moment, the police cruiser dives into the tunnel going 1,000,000 miles an hour. The getaway is in turbo mode, buddy. The asphalt is practically frying. But the giant rat isn't slacking and is already glued to their bumper, snarling and dying to turn the van into a crushed tin of sardines. And sure enough, the monster unleashes a violent swipe that sends the car flying and rolling over like a kid's toy. The cop, all banged up and trapped in the wreckage, curses her luck. She knows backup is late and things have officially gone south. The big rat lets out a deafening victory screech, already feeling like the king of the streets for sweeping the cops out of the way. But the monster's joy doesn't last long. A dead-on explosion hits the beast right in the face. Backup has finally arrived and in serious style. A cyborg in purple armor drops from the sky, hovering with her sights locked and an arsenal of missiles ready to put an end to the clown show. The girl unloads a rain of rockets that turns the big rat into Swiss cheese. The beast still tries one last growl before pressing F to pay respects. The cyborg lands to check out the damage, but notices a trail escaping down a manhole. She gets furious, seeing that these pests are getting way too smart. The scene cuts to 3 in the morning. The city is in that tense silence where every shadow looks like potential trouble. We find our MC in his room, looking super proud. The kid has become a typing machine, past the 100,000 word mark, and his bank account has already hit 10,000. He gets so hyped about his success and the cash that he can't even sleep. With nothing else to do, he decides to head to an isolated alley to test out the results of his training. And the boy's flying. He dashed 100 meters in 3.43 seconds and jumped over 7 meters, feeling his insane physical evolution firsthand. Landing with that movie hero pose, he figures that if he keeps up this pace, he's gonna become a saint or a god just through sheer brute force. Right in the middle of his mental trip, the MC's spider sense tingles. He hears a weird noise and goes on high alert to figure out where the sketchy sounds are coming from. He slowly turns his head and sees a shadow twisting around. His curious instincts speak louder than his fear, and he goes to check it out. The scene is totally stomach-churning. A hideous beast, half man, half rat, is apologizing to a lifeless body for eating its own brother out of sheer hunger. It clicks right away. The MC realizes he just bumped into the mutant rat man that's been terrorizing the news. He even thinks about sneaking away, but the beast turns its head and announces that it doesn't need to eat its brother anymore because it just found some fresh prey. The monster lunges at him, drooling for human meat. The MC realizes the creep is fast and outrunning him isn't an option. Cornered with nowhere to run, our hero decides he's gonna have to tank this fight head-on and show who's the boss of this alley. The impact is brutal, man. The two clash with so much force that all we see is a blur of fur and fists in the dark. The rat man, feeling his bones crack, goes into shock. He can't understand how a puny human could have so much raw power. The monster takes a step back, growling and sizing up the MC. Realizing that this kid isn't just a quick snack, he's a predator. In desperation, the big rat rips a chunk of concrete out of the wall and hurls it at the hero, resorting to a ranged attack just to get some breathing room. The MC knows he can't give the beast any opening to recover, so he decides to wrap up the show once and for all. He goes all in, unleashing a flurry of punches so fast that not even the Flash could keep up. It's the winning combo. After the beatdown, the MC, panting heavily, looks at the ground beef left on the floor, wondering if the beast has finally bit the dust for good. He steps closer to the carcass and gives it a little poke, just to confirm if the monster has really become a thing of the past. Right then, the system chimes. It absorbed the essence and went up by 2%. The MC gets bummed out, theorizing that the progress depends on how many people the beast had devoured. He decides he's had enough adrenaline for one day. The sky is already getting light, and it's best to bounce before the cops show up. But the second he turns his back, he hears that classic superhero landing thud. The cyborg in purple armor has finally touched down at the crime scene. The girl, looking totally imposing, stares at the monster's remains with a serious mean mug, wondering what kind of vigilante sent the rat man to the big sleep. The scene cuts to an abandoned building with total horror movie vibes. You just know nothing good is coming out of there. And, spot on, a creepy hooded guy carries an unconscious woman to the center of a bizarre ritual circle full of spooky symbols. The lackey tosses the chick on the ground like a sack of potatoes and offers her up out loud to this Lord Rat God guy. From the deep shadows, an entity with glowing red eyes emerges, complaining in a booming voice that one woman isn't even enough for an appetizer. The rat god, already annoyed, threatens the servant, asking if he wants to be dessert since he isn't bringing in enough food. The servant, shaking like a leaf, defends himself, saying that girls nowadays are on high alert, travel in packs, and don't take any chances in the dark. The entity lays it out straight. If it's getting too hard to hunt women, the new order is to change up the menu and start snatching young guys for the sacrifice. The hooded dude bows all the way to the floor, swearing he gets the message and will arrange the new dishes for the boss. As a reward for his loyalty, the rat god tosses a chunk of raw, pulsing meat to the obedient servant. The weirdo says thanks like it's a 5-star meal and devours the raw meat with pleasure. It's a totally gross scene that'll tie your stomach in knots, bro. Meanwhile, shadowy tentacles sprout from the ground and start wrapping around the unconscious woman. Dinner is officially served. The entity's massive jaws open in a supernatural way to swallow the offering whole. The poor girl is a goner. The screen goes black, and the sound is chilling. Only the noises of the meal echo through the building. The beast really cleaned its plate. Satisfied, the monster turns into a human sommelier and demands that the next batch of meat comes from the elite, because it's softer and more refined. We cut to the MC training Ching Han at her place. He's being super strict, fixing the angle of her punch so the strike lands crisper. He acts like an elite personal trainer, warning her that her legs are too close together and that without a wider stance, she's gonna lose her balance. After all the theory, he gets into position, drops his guard, and tells the girl to come at him with everything she's got to test if she really learned how to hit. The girl drops an energetic, "You got it," and charges in with a thirst for battle that's awesome to watch. She lands a solid smack right on his chest. The MC doesn't even flinch, but praises the hit, noting that the angle is spot on and the power leveled up. Pumped by the compliment, she immediately follows up with a high kick, but Jichin, with ninja reflexes, catches her leg in midair without breaking a sweat. He gives her a pro tip. He points out that her posture got twisted at the end and tells her to repeat the move while fixing her balance. The guy is a dedicated teacher. He literally steps in, adjusts her leg position with his own hands to align the strike, and she just nods along to everything. After the heavy workout, Shin Han is completely wiped out, but admits she can already feel a much beefier martial power flowing through her veins. Excited about her progress, she has to train every single day, but the MC shoots that down instantly. 3 times a week is plenty. He explains that her body is still human and wouldn't be able to handle the daily grind without breaking down, and she accepts the limit, trusting him blindly. Suddenly, there's a moment of silence. The MC glances down, a little awkward about the vibe that the physical contact from training ended up creating. To break the ice and the awkwardness, his phone buzzes with a massive notification, and they both rush over to gossip about the world news. The headline talks about the mecha deity group footing the bill for a super expensive treatment for a former prodigy who had ended up in a wheelchair. Another bombshell on the feed mentions a genius from Kyoto who fused with spider DNA. The MC gets intrigued, wondering about this kid's power level. The report details that genetic fusion usually only happens in adults, but the prodigy pulled it off before turning 18. The MC wonders if that's the real path to the top. Back at his PC, the MC sees the comment section of his novel blowing up. The fans are calling him a monster for posting 50,000 words in a single day. The absolute unit just laughs. With his new mental stats, he writes 10,000 words an hour. What takes others a whole week of work is just an hour of leisure for him. An editor reaches out congratulating him on the success and drops a prediction. He could rake in 50,000 in his first month and up to 100,000 if he keeps up the pace. The MC does some quick math. With 50,000, he can pay to unlock the mutant beast, and in 2 months he'll pay off the Eagle Codex. The grinding plan is totally paying off. The scene cuts to Professor Han's class, where he opens up free sparring to test how the class's evolution is going in practice. As it's become routine, the MC steps into the ring and completely wrecks the first poor guy that shows up. Without an ounce of pity or hesitation, he thinks, totally full of himself, that the ring is basically his backyard and his classmates' skill levels don't even offer a challenge anymore. The mass beatdown continues. The MC feels like it's practically a public humiliation, since nobody can even see his hand move when he strikes. On top of the huge ego boost, he pockets another 888 yuan in prize money, and the system chimes in. He scored extra XP for the Primal Dominance achievement. Chingan, on the other hand, ended up dead last on the scoreboard as usual, stepping out of the ring with that little rain cloud of defeat hovering over her head. But it's not all doom and gloom. The MC notices that, unlike last time when she lasted 3 seconds, the girl actually traded blows this time around. This time she held her ground for almost 3 minutes of straight-up brawling. The mermaid's evolution is slow but steady. Professor Han notices too and praises her effort. Ching Han gets all giddy, feeling like her training with Jichin is really paying off. The sensei then drops the ultimate challenge. In 1 month, things are gonna get real against the second-year elite, and they need to win almost every match to prove their worth. With a massive grin like a guy who knows he's got an ace up his sleeve, the professor gives a very good to the already hyped-up crowd. 1 month flies by in the blink of an eye. The MC's novel has become a phenomenon, and he's already got 89,000 yen shining in his account. With a loaded wallet, he rushes to the gourmet butcher shop to order the fierce eagle meat so he can finally finish his vision upgrade. The clerk, seeing he's a VIP customer, offers a sweet 5% discount if he buys a 50-kilo bundle all at once. The MC does his penny pincher math. He decides to wait a few more days to gather the exact cash and take advantage of the bulk discount. The next day, the school routine goes back to normal, but with that heavy pre-battle vibe hanging in the air. Ching'an, all bouncy and excited, invites the MC to try out a new fried food stand that opened up near the school, and he accepts right away. In the stand's kitchen, the hustle is insane. The chefs are working like machines on an assembly line, frying everything to perfection. The smell of grease and spices fills the air. The MC is impressed by their efficiency, and Chinghan's eyes are already sparkling with hunger. The tray arrives fully loaded, crispy fried fish, grilled veggies, and 2 balls of steaming rice. A total street banquet. While they devour it all, she mentions it was a miracle they got there early to dodge the giant line, and the MC just nods along with his mouth full. But way in the back of the stand, things get ugly. Some crazy dude starts yelling, getting accused of cutting the line by a group of students. Chinghan realizes that Hiyu is right in the middle of the mess and warns Ziken, but he tells her to chill because the bald kid knows how to handle himself in a scrap. Except the bully who cut the line doesn't like Hiyu's tone, stares the kid down, and calls him a cocky brat. The jerk snaps his fingers and calls his crew over to surround poor Hiyu, who just stands there wondering why people are so rude. The leader, acting all tough, admits it right to his face. Yeah, we cut the line, so what? What are you gonna do about it, shorty? Hiyu gets ticked off by the disrespect and tells the guys to march to the back of the line if they don't want a close-up look at his shiny bald head. Hiyu's patience runs out and his angry aura starts heating up the place. He's locked in and ready to throw hands. He tries to push the bully out of the way, but the guys are as heavy as a concrete wall, and he doesn't budge them a single millimeter. Seeing that their friend is about to get a beatdown from the gang, Chinghan nudges the MC. Zichen, it's going down. Go help him. The MC stands up with the calm of a monk, walks over, puts his hand on the bully's shoulder, and with a voice as cold as ice, orders, back of the line, now. The punk turns around with a sarcastic smirk and asks what the MC is gonna do if he decides to stay exactly where he is. But the MC doesn't waste punches on amateurs. He pulls out his phone with a wicked smile and warns, I'm gonna report you all to the principal's office for misconduct and assault. Got it on video and everything. So, wanna test me? The bully is shook by the audacity. He complains, acting all offended, that running to the principal is the lowest, most despicable move ever. The MC, already stepping up as his friend's shield, claps back instantly. Despicable is a grown dude cutting in line for food. Checkmate. With no way to argue against his logic and the phone camera, the gang just clicks their tongues and slinks away. Technology and common sense just beat plain ignorance. The scene cuts to Shanghai. But way far from the average folks, we're inside a luxury mansion in the rich neighborhood, where the air feels heavy. There's a bizarre cult meeting going down. The big boss announces that Sha Qiang got deleted because he was dumb and picked a fight with security. One hooded guy just mutters, Good riddance, that nut job was just dragging us down. The leader then introduces the evil intern. He says the rookie is going to take over the dead guy's spot and tells everyone to quit whining and welcome him to the team. The rookie, wanting to show off, brings a message from the rat god. Regular citizen meat is getting bland, and now the deity is demanding sacrifices from people with actual power. Two servants exchange worried looks. They warn that kidnapping influential people is basically asking the cops and cyborgs to turn the cult into Swiss cheese. The leader, who isn't nobody's fool, suggests a middle ground, snatching the kids of wealthy merchants who have cash, but zero combat skills or political pull. He immediately assigns the first task to the rookie. Capture a good-looking, average young guy to serve as a feast for one of the divine children. The rookie, full of swagger, accepts the mission and guarantees he's going to bring in the hottest, most premium offering the city has ever seen. In the school courtyard, Hiyu runs up to the MC all hyped, saying he found out who those jerks were, the crew from room 3 of year 2, the most heavy-hitting class of the upperclassmen. The MC, keeping his monk-like calm, reflects that having good grades and throwing good punches doesn't fix a garbage personality. Suddenly, Zichen's phone buzzes with a news alert. He reads it and his expression hardens. He smelled trouble from a mile away. The headline confirms it: another rich family heir has vanished off the map. It's the 5th case this month, and the reward for finding them is in the millions. With a dark look, the MC connects the dots. Nobody has asked for ransom yet. He wonders if the rat god cult is behind this very picky diet. The big day arrives. The Shanghai gym is packed to the brim to watch the year 1 rookies challenge the year 2 elite. To heat things up, the gang of bullies from the lunch line is already by the ring, staring down Hiyu and throwing up that classic obscene gesture. Hiyu, who never takes disrespect lying down, fires right back with his middle finger up, fully ready to throw down. The gong sounds and Chinhan is the first to step up. She tries to keep her cool, but the tension is super obvious. Her upperclassman rival doesn't even care about bowing. She just comes in swinging with a brutal flying kick that cuts through the air straight for the girl's head. Chindan doesn't even see the foot coming. The impact is so heavy, she gets launched right out of the ring. Instant knockout in just seconds. Sprawled on the floor and dizzy, she realizes the harsh truth. The upperclassmen are on a whole other level, and not even her turtle defense did a thing to help. And the massacre doesn't stop there. Another blonde upperclassman jumps in and starts handing out beatdowns to the year 1 class like she's passing out candy. The girl is way too aggressive. She lands a right hook on a rookie's chin that makes the poor girl's eyes roll back in her head. The blonde looked like an unstoppable tank, crushing them one by one without even breaking a sweat in her uniform. The tide only starts to turn when a beefier rookie steps up and, using pure brute force, finally manages to take down the scary blonde. But the hope doesn't last long. The next one up is a redhead with a look like she just crawled out of a horror movie. This redhead was basically possessed. She cleared 9 people in a row out of the ring in less than 10 minutes. The humiliating part? Out of those 9, there were 3 big dudes that she packed up without breaking a single sweat. Things get critical. There are only 4 left on the rookie team. The MC, a little blonde dude, a meathead, and Hiyu. Professor Han starts sweating bullets. He sees the massive gap in strength and starts thinking his dinner bet is totally doomed. He pulls Hiyu aside and asks, his voice shaking with hope, "Kid, can you tank the 6 girls left on their team?" Hiyu, with an ego bigger than the gym, replies, "Master, chill. That's just a warm-up for me. We've already won." The bald kid starts totally tripping, thinking that if those 6 upperclassmen were models, he'd take on even 12 of them. With an acrobatic flip and a battle cry, he jumps into the ring with his confidence through the roof. And wouldn't you know, the kid actually delivered. He packed up all 6 girls one by one, using minimal effort and striking poses. But as soon as the last girl goes down, the vibe in the gym flips. An upperclassman stomps into the ring, and the sound of his footsteps is heavy. It's the leader of the lunchline bullies. He looks at Hiyu with a wicked smirk and asks, "So, ready for your game over, shorty?" Hiyu doesn't miss a beat. Well, look at that, Mr. Ru decided to show up. Ready to get schooled? But his revenge goes sour real quick. The bully throws a punch so fast it breaks the sound barrier and sends Hiyu flying backwards before he can even blink. The hit connects with full force. Hiyu's vision goes blurry, and the world starts spinning. On his knees and gasping for air, clutching his stomach, the bald kid is in shock. The upperclassman's speed and power were on a completely different level. The rival, stepping his foot right on his shoulder, calls him trash and demands he admit defeat right there in front of everybody. Without an ounce of mercy, the guy throws another punch, screaming at Hiyu to get out of his sight. To finish the massacre, the bully lands a massive punt kick, and Hiyu goes flying out of the ring like a rag doll. The kid hits the floor flat on his back, knocked out cold and totally humiliated in front of the whole school. Waking up groggy and all busted up, Yu admits to himself he underestimated the guy. And the upperclassman came in out for blood to get payback for the lunch line. The bully, wiping his sweat, points his finger straight at Lin Zichen and taunts. "What about you, Zichen? Got the guts to step up, or are you gonna keep hiding behind your loser friends?" The MC, who was just waiting for his moment to shine, doesn't say a word. He just does a superhero leap and touches down smoothly right in the center of the ring. He lands with that caped crusader pose, flashing a grin from ear to ear. Zichen was finally gonna get to shake the rust off his joints. The Year 1 bleachers go completely wild, screaming at the top of their lungs for the MC to turn the bully into mashed potatoes and avenge Yu's honor. The upperclassman tries a flying kick straight out of a kung fu movie, but the MC just stands there, totally static, as calm as a guy waiting for his morning coffee. The clown tries to follow up with a punch, but Zichen dodges with such absurd ease that it looks like time just stopped for him. In the blink of an eye, the MC finds an opening and delivers a crisp, dead-on strike right to the guy's neck, giving the guy zero time to breathe. He throws a surgical sweep kick and uses the crazy dude's own weight to bury his head into the mat. The bully got sent to the Shadow Realm instantly. He's laid out flat with his eyes rolled back and his mouth wide open, not even realizing a freight train just hit him. The MC just stares at the motionless body, his breathing perfectly calm without having burned even 1% of his battery to beat the school's top dog. With masterful disdain, he literally kicks the bully's body out of the ring like a trash bag, clearing the stage for the next one. The Year 2 class goes into full systemic panic. The guys start whispering that the dude who just got dropped was top 5 in their elite squad. Professor Han, who's no fool, goes wide-eyed. He realizes that Lin Zichen isn't just a prodigy, he's a bottomless pit of hidden strength. The little blonde dude Wang Shuye, watching from the front row, turns pale and wonders if Zichen is actually made of flesh and bone, or if he's an undercover cyborg. Already bored with the delay, the MC stares down the rest of the upperclassmen and drops the mic. "Who's next in line to be my punching bag?" The seniors, who were all acting tough before, are now wetting their pants in fear and crying in the corners, praying they don't get picked. Half an hour later, the massacre wraps up. The MC reports that he steamrolled all 29 students who had the nerve to stand in his way. Just then, the system beeps. The wing counter ticked up to 119 out of 1,000. The MC sighs, super bummed out about how slow he's hitting the goal. Looking thoughtful, he realizes his strength has completely broken the school's ceiling. If the system wants numbers, he's just gonna have to make his own rules for the game. On Monday morning, a scream of pure shock echoes through the walls of the principal's office, staring even the little birds in the courtyard. The principal, her papers shaking in her hand, confirms the madness. The MC wants to challenge the entire school in a solo one versus all event. Almost having a heart attack, she asks what kind of technical background insanity he has to propose such heresy when he's only a 1-month freshman. The MC, with that look of "I know exactly what I'm doing," invites the principal to the gym to give her a practical demonstration of his power. The two walk side by side. The vibe is so heavy that it feels like the air is going to snap at any second. Once inside, the principal crosses her arms, still totally skeptical, and asks why on earth he dragged her to an empty gym. The absolute unit gives a little smirk, slowly takes off his jacket and tells her that words don't convince people, but what she's about to see definitely will. The woman, noticing the kid's crazy physique, actually blushes and gets some wild ideas for a split second, telling him to wait with a super nervous voice. But Jichen ignores the awkwardness and walks straight over to the weight rack, gripping a massive barbell with a terrifyingly firm hold. Without even making a face, he lifts 700 kilos with just one arm, looking like an absolute titan while the principal looks tiny in the background. Her jaw drops straight to the floor, her soul practically leaving her body as she tries to process this bizarre display of raw power. Then it hits her. She realizes this kid's strength has left the legendary Wu Tianxiang eating his dust a long time ago. Totally sold. And maybe a bit terrified, she instantly agrees to organize the MC's epic challenge against the entire student body. The MC, with his mind already set on grinding XP, remembers he needs a sweet treat to lure in the prey. Good prizes motivate the crowd to get beaten up. He suggests 2 prizes, a participation trophy to bait the weaklings, and a giant jackpot for whoever actually manages to take him down, the dream of the delusional. The principal, now completely stoked about the event of the century, promises she'll handle all the red tape and marketing for the tournament, but the hero demands absolute secrecy about his true power level. He wants the folks to have the guts to step into the ring thinking they actually have a shot. The scene cuts to the principal's office sign. Behind the scenes, the gears for the Shanghai massacre are already spinning a million miles a minute. Inside, the principal lays out the final schedule, and the MC gives her a thumbs up, saying the plan is perfect for what he needs. She smiles back, acting super eager, replying that helping out a talent like him isn't work at all. It's a pleasure. Only problem is, two nosy teachers are peeking through the crack in the door, completely clueless about why those two are getting so buddy-buddy. One of them goes into total shock. He can't believe the Iron Lady principal is smiling so sweetly at a student. The big day finally arrives, 2 in the afternoon, and the arena is overflowing with curious people, just dying to see the cocky freshman get flattened. The principal grabs the mic and lays out the rules for the challenge. Cash prizes and total glory for anyone who takes on Lindsay Chen. The student body shows zero mercy. A storm of boos and trash talk starts raining down, calling the MC pretentious and a show-off. The MC, in absolute zen mode, takes the mic and drops the warning. I'll be right here every day during lunch. Anyone who wants the cash, just step on up. The story cuts to a moody urban night with that bluish filter that just screams mystery and imminent danger. A little blonde dude with a major resting mean face walks alone down an alley, sipping on a juice box like he's completely soulless. Out of nowhere, 2 girls try to strike up a conversation and invite him for a drink at a nearby bar. Clearly, with hidden intentions. The guy cuts them both off with the chill of an iceberg, telling them to get out of his face with master-level rudeness. The girls storm off cursing the weirdo, and he just stands there, thinking out loud about how mediocre and pathetic this city really is. The crazy guy, who is clearly on a mission, is hunting for someone with 10 out of 10 genes, and all he's finding are regular boring folks. We find out this nutjob is the cult's rookie. He's super stressed about his sacrificial mission and terrified of getting tossed out if he doesn't bring an elite feast for the rat god. His original plan was to snatch a high-ranking celebrity, but since those VIPs travel surrounded by bodyguards and cyborgs, he grumbles that, as a rookie, his level just isn't high enough for that kind of buffet. With the ritual deadline blowing up in his face and desperation knocking at the door, the blonde dude scratches his head, having no clue how he's gonna explain this massive fail to Lord Rat. But fate loves a good irony. Right at the peak of his panic, the MC comes flying by on his nightly cardio run, absolutely tearing up the asphalt. The little blonde guy goes into shock, his eyes sparkle, and he immediately runs his mental checklist. The guy is young, athletic, and has 10 out of 10 looks. It's the premium feast! After walking his feet off all night, his luck flips the script, and the perfect target practically falls right into his lap without him taking a single step. With a psycho smile stretching from ear to ear, he confirms it to himself. Zichen is exactly the missing piece on his sacrificial chessboard. The MC turns down a dark alley to take a shortcut home, totally clueless that the blonde maniac is hot on his trail, practically drooling. The villain flashes that creepy grin, thinking this deserted spot is the ultimate setup for the perfect crime, far away from cameras and witnesses. Then things get seriously freaky. The guy starts twitching and turns into a deformed, hairy monster with a giant tongue, ready to launch his fatal strike, but the villain forgot to check the MC's reflexes. Before he can even finish his attack, he takes a brick to the dome so hard that it caves his skull in, spraying that black mutant ketchup everywhere. The beast collapses, crouching down with his hands on his head and a piece of masonry literally stuck in his skull, completely lost on when exactly the hunter became the prey. The MC, holding whatever is left of the brick, looks like he just found a $100 bill on the sidewalk. What luck, a rat man just begging to help me level up my codex. The big monster, now peeing his pants in fear and groaning on the ground, realizes the MC is 1,000 times scarier than he is, and curses his own rotten luck. With a dull thud, the beast finally hits the game over screen without even putting up a fight, while the MC just stares at the carcass with zero chill. Our hero, looking completely puzzled, finds the whole thing way too easy. Wait, followers of the rat god die from a single rock now? Is the level cap dropping? With no time to mourn, the absolute unit absorbs the mutant essence and the system pops up. Mutant Rat Codex went up to 8%. Then comes that classic low XP disappointment. He complains that it only went up 1% and figures the blonde guy was just a low-level mob. Absolute trash tier. Even with the easy win, he decides it's better to take a break from his night runs for safety reasons, using the body on the floor as a reminder that the city is totally infested. After all, he's smart. He knows not every cult follower is a scrub, and there are rat generals out there who are legit living nightmares. The kid reflects that the elite mutants, when they transform, grow a thick armor that can tank assault rifle shots without even blinking. The scene cuts to the next day. The MC is in his pajamas drinking coffee and watching the news report that a task force totally wiped the floor with the rat god cult at 3 in the morning. The boy, with a towel on his head and his eyes wide open, can't believe the cult that felt like the final boss got wiped out so fast. Just like that. On the TV, they show a replay of a fight featuring Wu Tiancheng, that genius veteran, who turns into a colossal winged creature to absolutely crush another giant monster. The winged creature dive bombs the enemy, unleashing a storm of steel feathers that slice through the air like supersonic razors right onto his target. The impact is devastating, swallowing the rival monster in a blur of red splats, guts, and concrete dust. The fight doesn't even last 30 seconds. Tiancheng totally cleans house and proves exactly why he's the poster boy for genetic evolution. Back in his living room, Zichen stares at the screen with a serious look and gets the message loud and clear. The strength of a high-tier gene fuser is a power he still needs to respect. The camera pans up to a building at night, where the lights of a few offices spell out the word help, showing that the police sweep didn't bag everybody. In a private cafe, Tiancheng is chilling when a buddy walks up, asking if he finally managed to get a hold of their missing professor. Looking serious, he takes a sip of his coffee and shakes his head. No, the professor is still totally off the grid, vanished without a trace. His cocky red-haired buddy drops the heavy gossip. The elite squad that went to investigate Source Site 36 vanished into thin air and nobody came back. Tiancheng asks how things are in the city, and the redhead says that since it's under control, he just came to fish out the small fry left over from the cult. Tiancheng gets thoughtful, remembering that not even all the Metropolis's security tech could hold down that rat king who caused them so much grief a while back. The redhead, doing the usual sweet talking, says that next to a genius like Tiancheng, any rat king is nothing more than a cute little hamster. Tiancheng throws an arm around his buddy's shoulder and suggests he use his time off to give a motivational speech at their old high school. But the redhead tries to dodge the topic, but his partner doesn't let it go. He points out that mentoring freshmen counts as service hours, and the redhead realizes he just walked into a bureaucratic trap. The scene cuts to a dark well under the light of a full moon, where the vibe instantly shifts to something super macabre. Down below, a booming voice delivers an epic chewing out, yelling that the orders were to only devour homeless people to avoid attention, but their greed made them target the youth. A rat monster cowers, shaking like a leaf, while the voice rips into his lack of discipline and overconfidence. The scolding continues. The voice yells that he brought these creatures here to strengthen the species, not to cause unnecessary chaos that would drag the army in. Right then, the owner of the voice steps out of the shadows. It's a colossal green monster, a literal mountain of muscle glaring down at the rat freak with pure hatred. With eyes glowing a sinister red, the giant leans in and asks calmly, "Do you really think you deserve to stay alive after being this stupid?" The rat monster completely loses it and starts begging desperately for one more chance, swearing eternal loyalty to his lord. The green giant drops a dramatic silence and ponders. "All right, I can give you one more chance." The suspense in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. He brings his giant hand close to the rat freak's face and warns him with terrifying coldness. But the price for this failure must be paid right now. In a motion too fast for the eye to track, you hear a sharp slicing sound. The bill just came due with interest, and there's no payment plan. The massive green monster gouges out the rat dude's eyes with his claws and comments as he inspects the eyeballs. They stink, but the taste is an unmatched delicacy. With a twisted smile, he licks his bloody fingers clean and savors his top-tier snack. Then he glares at the second rat that was hiding and praises him for being smart, letting his brother take the fall as the Rat King while he stayed in the shadows. But the buddy-buddy talk ends right there. The green giant drops his final order and tells the surviving rat dude to start digging strategic tunnels immediately. And the giant leaves a harsh warning. If the rat doesn't dig until his fingers bleed, he's gonna become a red splat at the bottom of the well too. Message received. The scene cuts back to the school, where the hallway is totally buzzing. The gossip is that the crazy freshman is taking on the whole school, and everybody rushes to the gym so they don't miss the epic fail. Zichen, keeping his usual poker face, ignores the stares and stays glued to his phone, following the drama blowing up on the city's forums. The headline is super tempting. The cops just slapped 500,000 yuan on the table for any clue leading to the 9 leftovers of the rat god cult. The kid's eyes shine brighter than a fresh dollar bill. He instantly starts converting that $500,000 into eagle stakes and system upgrades. But he's strategic, logic speaks louder, and he decides to focus on his school grinding first. Leveling up now is what'll keep him safe when it's time to hunt the big fish later. The gym is an absolute anthill. You couldn't fit a pin in the bleachers, and the vibe feels like a world championship final. Our hero, planted in the center of the ring like a statue, scans the crowd and feels pretty satisfied. The principal's marketing plan worked, and the praise showed up in droves. With a tiny smirk, he remembers the carrot they used to bait the rabbits was genius. Participation prizes for anyone brave enough to catch a beating. To really ignite the crowd, Shen Qinhan hops on a chair, grabs a megaphone, and announces, anyone who fights gets a lottery ticket. We've got tech prizes for everybody. The kids go absolutely nuts. The dream of winning next-gen consoles and iPhones makes all the timid guys totally forget their fear of getting wrecked. One poor dude, all trembling and stuttering with a massive crush on Qinghan, raises his hand to be the very first volunteer for the sacrifice. But an upperclassman with a fire in her eyes jumps in the ring, straight up tramples the guy, and yells that she's first in line, eager to test out the hottie up close, and then the floodgates burst. What was supposed to be a tournament turns into a full-on invasion. A sea of girls rushes the ring, completely ignoring the rules of sportsmanship. In 10 seconds flat, Zichen is surrounded by a female army. The martial arts challenge just turned into a fan club mosh pit trying to get a piece of him. One bold girl uses the chaos to cop a feel of the absolute unit's bicep and comments, turning red as a tomato. Wow, he's solid as a rock. The madness escalates and another girl literally throws herself at the MC's neck, hypnotized by his anime pretty boy face. She goes straight in for the tight hug, rubbing up on Zichen without an ounce of shame. While the male crowd dies of jealousy in the background, the hero starts sweating bullets in the middle of this makeshift harem. He realizes that fighting monsters is easy, but getting out of a horde of girls uninjured is a whole other danger level. Completely out of patience with the harassment, he releases a spark of his aura and makes the call. Today, he's gotta play the villain and actually hit girls, just to keep order. And he's not bluffing. With a highly technical flick of his finger, he sends the first fan flying through the air as she lets out a high-pitched squeal of surprise. The second handsy girl catches a light slap that sends her packing straight into the crash mats. The MC is doing a total sweep without even messing up his hair. To end the riot, he spins his body, creating an air pressure whirlwind that shoves the entire fan club right outside the ring ropes. The system, cold and calculating, updates the quest. Survival of the fittest now sits at 309 out of 1,000. The grind paid off. But there's always one stubborn one. A girl raises her hand again, all giddy, asking for a rematch just so the MC will touch her one more time. The absolute unit shuts her down instantly. Rule number 1. If you've already been wiped out, you don't get back in the ring. Get lost. The girl pouts, looking totally grumpy, complaining that her master plan to stay glued to him failed miserably. In the middle of all this drama, a group of old-school tough guys pushes through. The leader, looking like a guy who chews on iron, announces that the freshman's show ends right now. Except his lecture was super short. The MC knocks the guy out with a hit so fast nobody even saw it. The system counter bumps up to 419. The tough guy hits the mat snoring, and the stopwatch proves the MC's massacre has turned into a literal assembly line. He's knocking people out by the minute. Zichen stands tall on top of a mountain of defeated opponents, posing like a video game boss, and asks, "Are we officially out of grave, guys?" Just then, a tall figure full of swagger appears at the entrance of the ring. "I want my piece of this party too." The gym murmurs his name, Yan Xiaoshuan, the tyrant of the Year 2 elite. The crowd already starts betting on whether the freshman finally met his match. A student drops the lore. Xiaoshuan is a tough cookie, a prodigy who's only lost one time in his life to a legendary senior. Xiaoshuan walks in, giving a whole lecture, telling the MC that he used to be cocky too, and thought he was the center of the universe until reality handed him a serious wake-up call. He wraps up his sermon saying that there's always a higher sky above your sky. The MC just stares at him with that, "Hurry up, I want to eat lunch" kind of look. The guy was about to start part 2 of his moral lesson, but the MC cuts him off and asks the ref, "Can I hit him yet? He talks way too much." Xiaoshuan tries to get his train of thought back, but catches a massive smack to the face before he can even sound out the first vowel. The result is the usual. The big dude flies like a shuttlecock, launching clear across the ring and leaving a trail of wind behind him. The MC cleans his ear with his pinky, totally bored. Finally, that annoying monologue is over. What a relief. The silence in the gym is deafening. A student yells from the back, "Xiaoshuan got sent to the lobby with just one punch? The freshman is a demon." But right in the middle of the shock, someone starts doing a slow, rhythmic clap. The real villain has arrived. The crowd parts the sea for Chen Wuxing, the school's true top dog, coming to avenge his defeated friend's honor. Zichen connects the dots. "I get the drill now. I beat the lackey." The boss shows up. "I beat the boss." The big brother steps in. Wuxing steps onto the stage with a cynical smirk and admits, "Xiaoshuan is weak. But I didn't think a freshman would have the guts to pull this off." He was about to start his big villain speech, but the MC cuts him off. "Less talking, more punching. Can we go?" Wuxing gets totally ticked off by the disrespect. Unleashing an aura of power that makes the gym lights flicker, the senior warns. I'm gonna knock your teeth out so you learn to listen to your elders. The two figures clash like light and darkness in the center of the ring. The MC is just thinking, my bad, but I've got a schedule to keep. While Wu Xing is still airborne trying to process the first move, the MC is already winding up his left hook to call it a day. The punch tears right through his defense. The senior Wu Xing, with a "how is this even possible" look on his face, feels the impact and realizes that this freshman isn't even human. The crowd's reaction is just collective dead silence, bro. Everyone's jaw drops, looking like fish out of water, unable to process the beatdown the MC just handed to the so-called elite. Our hero, back in the center of the ring with the calmness of someone who just woke up, points to a random nobody in the crowd and says, "Hey, you there, stop spacing out and get up here already." The poor guy looks around, totally lost, wondering if he's actually the target. But Sichin nods and asks if he's the only one who hasn't been clapped yet. The guy steps into the ring shaking in his boots, throwing up a peace sign and begging the MC to go easy on him. But deep down he's already thinking, at least I'm securing that new smartphone. Except the fight lasts less than a busted battery on an old phone. The MC puts the dude to sleep with a simple flick to the forehead, and the system tallies up one more point for the quest. And then the vibe flips like night and day. The kids lose all fear and start shoving each other in line, yelling that losing to Lin Zichen doesn't even hurt, and that the raffle prize is all that matters. The MC doesn't even need to change his stance. He dismisses another joker with a casual backhand slap, and the system dings, racking up the count non-stop. The line to get a beatdown is longer than the line at the DMB. The next guy steps up all wobbly and gets sent straight to the loser's lounge in seconds while the system confirms the obvious. The absolute legend goes into autopilot, just raising his hand to send the crowd packing. And there goes another one flying, with the system playing that sweet sound of success. Finally, the notification he's been waiting for lights up the screen. The system announces that the quest to sweep the floor with 1,000 opponents has been gloriously completed. The MC, with a grin from ear to ear and his fist clenched, watches the screen confirm that he just unlocked the passive trait. Survival of the fittest. The system details that he now has primal dominance, which drastically boosts damage against living beings. Zichen thinks it's handy but gets a little salty because the system doesn't give him the exact percentage of the buff. As soon as he hits the goal, the MC simply hops out of the ring and clocks out. The folks still waiting in line are left hanging, complaining that they wanted at least a little punch just for a shot at the raffle. The boss pays them no mind and dips out through the crowd like he didn't just make history. Shen Shenhan, feeling super awkward, sticks right by his side trying to understand what just went down. With the star of the show gone, the crowd scatters and the gym empties out. The event of the year ended faster than a paycheck on Black Friday. Cut to the principal's office, and we already hear the vibrant laugh of the woman who sounds like she just won the lottery with the outcome of the challenge. Going full fangirl mode, she congratulates the kid, barely believing that a freshman took the #1 spot in the whole school just by laying the smackdown. The principal, who's pretty sharp, mentions how he totally crushed Chen Wujing, the king of the school, in the blink of an eye, and says she's certain Zichen is still holding back his true power. The MC, playing the humble card, claims he just has average talent. But the principal bursts out laughing, knowing that's pure cap. She reminds him that Wuzing got a straight ticket to a top-tier university just for lifting 690 kilograms with one hand of feet that was considered the absolute ceiling for the school. So she takes a wild guess. You must be able to lift at least 800 kilograms, right? The kid just nods so she stops asking. But on the inside he's laughing, knowing his real power is way beyond that. The woman gives that knowing laugh and says she figured as much. But the MC isn't looking for an ego stroke, he wants what's rightfully his. The boy, his eyes already gleaming with greed, raises his hand and asks straight up. So, about my 8,810 yuan, when is that hitting my account? The principal finds the little rascal's honesty amusing and lets him know it's already authorized. The MC's phone vibrates with a deposit notification right on the spot. Success. She tries to launch into a serious speech about him, representing the honor of the institution. But the kid, having zero patience for politics, just cuts her off. Completely shameless, the MC says that he and Shinhan are now swimming athletes and asks if they can use the school's Olympic pool. And he doesn't stop there. He demands the FIP package. He wants 24/7 access and wants the place closed off exclusively for the two of them. The principal, already totally won over by his charisma, or maybe out of fear, doesn't even think twice and grants full access to the lovebirds with a knowing smile. The hero, acting completely innocent, says thanks and mentions he's gonna cover the security cameras because he's shy and doesn't like people staring at him in his swim trunks. The principal, her mind already in the gutter, instantly jumps to conclusions. Don't tell me this kid is planning some extracurricular water activities. Her imagination runs wild, picturing the two of them heavily making out in the water while she pretends not to notice a thing. Then she opens her drawer, pulls out a keycard, and says she'll make all the wishes of her prodigy student come true. With the pool key in hand, she makes it official. From now on, that area is Lin Zichen's private property. The kid's clout is off the charts. She leans in close, whispers in his ear with a sly smirk, and just asks him to not cause any accidents in there. But the MC, focused purely on his training, completely misses the hint and is totally clueless about what kind of accident could even happen in an empty pool. Out in the hallway, he and Ching-han are walking side by side. The kid spins the key on his finger, already cooking up plans for his experiment. Keeping his eyes on the prize, he figures he's finally going to find out if Han-han's water superpower theory is legit, or if she just needs to see a doctor. Just then, Ching-han, acting all shy and fidgeting with her fingers, calls out to Xiaochen and asks for a little extra help. Explaining a new situation, she tells him she signed up, thanks to peer pressure from her friends, for a school singing contest and needed someone to rehearse the male chorus part with her. With that little angel face the MC just can't say no to, she asks if he can practice tonight. Zichen, without even thinking, agrees on the spot. The girl beams with joy, lets out a little squeal, and skips away pumping her fist in the air. The MC realizes that, to her, this is way more important than a 1,000-kilogram punch. With a slight smirk, he hopes this little hobby helps his friend build the confidence she's missing in the ring. Cut to nighttime, the lights in Ching-han's building are shining bright, and we know the show is on. There they are, Ching-han singing her heart out and maybe a little off-key while the MC tries to sing along while checking his stats on his phone. In the living room, her dad is a nervous wreck, complaining to his wife that it's completely inappropriate for two teenagers to be locked alone in a room, singing. The mom, who's already shipping them hard, shuts her husband down instantly. They grew up together, stop being a grumpy old man and mind your own business. The poor guy, totally defeated and out of arguments, throws his hands up in surrender and says he'll keep his mouth shut. But the MC, with a drop of sweat rolling down his face, clearly heard the whole argument through the door with his enhanced hearing. Talk about awkward. After a few hours of their duet, he stands up, says the practice was super productive and tells her to focus on her homework before going to bed. Right before walking out the door, he drops a final reminder. Tomorrow, right after class, straight to the pool. And don't forget to bring your swimsuit, alright? Gan waves goodbye with a smile that could light up the whole block. While the MC already has the entire schedule for his experiment mapped out in his head. Lying in bed, the girl turns as red as a tomato just imagining the scene at the pool. Xiaochen's invitation really caught her off guard. Then hits that classic existential dilemma. She opens her closet and goes into full panic mode, having no clue which swimsuit will make the best impression. The struggle is real, bro. She spreads her options out on the bed, looks at one, looks at the other, and sits there having an internal debate worthy of the Super Bowl. She picks up the black bikini, feels her heart race, and, dying of embarrassment, wonders if that isn't a little too extra for a simple training session. The poor girl's imagination takes off without clearance, picturing the two of them sharing a swimming lane, and she totally short-circuits over her own excited thoughts. But she takes a deep breath, tries to cool her blushing face, and thinks, it's just Xiaochen. Chill out. In the end, she packs the bikini into her backpack with shaking hands. Cut to the next day. The school's front entrance is shining under the sun. D-Day is finally here. The Olympic pool is right there, a crystal clear blue carpet, just waiting for the two lovebirds for the MC's private little show. And our hero is already in position, rocking his swim trunks, arms crossed, striking an elite instructor pose, just waiting for the damsel to show up. He double-checks the cover cameras and the system's voice in his head confirms. Blind spot secured, boss. You're clear to proceed with the plan. Suddenly, he hears that sweet voice calling his name and turns around, curious to see his partner's look. And oh boy, when Ching-han walks out in that bikini, the MC feels his system practically glitch out. He's left completely speechless at the sight of her. All smiles, but with that deadly shyness. She apologizes for taking so long, glowing so much that Zichen almost needs a pair of sunglasses. The MC clears his throat, trying to keep up that I'm just a man of science vibe, and tells her to step in slowly. But on the inside, the dude is totally geeking out. Already waist deep in the water, Zichen calls her over to start the immersion test. And Ching-han agrees, completely on cloud 9 just being there with him. Then, the two of them dive deep. swimming side by side in the crystal clear pool, in a scene straight out of a cheesy Hollywood rom-com. They swim in perfect sync, the bubbles rising slowly, and the vibe gets more and more intimate with every stroke. Right then, we notice that Shinhan's eyes are locked onto something weird happening with her hands underwater. Suddenly, the girl stops dead in her tracks, grabs the MC's arm, and looks absolutely terrified. But she just spotted a great white shark. With her eyes wide in pure panic, she points frantically at the surface and signals for the main guy to go up right away. Our guy doesn't waste a second. He grabs her waist and pulls her up with everything he's got. The two shoot up like a rocket, with her clinging onto his neck for dear life. As soon as they pop their heads out, the MC, already in full bodyguard mode, asks what went down. Henhan is pale as a ghost, refusing to let go of Jichin. The terrified girl drops the bomb. She felt like the water was passing straight through her body. That glitch in the Matrix was super spooky, bro. She tells him to pay close attention and holds out her hands to prove her point. The water slips and passes right through her as if her skin was made of light or smoke. And it's no optical illusion either. We actually see the water phasing through her hand like she's a total hologram. It's a bizarre and fascinating power all at once. With her brain short-circuiting and bordering on a meltdown, she asks what on earth is happening to her and why she just turned into a human strainer. The MC looks at the whole scene, his brain running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and pieces it together instantly. That's it. The awakening of a hydrogel superpower or aquatic intangibility. Staying completely focused, our boy asks to examine her hand up close, playing the mad scientist to figure out what's really going on. He analyzes every inch and realizes that, other than the fact that water phases right through it, her skin and texture look totally normal on the outside. At this point, the MC, acting with total professionalism, suggests they get out of the pool so he can examine the rest of her body and see if the glitch spread. The girl blushes all the way down to her soul at the idea of a full-body exam. But she ends up agreeing, while her imagination is already blasting off to another galaxy. Cut to the next scene, and she's already lying on a lounge chair, super embarrassed, calling his name in a vibe that's hotter than asphalt on a summer noon. Except the MC's scientific exam is basically just dumping buckets of water on her to see where it passes through. Already out of patience, she asks when this clown show is going to end. The MC, looking like he's writing a doctoral thesis, concludes that the test failed on the rest of her body and that absolutely nothing weird happened anywhere else. Then he delivers the medical verdict. For now, the ghost mode is strictly limited to her hand. She just lays there, lost in thought, trying to figure out how that's even useful. Then she drops this gem. She asks if the reason she can't hold her pee is because that part of her also lets water phase right through. The poor MC has no idea where to hide his face and just nods along so he doesn't make it worse. Trying to be helpful and supportive, Zichin starts saying she should let him know the next time she feels the urge. But he realizes how bad that sounded, turns beet red, and backpedals super fast, asking her to just focus on noticing if any other part of her body changes states. The silence gets crazy awkward, and the MC curses himself out in his head, thinking that for a split second, he sounded like the biggest creep in school. But then it finally clicks for Chinhan and she lights up, realizing she's officially a superhuman with elemental powers now, rocking that fired-up anime protagonist look. She starts daydreaming about the day she'll unlock 100% of her martial arts potential, and her goal is crystal clear. She wants to be strong enough to fight shoulder to shoulder with Shashin as his perfect partner. Cupid is seriously working overtime right now. Cut to the city at night, a giant billboard is playing a commercial for a luxury cyborg while the hustle and bustle on the streets just never stops. We step into a high-end martial arts supply store, and the super friendly clerk welcomes the next customer. The guy walks in looking sharp and, without saying a single word, slaps a heavy, no-limit metal black card right onto the glass counter. It's our MC casually flexing his plot armor cash. He drops the most absurd order of the week, 100 units of wild giant eagle meat. The clerk goes into full shock, stutters, and almost drops her tablet, but the MC just slides over his delivery address like it's the most normal thing in the world. The girl recognizes the dude as that little rich kid who was dropping a fortune the other day. She thinks to herself, this guy has got to be the heir to some mafia family. Still, business is business. With a professional smile and her eyes gleaming at the thought of that commission, she closes the order and even asks for a 5-star rating on the app. Cut to the MC already holding his package. He does some quick math and sees that today's 120,000, added to what he already had, leaves him with a solid balance of 210,000. The kid is straight up bawling. He opens the box and is greeted by premium cuts of eagle meat. Jichin thinks this cash was the best investment of his life. Happily paying for the 100 pounds of meat without breaking a sweat, our guy rests his hand on the box, rocking that look of a gamer about to beat the final boss. He's dying to see the system notification pop up when this beast's codex finally maxes out. Right on cue, a pure white energy flows from the meat, and the system beeps like crazy. Massive essence absorbed. Giant Eagle Codex has reached 100%. In the spiritual plane, the ground shakes, and a massive eagle made of pure light appears gliding right over him. The beast is so colossal that its wingspan doesn't even fit in his field of vision, my dude. We get a cinematic close-up of the eagle, fully detailed in blue and white energy. The design is so sick it looks like a final boss in an RPG. The vision shows off the beast's true power. It dives down and snatches up a purple monster, like a giant octopus, using nothing but pure talon skills. The eagle is an absolute unit, man. Just then, the system stamps the notification. Codex unlocked. A new biological attribute is injected into the MC, the legendary Eye of the Sky. Zichen's eyes glow with an intense, electric yellow. The description explains that his field of vision just became 360 degrees, and his motion tracking is now on par with military radar. In a close-up of his eye, the pupil focuses and dilates exactly like a real eagle's. The biological upgrade was a complete, flawless success. The kid's vision literally turns into a spy satellite. He can see the street from way up high with circles and vectors showing off the insane range of his new power. To test it out, he zooms in aggressively on the crowd down below, locking onto a random guy who's miles away. The power is so broken that he can clearly read the text messages on the dude's phone. Shocked, the MC concludes that this eagle vision is the ultimate espionage tool. Snapping back to reality, Zichen arrives at his luxury apartment. He walks toward the living room, just wanting to kick back and relax. Except he opens the door and gets a mild jump scare. There's a whole squad his family and some tagalongs sitting on the couch, waiting for him with that "we need to talk" look. In the background, the TV is blasting at full volume, showing a winged monster lifting a whole truck. The news anchor is talking about a triple fuser who lost it and wreaked havoc in the neighboring city. On the screen, some boomer expert is totally trashing genetic fusion. He argues that the true path is evolving pure human potential, not turning into some hybrid freak. But our Oiztai with a mustache isn't having it and fires back right away. Pure martial artists can't tank these wasteland beasts. Fusion is the only way we don't go extinct. Watching the drama unfold, the MC's dad frowns and comments that these fusion users are walking ticking time bombs, and their stories always end in tragedy. His mom, trying to be the optimist, thinks he's exaggerating. She says the government has everything under control, and the chances of a rejuvenated going rogue near them are basically zero. The dad then brings up the infertility issue. They lose their chance to start a family. His mom, practical as ever, replies, "Just have kids before injecting the gene, duh." At that exact moment, the woman's eyes go wide and she looks at the door. It finally clicks that they aren't alone in the room. She sees the MC standing there and turns bright red with embarrassment. Super awkward, she asks if they said too much nonsense in front of their son. To break the ice and kill the awkward tension, his dad scratches the back of his neck, gives a sheepish smile, and changes the subject instantly. "Well, since you're here, let's hit the dining table. Dinner's ready." Right in the middle of dinner, his dad drops the official gossip. He announces that tomorrow is the big school singing contest, and Han signed up to steal the show. His mom, already hyped, says they all need to go as a squad to support her. His dad agrees, saying Shihan is practically a daughter to them anyway. The MC just lets out a muffled with a full mouth, completely ignoring the drama. The kid is 100% focused on restocking his calories with his mom's cooking. Cut to the next day. The school stage is looking super fancy with flashing lights and a packed auditorium, giving off major music festival vibes. Right in the middle of the crowd, the MC's parents pop up wearing fan headbands and everything, screaming that Shen Qinghan is the best singer in the world. Meanwhile, backstage in an empty, quiet room, the MC is helping Qinghan with the final preparations. The mood is more intimate than ever. We get a close-up of the girl's face, eyes closed, as the makeup brush glides over for the final touch-ups. The makeup artist for the day is the MC himself. Qinghan, feeling his touch and already dying of embarrassment, peeks one eye open and asks why he's staring so much. The boy flashes a cheeky smile and drops the ultimate riz. He tells her straight up that it's impossible not to stare because she looks absolutely gorgeous today. The girl turns as red as a cherry tomato. That compliment was a 2,000-pound punch straight to her heart, man. But the piece is short-lived. A friend pops up at the door, already teasing them, asking if the lovebirds are finally done being all mushy backstage. Shingon tries to explain herself, saying she's terrible at doing her own makeup, but her friend jokes, "You guys look like an old married couple living out some pure romance. Gross." The MC strikes a pose with the brushes in hand. He brags that, with his high-level stats, being a makeup expert is just another skill on his resume. The third wheel bounces with a little wave, saying she doesn't want to ruin the romantic vibes, but reminds Chin-han that she's hitting the stage after 2 more acts. Shingon, looking like a boiled bell pepper, can only mumble that she got the message. The door closes, and their wingman friend leaves the two of them alone again for the grand finale of their prep time. The MC, being the perfect gentleman, says he'll walk her right to the edge of the stage so she can focus. But he notices the girl can't even make eye contact anymore. She's completely frozen, my guy. She fidgets with her dress, her hands are shaking, and the nervousness is practically oozing from her pores. She gets close to him, trying to say something important, but the words just won't come out. She grabs onto his arm so she doesn't collapse from anxiety. Then her bizarre, uncontrollable power strikes again. She looks down in panic, telling him with a choked-up voice that she couldn't hold it, and her dress is completely soaked right around the thigh. The poor girl has a total meltdown and starts crying. She's in full-blown panic mode because she's only minutes away from stepping under the spotlight. The water leak even made a puddle on the floor. She says that if she embarrasses herself like this on stage, the friend who signed her up will hate her forever. The MC, keeping his usual cool, tells her to take a deep breath. He warns her that crying is going to ruin the flawless makeup he just did, but she just stutters in total despair. The two of them just stand there in this deafening, awkward silence. The situation is trickier than defusing a bomb with a toothpick. Out of nowhere, the MC gets a genius idea. A 1000-watt light bulb just clicked on in his head. The solution was staring him right in the face. Our guy locks eyes on the heavy window curtain in the room and instantly starts cooking up a rescue plan. Without wasting a second, Jichin spots a pair of scissors just chilling on a stack of books. The fashion emergency plan goes into immediate effect. And our hero has absolutely no mercy for school property, man. He yanks down the heavy velvet curtain and takes the scissors to it without a second thought, shredding the fabric, with skills that would put any Milan fashion designer to shame. He tosses the fabric on the table and starts making precise cuts. The kid is literally turning a curtain into haute couture. Jing'an just watches the whole thing with wide eyes, completely silent, putting all her faith and her social life in her friend's hands. And wouldn't you know, the crazy hack actually works. In a flash, she throws together a draped dress that totally hides the disaster and shows her the result. The girl is left absolutely speechless. The MC hands over his masterpiece and gives it to her straight. Run to the bathroom and change before the host calls your name. But the girl, running on an extreme mix of nerves and trust, hits him with a curveball. "There's no time. Just turn your back. I'm changing right here, Xiao Chen." The MC turns red instantly, caught totally off guard. The kid's heart of ice must have skipped at least 3 beats in a row. Like a true gentleman, he spins on his heels and puts himself in taimant, staring blankly at the white wall. The girl starts getting ready in their makeshift dressing room. The lightning-fast wardrobe change begins. We get those quick flashes of her taking off the wet dress and slipping into the stylized curtain. The MC is standing there, keeping his back firmly turned, but his biological stats don't lie. His eagle hearing is razor sharp, and he can hear every single rustle of fabric right behind him. The poor guy starts sweating cold, trying to stay focused on the wall while hearing everything. The boy's imagination must be rendering in 4K and 60 frames per second. The makeshift fashion fix is complete. Jing'an makes the final adjustments, making sure the curtain dress isn't going to fall off mid-performance. She finally gives him the green light to turn around. Zichin turns back, still a bit flushed, and almost loses his breath when he sees the absolute work of art she's wearing. The final look is straight fire. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart and admits the scare was so huge that her stage fright completely vanished. The MC, super proud of his quick fix, wishes her luck. They share this deep, knowing look, and she marches out to the stage, radiating total confidence. The girls step on stage and absolutely crush the competition. The host announces the duo, and they command the audience with an insane stage presence. It was a total blowout. The host screams the results and announces Li Chuxin and Shen Qinhan as the winners. They hug it out in the middle of the stage, celebrating like crazy. And the MC is right there in the crowd, playing the role of the proud stage dad, giving a little smirk and clapping for his protege. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows at the after-party. Some snobby hall monitor storms into the backstage room panicking, demanding to know what vandal chopped up the luxury curtains. Guess who took the fall? The 2 lovebirds got slapped with after-school detention, having to scrub the entire classroom and auditorium as their punishment. The MC, rocking his best "I didn't do anything" face, figures the cleaning duty is a fair price to pay to save his friend's skin and her dress. Out of nowhere, the system dings in his mind. He hit the milestone of 1000 co-op tasks and unlocked the social animal attribute, which gives a buff to nearby allies. Our guy lets out a slight smirk. He really wasn't expecting to unlock a support bonus by being the dude who handles everything solo. Shingan's life literally changed overnight. Now she's the popular girl at school, with all the girls complimenting her style and constantly inviting her out to karaoke. The girl, absolutely glowing, says yes to every hangout. The story shows that this contest was the exact spark she needed to get back the self-confidence she lost. And the glow-up wasn't just social. With her head back in the game, her progress in martial arts took a massive leap, becoming more stable and stronger than ever. The MC is also riding the high of his success. Praised by everyone, he starts collecting regional championship trophies like their baseball cards. The kid has stacked so many titles that his bedroom shelf is starting to look like the trophy room at a historic museum, proving he's also a beast in business. He locks down sponsorship deals and becomes the official brand ambassador for an old friend's dojo, making their marketing go through the roof. Pooling all his prize money and partnerships, Jichen breaks past the 900,000 yuan mark. He can already smell his next upgrade, and sets off to hunt down a new codex. Off he goes to his usual store. The clerk with the generous physical attributes greets him with a huge smile, saying she set aside a special order just for him. The box holds fresh stealth lizard meat, a beast famous entirely for its ability to turn completely invisible in the wild. The MC doesn't waste a second and absorbs its essence. A bluish smoke rises up and the system confirms Stealth Lizard Codex has reached 100%. The system validates the new skill. The codex is unlocked and he just scored the passive ability Natural Camouflage. A holographic projection of the giant lizard pops up along with the technical breakdown. He can now mute his vitality to lower his presence and completely mask his true power level. The MC figures out the combo instantly. Dial down his presence for deadly ambushes and hide his real level so he can keep playing dumb in front of his enemies. With the power-up fully installed, he snaps back to reality and remembers he's on a household side quest, picking up his mom's birthday cake. Strolling casually down the sidewalk, an authoritative voice yells at him to freeze. The MC stops in his tracks, wondering who would even have the guts to pull up on him like that. Then he sees the reason for the roadblock, a fierce redhead, rocking a generous neckline and skin-tight clothes, being escorted by two absolute meatheads armed to the teeth. One of the elite guards gets a good look at our hero's face and freezes. "Zichen? Is that really you, kid?" The guard blurts out, totally caught off guard. The MC barely recognizes the face, but his memory doesn't fail him. "Senior Junkai? What are you doing in that uniform?" Zichen's gaze drops to the ground and he goes cold for a second. He realizes his senior's legs are now high-tech robotic prosthetics, ending in sharp metal claws. Junkai lets out a somewhat bitter laugh. He explains he got kicked out of school, got into a nasty motorcycle wreck, and ended up losing both of his legs. In a quick flashback, we see him inside a medical pod. He mentions he hit the jackpot by getting into the cybernetic recovery program run by the ultra-powerful Mecha God Group. The MC discreetly points at the woman being escorted. The guard whispers that she's the last surviving member of the Rat God cult that the cops couldn't track down. The older, grumpy guard cuts the small talk and tells Junkai to get moving. The senior complies immediately, leading the prisoner escort away. Junkai waves goodbye. Our hero is left standing in the middle of the sidewalk, processing the heavy info he just got. The MC gets super thoughtful and suspicious. He finds it really sketchy that public security took months to find the cultists, while this Mecha God group snatched up the last survivor in just a few days. Sporting that serious look of someone who just sniffed out a major conspiracy, he draws the obvious conclusion. This Mecha God group is a dangerous tech powerhouse and definitely not some clowns he can underestimate later on. Right then, the MC's phone buzzes in his pocket and it's his mom giving him the usual earful for being late with the cake. He tells her he's on his way, but she warns him to stay on high alert, because the city's vibe is feeling pretty off. Turns out, the party is a double birthday, my guy. Han-Han and Jichen were born only one day apart, so the families pooled their cash together to throw one massive celebration. And for this 18th birthday, the rite of passage was made official. The two of them are right there, side by side, blowing out the candles on a giant cake, while their parents film the whole thing. Then it's time for the gift exchange. Han-Han hands hers over to Xiaochen with trembling hands, and he returns the favor by passing his present to her. But right at the peak of the cute moment, out of nowhere, a deafening crash rips through the air. The living room wall cracks, and the intense vibration instantly kills the party vibe. Things get spooky fast, and the house starts shaking like a leaf. The table flips over, The cake almost hits the floor, and everyone goes into total panic, thinking the end of the world just arrived as an earthquake. But the MC, with his survival instinct blaring, knows something smells super fishy. He feels this heavy pressure in the air and realizes this isn't geology at work, it's something way worse. And the cause of the rumbling? The scene cuts to the catacombs of Shanghai. An entire army of creatures with glowing red eyes like hot coals is waking up from their beauty sleep, completely ready to breach the surface. By the next day, the news is already blowing up on TV. The anchor, looking like she hasn't slept a wink, claims it was just a 4.2 on the Richter scale. Total routine stuff. The MC finishes his coffee in silence and says he's heading to school. On the TV, some expert swears up and down that Shanghai is totally safe and the risk of a real earthquake is absolute zero. Yeah, sure, trust me bro. Just then, Han Han walks in all dressed up and calls Xiao Chen so they can walk together. The MC, who's nobody's fool, just hits her with a cool nod of approval. Walking down the street, the girl super excitedly mentions that they're officially adults in the eyes of the law. The MC, throwing a bucket of cold water on her vibe, reminds her that the martial arts college entrance exam is their next stop, and she freezes on the spot. Then the story reveals he finally hit his money goal. He's having this introspective moment, absorbing a pulsing purple energy to unlock the Void Eel Codex. The system gives that satisfying ding and confirms the absorption. The Eel Codex hits 100%, and the MC's body starts buzzing with the brand new upgrade. In a spiritual plane, a bizarre creature appears swimming through the void. It looks like an eel crossed with a dragon, shooting off sparks of pure energy. Except the fish isn't alone. The giant energy eagle from the previous codex dives into the spiritual plane, trying to hunt down the eel, which jukes the attack by vanishing straight into the shadows. The system then confirms the new passive skill, Danger Sense. Now the MC can feel people's hostility from miles away and gauge anyone's power level just by smelling their aura. The MC, already plotting his next move, realizes this is the end of getting backstabbed by random chumps. He decides to hit the mall to test drive his new radar in the middle of a massive crowd. Standing inside the human anthill, he activates the power. His vision turns into a tactical HUD, ranking absolutely everyone. He notes that 99% of the crowd is just civilian level, rank 1 or 2, posing zero threat. He walks past an exotic meat display window and has a lightbulb moment. With his confidence through the roof, he decides he wants the next codex right here, right now. The target is the undead slug, which costs an absolute fortune, 100,000 for just over a pound. He makes his bank account weep and concludes he'll need to pick up a mercenary gig after exams to make up for the financial hit. The scene cuts to a massive, ultra-modern building. It's the Department of Education, where the fate of all these kids gets decided. We step into the president's office, and the vibe feels like a corporate funeral. The drama going down here is strictly big leagues, government-level stuff. A long-legged woman with the posture of an absolute queen is hunched over some reports. She complains that the performance of the Nanjing region has been totally stagnant and downright mediocre. The woman is Yuan Dongji, the vice principal of the elite university. She scrolls through the list and sees that Shanghai, the MC's city, is dangerously close to dropping into the second division of the rankings. Just then, an assistant in a suit announces that the annual review is finalized. We only see the back of the head of the main director, who is casually sipping coffee while looking out over the city. Director Yuan thanks him for his work with an ice-cold voice. The woman literally radiates an aura of power that makes the poor assistant sweat buckets. The guy asks about the mysterious source location 36. She replies that the containment is fully operational. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be here wasting her time with entrance exams. The assistant breathes a massive sigh of relief. He knows that if that source ever blew up, the entire province would turn into a mutant wasteland in a matter of hours. The director, flexing absolute authority, dismisses the staffer. She tells him to focus purely on organizing the exams and to get out of her sight. The second the guy shuts the door, her iron mask drops. The boss lady finally allows herself a quiet moment of reflection. She stares out at the horizon, deep in thought. It's been decades since she last found anyone with the potential to be her direct disciple. She walks over to the giant glass window overlooking the coastline. Her reflection shows a woman sitting at the very top of the Marshall food chain. With a heavy sigh, she listens to the sound of the waves. It's the only noise that can manage to calm the absolute storm inside her mind. In this world, the Marshall entrance exam is a grueling 9-day marathon. Day 1 is the written theory test, designed to separate the meatheads from the actual brains. By the afternoon, things get real with the physical test. It's all about agility, burst power, and endurance on the track to see who's actually got the engine. And the bar is set stupidly high, man. We see some candidate practically popping a blood vessel trying to lift a 400-pound dumbbell under the deadly glare of the judges. From day 2 to 8, things turn into straight-up Hunger Games. The students are dropped into a forest reserve to survive against wild beasts and each other. To wrap it all up with a bang, day 9 is the compatibility test. It's the final verdict to see who gets sorted into the mecha path or the biological path. And today, June 7th, the gates finally open. The kids are swarming outside the school, a chaotic mix of pure anxiety and the heavy smell of energy drinks. The MC arrives escorting Hanin. The girl has her head down, shaking worse than a broken blender from pure nervous energy. Our guy gives her uniform sleeve a gentle tug. A super simple gesture, but to her, it's worth more than an entire motivational speech. The poor thing is completely panicking. Shiaken. What if my power goes off right in the middle of the classroom? What if I leak water in front of everyone? The MC hits her with that signature little smirk, dropping his usual ice-cool charm. He's as chill as if you were just going on a grocery run, not caring at all who's watching. He pulls her into a massive bear hug, trying to pass some of his unbothered vibe over to her. Holding her close, he whispers in her ear, "Relax, Han. You studied, you trained, and I've got your back. Just go in there and do exactly what we practiced." The girl takes a deep breath, blushes, but totally regains her composure. She promises she'll give it her all, and the MC winks, confirming they're about to dominate the leaderboards. Showtime, the MC sits at his desk, pen in hand and a predator's look in his eye. He glares at the test paper like it's easy prey. He hands in his paper in record time, acing absolutely everything. While waiting for the bell, he's already mentally drafting the next chapter for his hit novel. When the bell rings and they walk out, the MC spots Hanan looking like she's about to cry. His mood darkens instantly, assuming some proctor or the test itself totally crushed the girl's morale. Our guy tries to comfort her, giving her that classic "what matters is you tried" pep talk, and saying passing the written part is already half the battle. But she flashes a little smirk and replies that she actually did amazingly well, so he doesn't need to stress. The MC gets a bit suspicious and asks, "Wait, if you did so well, why do you look like you just saw the boogeyman then?" Then the truth hurts and leaks. Turning as red as a lobster, she confesses that her uncontrollable water leak hit her again. She sprints straight to the bathroom to dry off, while Zichin yells after her not to take too long because the physical test is about to start. And during the physical test, the kid absolutely humiliates the competition. He walks up to the barbell and casually deadlifts almost 2,000 pounds with a single hand, acting like he's just picking up a glass of water. The crowd around him goes into total shock. His classmates' jaws drop, completely unable to believe what they just witnessed. The comments start flying. "Bro, the guy ran 100 meters in 5.12 seconds and jumped 16 feet. He's not a student, he's a freaking military prototype." After putting on an absolute freak show for the rest of the school, the MC goes to meet up with Hanan. She's standing there, panting and covered in sweat, catching her breath after leaving it all on the field. She spills the beans on her results. She ran it in 9.32 seconds, jumped over 5 feet, and lifted 275 pounds. She admits, a bit embarrassed, that compared to Xiao Qin, she's practically a civilian, but she's still stoked. The MC, glowing with pure mentor pride, gently ruffles her hair and tells her that, by normal school standards, she's absolute elite tier. The girl gives that goofy little laugh of someone who just had their whole day made. Suddenly, the nice silence gets ruined by some random loudmouth running in, yelling that the written test rankings just got posted on the bulletin board. The gym instantly turns into a stampeding human anthill. The resident gossip starts bragging that the class geniuses scored around 80 points. He puffs out his chest to say he nailed exactly 80 himself, prompting Hanhan to whip out her phone to check her own score. The girl busts out a massive ear-to-ear smile. "I got an 82. The loudmouth deflates instantly, completely stunned that the constantly nervous girl actually beat his score. Then the dude, desperate to see the MC get knocked off his high horse, asks with pure audacity, "What about you, hotshot? What did you get?" Han and the guy just stand there, staring Zichin down. Han snatches his phone and almost screams with joy. The guy sees the number 100 shining right on the screen. A perfect score! The loudmouth finally accepts that the MC is an alien monster and quietly sneaks away. Out in the courtyard, the vibe shifts. Han mentions that tomorrow things get crazy with the week-long combat evaluation. She's got major butterflies in her stomach about facing the so-called simulation forest. The MC, in full bodyguard mode, grabs her hand firmly and drops the promise, "Don't sweat it. I'll be right there and nothing is going to lay a finger on you." The girl nods instantly, fully committed to not leaving his side for a single second. Meanwhile, in some high-end luxury hideout, two shady guys are chatting on a leather couch. One of them brings up that hunting season on the students officially kicks off tomorrow. Out of nowhere, a sinister figure wearing a creepy plague Dr. Bird mask shows up. He orders the other guy to use his security clearance to infiltrate and mind control 10 geniuses right when the chaos hits. The masked freak hands over a weathered little wooden box containing 10 demonic seeds. The security guy stares at the thing with a look that says he knows it's pure, concentrated poison. The plague doctor opens the box and lets out a muffled chuckle. These seeds offer a little helping hand with the awakening. A forbidden upgrade for anyone you recruit to our cause. The masked man promises the dude a major promotion in the syndicate if the job goes off without a hitch. But the greedy henchman fires back that what he really wants is the legendary evolution fruit. The doctor gives a sarcastic little laugh and calls him a low-tier visionary. He explains that the fruit caps out at rank 7, but inside the organization, he could become something way beyond human. The pawn gulps hard. The idea of turning into a god or some higher life form makes the guy's eyes gleam with pure, greedy ambition. That was all it took. He flips sides right then and there, agreeing that becoming an official made man in the firm is the ultimate long-term investment. The next day, an endless convoy of buses rolls down a dirt road surrounded by towering trees. The narrator chimes in that the student war zone is dead ahead. Inside the bus, the MC wakes up Han Han, who's been passed out on his shoulder since they left the school. He tells her with the calmest voice ever, "We're here, sleepyhead." The girl wakes up tonally groggy, with messy bedhead and looking like she doesn't even know what year it is, completely oblivious that their destination is right outside the window. The intercom orders the students at entrance 9 to get off. The MC and Han Han grab their backpacks and prep for the drop-off. Thousands of students gather in a massive courtyard to hear the survival rules. The instructor explains that there are point tokens scattered literally everywhere, from deep caves to mountain peaks. Killing mutant beasts gives bonus points, and the whole thing is recorded by drones. With 100,000 students and only 50,000 scoring slots, the math is brutal. More than half are going home empty-handed. The head organizer makes it crystal clear anything goes: team up, form guilds, or just straight up rob your enemies blind. The 1-hour countdown starts right now. Some chubby rich kid starts lobbying right on the spot. He yells that his dad is a big shot in the Mecha God group, and offers a literal fortune to anyone willing to act as his meat shield. A blonde girl with glasses and a very snug uniform steps up and completely ruins his vibe. Teaming up with outside mercenaries is strictly against the rules, kid. The rich boy shuts up and drops his head instantly. A flock of girls flocks over to Lin Jichen, pouting and begging for his protection. The MC drops a no so brutally dry that it actually leaves the girls gasping for air in pure rage. Some wannabe pretty boy slides over with zero shame. He puts on a whole theatrical acting like he's starving to death and begs our guy for some food. The MC, without even taking his eyes off the horizon, tosses the dude a pack of crackers. "Here you go, it's on the house, no charge." The guy plays dumb, introduces himself as Hong Jumpeng from the elite class next door, and hints heavily that he'd be an awesome addition to the MC squad. Jichen, polishing off his own snack, instantly cuts the guy's hype. "Thanks for the offer, but my team is already maxed out at 2 people. Have a good one." This Hong Junping walks off with his tail firmly between his legs, thanking him for the crackers just to save face. His genius plan to leech off the top dog totally flopped. Han Han, super confused, points out, "What a weirdo. There's literally a supply 10 right over there. Why would he come begging to you?" The MC drops the truth bomb. "He didn't want crackers, Han Han. He just wanted an excuse to hit on the pretty girl standing next to me." The girl turns bright red instantly, completely losing her voice. He stands up, adjusts his backpack, and holds his hand out to her. "It's time, let's go hunting." The two of them take off holding hands, leaving the massive crowd eating their dust. The horde of students invades the forest. The MC narrates that, to make sure Han Han could get into the groove, they didn't head straight into the eye of the storm at the center of the map. The duo starts by sweeping the outer edges, a super safe strat to rack up points without getting dragged into high-rank brawls right off the bat. But the MC didn't come here to play summer camp. He triggers his trump card, and his eyes glow with a sinister predatory gold. The kid's vision turns into a high-def radar. He can straight up see heat signatures, movements, and hidden tokens right through the trees, like a walking human satellite. Our guy spots a token shining at the very top of a colossal tree and tells Han Han to climb up. The girl, trusting him blindly, obeys on the spot. In mere seconds, she drops back down with cat-like agility, smiling from ear to ear, holding token number 1 for their collection. but the MC's radar is already pinging again. Using his eco-vision, he points to a thorny bush about 160 feet away and tells her there's more treasure waiting over there. With his golden eyes pulsing, he keeps up the systematic sweep. The kid isn't even a student anymore. He's a pro treasure hunter, literally using wall hacks on the exam. His instincts don't miss a beat, and he's already pointing in the opposite direction, letting her know the next token is sitting right there, just waiting to be scooped up. And just like that, in a matter of minutes, the girl is already holding a stack of tokens that would make a Wall Street broker cry with envy. The return on investment was instant. Han, with her eyes sparkling with excitement, jumps and hugs the MC from behind, all hyped up, asking if he has a built-in GPS in his eyes to find everything so fast. The MC, keeping up that mysterious main character vibe, just drops a, "Was it luck or destiny?" leaving the girl totally confused by his teasing. But the peace is short-lived. Stepping out from the bushes is the cracker-begging creep, Hong Dunping, wearing that fake modest smirk and saying, "Small world, huh?" The guy immediately starts flexing, saying he collected 28 points and that he's the type to return a favor 100 times over. But the way he's creeping on Han totally gives away that he just wants her as the prize. The girl instantly frowns and ignores the dude's presence. But the clown doesn't give up and proposes forming a trio, suggesting they split the tokens evenly, the classic, trying to fast-talk his way into a win. The MC, who lost his patience 3 dialogues ago, cuts him off. "If you really want to return the cracker favor 100 times over, it's simple. Hand over all your tokens right now." The creep is shocked by the audacity. His smile vanishes and his face darkens. The things are about to get ugly vibe settles over the forest. The clown clenches his fists, gritting his teeth, and warns with a voice dripping with venom that the MC just made the biggest mistake of his life. The loser gets ready to pounce, already huffing and puffing, and yells for anyone to hear that the kid messed with the wrong guy on the wrong day. The MC, rocking that sadistic vibe we all love, covers his face with one hand and lets out a little chuckle. "I completely agree, you really did mess with the wrong guy." Without giving the guy a second to process the sentence, Jichin bursts forward and lands a massive punch right in the poor dude's gut. It was so fast it actually displaced the air around them. The poor guy didn't even see what hit him. He spits out his lunch, buckles at the knees, and practically meets his maker, wearing a look of agony that almost makes you feel bad for him. With the fool laid out on the ground, the MC casually collects his tokens with absolute zero chill, while Han stands right there, torn between pure shock and total admiration. The girl, still being soft-hearted, asks if the guy is going to kick the bucket. But the MC, wiping his hands, reassures her. "Relax, it was just an educational tap to teach him not to be a freeloader." With the scare over, the training continues. Under the MC's guidance, Han lifts a massive boulder like it's made of paper, proving her raw strength is fully waking up. The MC, acting like the ultimate sensei, teaches the girl how to improvise bamboo spears to hunt mutant boars, demanding elite-level speed and accuracy. Then, the martial arts boot camp turns into a romantic picnic. Han pops up all smiles, offering a wild berry for them to share as the sun goes down. Their teamwork got so sharp that a bunch of random scrubs tried to pull off an ambush from the bushes, but the MC and Han just steamrolled right over them like a bulldozer, without even breaking a sweat. After that, the duo casually walks away hand in hand, leaving a trail of knocked-out opponents behind them and their morale absolutely through the roof. The story tells us that, while they rested leaning against each other, the MC felt a rare sense of peace and, for a split second, wished the entrance exam would last forever. Sometime later, Han points out that they've crossed the border into the Central Zone. The place is a nest for mutant beasts, complete with fatal danger, warning signs, and the whole 9 yards. Except the scene is totally desolate and completely silent. Han points at the puddles on the ground and sighs. "We're too late, Xiaochen. The monsters have already been wiped out." She gets a little bummed out, saying that if they had gotten there sooner, the MC would have crushed the beast and snagged the official title of Genius of Shanghai. The MC gently ruffles her hair and tells her, "Don't sweat it, Han. Titles are just words. What really matters is the loot we farmed." Then he holds her hand firmly, deciding it's time to call it a day, totally setting up that classic rom-com ending vibe. As they walk away, our boy reflects. Since the place is being watched by 1,000 cameras, it was way smarter to train Han in secret than to show off all his power by absorbing a high-rank beast in front of everyone. The survival round barely ends before the next phase is announced over the loudspeakers. It's time for the dreaded genetic compatibility test on a cutting-edge tech island. The school buses drop everyone off at the Research Institute, a massive complex that looks straight out of a sci-fi movie, packed with neon lights and metal. Our robotic voice brings order to the chaos and commands the students to line up single file at the testing booths. The tension in the air is super thick. Inside, the pace is like a factory line. Some poor guy holds out his shaking arm for a blood draw, while the nurse is already yelling next without even looking up. The MC and Han on spot racks filled with test tubes of neon blue liquid. A senior explains that it's the floating cloud jellyfish reagent. The guy drops some lore. The genes of this jellyfish are incredibly similar to humans, which is why the reagent is the gold standard for testing evolutionary potential. The method is quick and painless. The needle goes in, the blood comes out, and the student's entire future is sealed in a few milliliters of red liquid. Right after that, a scientist in a lab coat, looking completely locked in, drops the blood into the blue reagent to watch the chemical reaction in real time. The scene zooms in on the microscope, showing the cellular battle. The intensity of this reaction is exactly what decides if the kid will become a genetic warrior or just an average Joe. A student nearby, sweating bullets, mumbles a quick prayer to pass, absolutely terrified of ending up with Plan B, the mechanical modification test. A girl, shivering with fear, agrees and drops a rumor. They say the pain of turning into a cyborg is so unbearable it makes childbirth feel like a minor stomachache. The panic turns into a massive group prayer in the hallways. The kids are begging for their DNA to cooperate so they don't end up with screws in their bodies. It's Hanhan's turn. She stares at the needle, looking like she's about to pass out. But the MC gives her hand a reassuring squeeze, and she faces the challenge without backing down. After the poke, the notification pops up. Data processing takes about 1 hour. The wait is absolute torture. Soon enough, the results start popping up on the big screens. One kid celebrates 8% compatibility like he just won the lottery, while another cries over a measly 4%. Some random dude cheers for hitting 6%, which is the bare minimum to not become a robot. But everyone knows that 8% is excellent and 10% is a one-way ticket to the global elite. The MC, analyzing the situation, remembers the legend of a guy who scored 16% and thinks, with my physical strength, if I don't hit at least 20%, this system is totally broken. Han, on the verge of a nervous breakdown, squeezes Ichin's arm and says her heart is about to jump out of her chest from all the anxiety. Our hero tries to play the grounded rock, but the girl is stressing hard. She's terrified that if one gets a high score and the other gets a low one, their college paths will separate them forever. Right in the middle of this drama, a random kid lets out a scream of joy. 10%, I'm elite. The entire room stops to stare at the new prodigy. The chaos ramps up. A girl jumps for joy with her 10%, but some rich kid on the other side complains he only got 11%, wanting a higher score just to flex on his neighbors. The MC pulls his phone out of his pocket, sees the notification light up, and tells Han, the email is here, Han. Our scores are officially out. Han freezes, goes pale, and takes a step back, asking with a shaky voice, Yachin, check yours first. I need a benchmark so I don't pass out before opening mine. Our guy, wearing that I've got plot armor smile, agrees and stares at his phone screen without blinking, ready for the final verdict. The result flashes in neon on the screen. Linzichen's genetic compatibility is 15%. A number that would make any university in the country fight over him. Han totally loses her mind with joy. She jumps on the MC's neck and yells for everyone to hear that he is, officially, the number one in the entire province. But the MC, suffering from a bit of Saitama syndrome, pulls a disappointed face. He thinks that 15% is still lower than the monsters over in Kyoto, and that raw strength doesn't fix every bottleneck in the system. He gets his act together and tells her it's her turn now. The poor girl freezes instantly, stuttering an "okay" that barely comes out, while her hand shakes as she opens the email. A friend tries to hype her up, saying she's going to crush it, but the girl is so nervous she can only let out an incomprehensible mumble. The exact millisecond the result loads, the MC's eyes go wide. He goes into total shock, staring at the screen like his phone just blew up in his face. The scene focuses on the trio. Han and her friend are also completely paralyzed, standing like statues with their mouths hanging open in the middle of the lab. The phone shows a bizarre visual glitch. The number starts spinning and updates itself to an unbelievable 21%, making everyone's brains completely short-circuit. The scene cuts to the monumental building of the Nanjiang Department of Education, where the air is thick with absolute seriousness. In a high-level meeting room, the big shots are sitting in dead silence. A powerful woman, sporting horns that just exude authority, runs the table and commands immediate respect. The boss lady, with a gaze that looks right through people, announces that the global processing is done and orders everyone to pull up the data on the new talents. The giant screen projects the MC's photo with his 15%. A suit comments, totally surprised, that Shanghai High finally birthed a real monster. Principal Bai accepts the compliments, looking super proud, puffing out her chest for having Zichen as the highest score recorded up to that minute. Except the plot has a master twist waiting. The system beeps loudly, and Hanhan's result pops up on the big screen, leaving the room in a literal dead silence. When the 21% appears next to Shen Qinghan's name, everyone goes into a meltdown. Nobody can believe a human could have that kind of natural affinity without dying in the process. Principal Bai, absolutely stunned and stuttering, recalls that Qinghan was just the MC's average friend. A C student that nobody really expected much from. The horned boss lady doesn't want to hear any excuses. She pins the principal down with a deadly glare, demanding to know who this miraculous anomaly is that just broke all the stats. The principal, sweating cold, suggests that the island's lab might be malfunctioning or that the testing machine somehow short-circuited. The woman with horns closes her eyes, lets out a heavy sigh and mutters, "There's no other way. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain." She stands up from her chair with an oppressive aura and announces that she's heading there personally to see if this girl is the real deal or just a system glitch. Back at the island lab, it's total chaos. Students are yelling and pointing, swearing that 21% has to be a hack or a bug, while the proctors desperately try to keep order. Han, in total denial and practically having a panic attack, asks Xiaoshen how she could possibly be more compatible than him. But the MC grips her shoulders firmly, looks deep into her eyes, and assures her, "The result is right, Han. Just accept that you're an absolute beast." He quietly explains that her affinity is 100% focused on water, and the monster used in the reagent was an elite aquatic creature. It was a flawless match. It slowly clicks for her. Her eyes shine with a new light, and she finally realizes she's no longer a burden, but an actual natural genius. Getting super emotional, she says she finally feels worthy of standing by his side. The MC smiles, confirming he never had a single doubt. The romantic vibe is totally ruined by some random guy who screams and points at the window. The couple drops everything to see what's coming in from the ocean. A colossal wave of ice crystals and pure water rises from the sea, and right on top of it, a female silhouette is walking like she's on a red carpet. The horned woman surfs the wave with terrifying elegance. A student screams in panic. It's the Dragon Maiden, the legendary vice principal. The kids go into full panic mode, thinking the island is about to get flooded or that the woman came to cleanse the ones who failed. She glides straight from the wave onto the concrete in high heels, looking absolutely flawless, seeming more like a queen visiting her subjects than an examiner. The institute's scientists practically bow down to welcome Vice Principal Yuan. A local gossip whispers that she's the core pillar of the Yuan family, the absolute elite of dragon genes. The rumors fly. They say her family merged with ancient dragon bloodlines, which is exactly why she treats the entire ocean like it's her own backyard. The boss lady completely ignores the kissing up, walks straight across the room, and stops right in front of Han, asking point blank, "Are you Shen Qinghan?" Han, shrinking back and shaking like a leaf, can only manage to stutter out a "yes," practically disappearing under the woman's intense gaze. Without beating around the bush, the vice principal orders them to draw the girl's blood 3 more times to retest on entirely different machines. The scientist rushes to obey. After the needle torture, Han comes back looking totally pale, complaining to her friend that she can't even feel her arm anymore from getting poked so much. An official scientist calls Shen Qinghan into a private room. She walks in on pure faith, fully convinced she's about to be arrested for genetic fraud. The girl walks into the boss's office all hunched over, wearing that guilty look of a kid who just broke her mom's expensive vase and is waiting for the slipper. But the vice principal is just sitting there lounging in her chair with the smile of someone who just struck gold, announcing that the final analysis is complete. She jumps up excited as a little kid. Unbelievable. All 3 tests confirmed it, 21% pure compatibility. Then she gets right up in Han's face, with a look that chills the soul, and drops the hammer. "Kid, I've made up my mind. You are going to be my direct disciple." Han's brain completely short-circuits. She stands there frozen, stuttering and asking if the woman didn't accidentally drink the blue reagent by mistake. The master relaxes again, and, with a simple flick of her finger, makes the water in her glass dance in mid-air, telling her that with the right training, surfing tsunamis will just be a casual hobby for Han. The water turns into a perfect, stylish whirlpool right in front of the girl. The woman guarantees that Han has the exact DNA needed to become the next goddess of the seas. The girl, totally flustered, says everything is moving way too fast and asks for a moment to talk to Xiao Chen before deciding her entire future. The vice principal cuts the mushy stuff right then and there. "There's nothing to think about. Being my disciple is a golden ticket. You'll have absolutely everything money and power can buy." She tosses her resume and the terms onto the desk, stating that she is the ultimate authority here and that Hanhan's destiny is now locked into the elite university. Period. With that, she gets right in Hanhan's face, practically headbutting her with pure intimidation, and asks if the girl has any real objections. The poor kid, shaking worse than a jackhammer, just shakes her head no while her whole destiny changes forever. Then the boss lady, sensing she's already won the match, whips out her phone with the speed of a gunslinger, projects her QR code right in the girl's face and commands, "Great, add me on WeChat right now so we can speed up this paperwork." The poor girl barely even has time to process oxygen. She whips out her phone and adds her new master on the app, feeling totally awkward, like she just got kidnapped straight to the top of the martial elite without even being asked. But the woman is super practical and instantly drops the first spoiler of her new life. She mentions that Han isn't alone because there's already another disciple in the lineup. A 10-year-old apprentice that Han can already consider her older martial sister. With that, she forwards a picture of the senior disciple. When the notification pings and Han opens the image, her hair practically stands on end. The photo looks like it was ripped straight out of a fantasy epic. And what a picture, man! The so-called sister is a platinum blonde with an ice-cold glare, wielding a spear that looks like it's glowing, floating in some creepy, overgrown forest with a pose that screams she eats danger for breakfast. Absolute total badass. Then Han's memory hits her like a lightning bolt. She recognizes those features instantly, and the name Bai Shui, her old classmate, starts hammering in her head like a jackhammer. Super curious and already suspicious, she gathers her courage, turns to the boss lady, and asks, "Master, what's the name of this mysterious senior disciple?" The boss lady answers without missing a beat, "Lu Ganshui," and, since absolutely nothing gets past her, she instantly narrows her eyes, suspiciously asking if Han happens to have crossed paths with the girl before. Han tries to explain that she had an identical friend in elementary school named Bai Shui, who completely vanished off the face of the earth, which is why she was so curious. But her master shuts it down with the coldness of an iceberg. She states flat out, leaving zero room for argument, that it's physically impossible, ending the topic before it turns into some wild fan theory. Then she changes the subject, pointing out that Han's compatibility is freakishly high, and that she needs to run a quick diagnostic on the girl's frame to figure out where all that power is coming from. The master's hand starts glowing with the blue energy and gently touches our girl's chest. Han just stands there with her eyes squeezed shut, tighter than a guitar string in sweating bullets. Suddenly, the boss lady's eyes go super wide, her confident expression vanishes, totally replaced by pure confusion, like her internal scanner just hit a blue screen of death. She jerks her hand back abruptly, her face pale as if she'd just seen a ghost, and mutters to herself that this whole situation is way too weird to be true. Han starts sweating cold, thinking she's got some kind of factory defect. But her master explains the crazy paradox. Her body seems way too normal, completely lacking the expected mutations for someone rocking a 21% affinity. To protect her brand new golden goose, the master announces she's going to officially Photoshop the report, lowering the score to 16% just to throw off any vultures or shady people. After signing all the paperwork, she sends Han packing, telling her to get some beauty sleep because it's been a massive day and the night is already taking over the sky. Han says her goodbyes all awkwardly, practicing her new title of master, and bolts out of that room that felt more like a spy movie interrogation. The door shuts with that heavy magnetic click of an electronic lock, and the first official meeting of the new dynamic duo finally wraps up. Now totally alone, the master sits on the ledge of the giant window, just radiating power, and immediately starts firing off voice memos on her phone, not wasting a single second of productivity. She calls up her old man and drops the bomb. She secured the 21% disciple and guarantees that her background check and the MC's too is crystal clear. The old guy on the other end, absolutely hyped about the news, says this girl is a rare gem and is going to bring unimaginable profits and prestige to the family down the road. He drops the ultimate order: never let anyone find out this girl's true talent. The master, totally compliant, confirms that the secret is locked away in a vault. Outside, the MC is giving Han a ride on the back of his bike. He mentions that this whole getting a master out of nowhere thing is super sketchy, and the girl agrees that destiny definitely slammed on the gas pedal today. Zichen, being practical as always, tells her to chill out. If the woman is cool and actually shows you the ropes, there's absolutely zero problem having a powerhouse for a master. And he finishes it off with some classic main character wisdom. If she turns out to be toxic, just train twice as hard, get super strong, and tell her to take a hike. Han laughs and finally feels the massive weight lift off her shoulders. Just then, both their moms pop up on the sidewalk, looking crazy excited, announcing that a celebration banquet at a fancy restaurant in the city is already booked for tonight. The whole crew pulls up to the restaurant in a nice ride, and the gossip is flowing faster than the waiters. Hanhan's mom is absolutely glowing because, against all odds, the two lovebirds are heading to the exact same elite university. Inside, the party is absolutely lit. There are toasts flying left and right, endless laughs, all celebrating the couple snagging first and second place in the exam. It's a massive win for the neighborhood. After the epic feast, they say their goodbyes in the parking lot, throwing around the usual drive safe remarks as each family heads off on their own way. Night falls with a cinematic full moon. But that festive vibe turns into that dead silence we all know is the official warning that some drama is about to go down. In the quiet hallway, we hear the metallic click of a lock, a clear sign that the day still has one last surprise to end things with a bang. The one opening the MC's bedroom door is Hanhan's mom, all giddy and giving that "I know exactly what's up" look, warning him that his visitor is on the way. But the person who shows up at the threshold is Hanhan in pink pajamas, turning redder than a ripe tomato, asking in a tiny voice if Jikin was going to sleep with her again. The girl totally short-circuits, getting super defensive and stuttering that it's not like that at all, and that she just came over to have a serious adult chat with her friend. She walks past his mom dying of embarrassment and announces she's locking herself in the MC's room to talk over something really important with him. The MC's mom just stands there with a huge grin from ear to ear, thinking, finally. The girl's going to confess now that the mood is just right. The girl knocks on the bedroom door, nervous but determined, saying, "Xiaochen, open up, I've got something really serious to tell you." The MC opens the door in his pajamas, wearing that look of someone who was about to pass out, totally clueless about the urgency of this late-night visit. The girl walks in, sits down, and drops the bomb about her master, leaving the MC looking completely lost, trying to remember which of the 10 masters that showed up today she's even talking about. Hunched over on the edge of the bed, she confesses, "That full-body exam she didn't find absolutely anything special about me." The MC sits down to listen with full attention. She goes on to say that not even the wave-riding badass could explain how she has this freakish affinity with water while being so physically average. The MC is totally mind-blown. If not even the vice principal of an elite university could find the secret. This mystery goes deeper than the ocean. He leans in, drops into serious mentor mode, and lays down the law. "Do not let a third person know about this, Hanhan. If word gets out that your talent is some unexplained anomaly, the backlash is going to be massive." The girl agrees right away. "We'll study this quietly once we're high enough level to actually defend ourselves." Then she remembers that little family detail. "Oh, and she told me about my older Marshall's sister, her other disciple." She pulls up the photo on her phone for Jichen and swears on her life. "I am absolutely positive that this is Bai Shui. There's no way it's anyone else." The MC analyzes the image with his mental eye of the sky. He agrees the features are a match, but notices that the girl's aura in the photo feels way heavier and much darker. He focuses on the background of the image and, hitting her with that elite detective look, asks, "Hanhan, do you have any idea where this creepy wilderness is?" The girl shakes her head no and immediately grabs her phone. "I'm going to ask my master right now. My curiosity is literally killing any chance I have of sleeping tonight." The master replies with that classic mysterious mentor talk. She says Hanhan is still just a rookie, and will only find out the location once she levels up and gets stronger. She turns to the MC, phone still in hand, and tells him that the only clue the Dragon Maiden dropped was a super ominous name, Lands of Origin. No coordinates, no map. Jichen decides he's had enough mystery for one night. His brain is already frying, so he decides to put the investigation on hold until the dust settles. The day wraps up with the two of them lounging on the exact same bed, sharing the space with an intimacy that passed the just friends phase a long time ago, each scrolling on their phones. Hanhan has that blank stare aimed at the ceiling, clearly with her head on Mars, fixated on some totally random thought. Out of nowhere, she breaks the silence and asks, "Xiachen, is it true that guys have a weakness for girls who wear a kipao?" The MC freezes. He remembers the Dragon Master and wonders if the boss lady is already doing some kind of aesthetic brainwashing on the girl. He makes the fatal mistake of imagining Hanhan in a tight kipao. He instantly turns beet red, and admits that on her, that look would be an absolute knockout. The girl corners him, wanting to know if he personally likes it. And the poor guy, totally giving in, confesses that the idea is actually pretty interesting. Riding that momentum, she crawls right over him and drops a technical question. "What about pantyhose? Which do you prefer, black, white, or skin tone?" The MC goes into total system failure. The boy, redder than a boiled bell pepper, stutters out that, maybe black or white, I don't know, trying incredibly hard not to explode from embarrassment. Hanan, moving at a speed not even the eye of the sky could track, already opens her shopping app and checks out her cart, while the MC just stares, totally terrified by the girl's speed. Right as things were about to get spicy, someone knocks on the door with absolute villain timing, totally killing the heavy vibe that was building up. The MC's mom walks in holding an overnight bag and announces that Han's mom already dropped off her stuff so the girl can sleep right there. Han goes into pure shock, turns purple from embarrassment, and tries to defend herself, saying her mom is crazy and totally made that decision on her own. The future mother-in-law walks out with a mission accomplished smirk, drops a casual "you guys are grown-ups now," and shuts the door, totally sealing their fate for the night. The sound of the door clicking shut leaves a silence in the room that's more awkward than running into your ex on a first date. The vibe went ice cold and burning hot at the exact same time. The MC and Han just stare at each other like two deer caught in the headlights of a semi-truck, not knowing where to hide their faces. Han, trying her best to act natural, says she's going to change and starts digging through the bag her mom packed for her. She pulls a small object out of the bag with a look that screams, "What on earth is this?" analyzing the little box with total confusion. The mystery is revealed. It's a box of condoms. The girl's eyes go so wide they practically pop out of her head, and she lets out a muffled squeal. She feels this impure terror and embarrassment, wondering what kind of upbringing her mom thinks she had to pack that in her luggage. In a total panic, she stutters that she needs to change a diaper, her power leaking out from sheer nerves, and makes a run for the bathroom, knocking everything over on her way. The MC just lies there flat on the bed with a blank stare, practically blowing steam out of his ears as he tries to process the absolute chaos his night has turned into. Cut to the next scene. The MC is looking all cool riding his bike. He tells Han to hold on tight and narrates that they both officially got accepted into Shanghai University. Our girl does not waste a second and grabs him tightly around the waist, which is definitely causing a major tactile short circuit for both of them. Our boy yells that it is showtime, and we find out they are now part of his buddy Yu's martial arts school. The camera pans out to show the bustling city. The MC explains they are heading to an official promotional event for the school. Barely setting foot on the main street, the MC feels a presence. A bunch of tough-looking dudes completely block the bike's path. A bearded older guy, leading a whole squad of black belts, steps up and asks with a booming voice if he is the famous Lin Zichen. The MC, not even bothering to get off his bike, claps right back. "And who might be the clowns blocking my way?" The bearded guy introduces himself with all the flair in the world: Lu Chuanwu, the martial arts dean of Shanghai, and representative of the Tianren Pavilion. He explains that the Tianren Pavilion is the pavilion of the celestial human, the absolute elite of the purists. The MC gets it right away. They are that old-school organization that hates gene fusion and cybernetic parts, preaching about keeping the body pure. He remembers these guys are famous online for scamming promising kids, selling them shady philosophies about inner power. The old dude tries to recruit our hero, but the MC shuts him down cold. "Move out of the way, I am in a hurry." The dean does not take no for an answer, drops a heavy hand on the MC's shoulder, and insists they need to have a philosophical chat. He tries to bribe our boy by offering a brand new, top-of-the-line cell phone. The MC, sweating bullets from how pushy the guy is, pretends to cave just to see what his deal is, and follows the dean. At a coffee shop, the dean explains their whole thesis. They research the hidden potential of pureblood humans without relying on the crutches of technology or animal genes. The ultimate goal is to break through natural limiters and evolve into legendary beings using nothing but sheer willpower and muscle training. He claims they already have practical results and pulls up a video on his phone so the MC can see the magic happen. In the video, the dean is looking completely jacked, totally wrecking some guy with a bird gene fusion, wings and all. The narrator chimes in, a level 9 human versus a high-rank fuser. The MC gets a jump scare when he recognizes the guy in the video. It is Wu Tiancheng, the powerhouse who took down the rat god cult. The scene is intense. The winged warrior gets smashed into the ground by the old dude's raw power, and he is barely even trying. Desperate, the winged guy unleashes a rain of feathers that look like steel razor blades right at the dean. The old dude does not even flinch. The feathers hit his chest and turn to dust instantly. The guy is an impenetrable wall of muscle. The winged warrior lands in the ring trying to act tough, surrounded by floating feathers, showing he still has one last trick up his sleeve. Without giving him a chance to counter, the dean dashes forward like a runaway bullet train. The punch connects right on the winged guy's jaw, totally rearranging his face. We know right then and there it was lights out for him. The hit is so fierce that the clown goes flying and lands completely out cold. With this, the Dean proves to the MC that the strength of a pure human, when properly trained, is way more overpowered than any genetic mutation. With the victory in the bag, the Dean steps up to the podium and delivers a fired-up speech to the crowd asking why humanity became so dependent on animal DNA when our original human potential is already awesome by nature. He hypes up the purebloods as the only real resistance. Back at the coffee shop table, Zichin, who is basically born with his BS detector cranked to the max, analyzes the video. He wonders if it is just high-end CGI, some really good editing, or if the winged opponent was just a stuntman paid to take a beating. Dean Liu does not even blink and guarantees 100% real kid, no filters and no cuts. He even extends an invitation for the MC to see it live and in color the next time he wipes the floor with an elite fuser in the ring. The MC, sharp as ever, gets straight to the point. If the video is so great, why don't you post it online to blow up the pavilion's popularity? The Dean sighs and admits that the authorities' censorship system blocks any pro-purity propaganda. The bearded guy, blood boiling, explains that the current government is addicted to the fast results of genetics and cybernetics, thinking that investing in pure biology is a waste of time and money. Because of that, they try to wipe the pavilion off the map. He clenches his fists on the table, visibly frustrated. He says that without marketing, it is almost impossible to attract new talent for their research and that humanity needs to unite before it forgets what being a real human actually means. Then he drops the golden bait. He says that if a physical genius like Lin Zichin joins the team, he will not end up stuck at the common level rank 9 for the rest of his life, like what happened to the Dean himself after decades of training. The MC frowns and does the math in his head. The guy mentioned 50 years of training, but he just looks like a middle-aged gym bro. Something is not adding up. Dean Liu lets out a laugh, reading the kid's expression. I know. I look like I am 60, but I am actually pushing 100 years old. He credits this bizarre longevity to his secret body refining technique, getting a bit impatient with the kid's disbelief. The old dude gives it to him straight. You doubt me? Google my name right now. Look it up in the official martial encyclopedia. I do not waste time with BS. The MC whips out his phone and searches it right away. When he sees the birth date 1929, he freezes. The guy is a centenarian with the vigor of an athlete. Zichin starts to wonder if this technique could be the magic ticket for his parents to live longer. Our hero keeps digging through the digital records, wanting to find out what kind of skeletons this mysterious old dude has in his closet. That is when he finds the dossier. Lu Chuanwu was the prodigy heir of the prestigious Lu Marshall family, a bloodline that ran everything before fusion technology took over the world. But the tide turned. The Lu family went bankrupt and was thrown into exile because they absolutely refused to mix their noble blood with mutant animal genes. They chose honor over easy power. The story gets heavy. The Dean ended up all alone living among ruins after his own wife and kids abandoned him, claiming that his purism was a social and physical dead end. The MC glances sideways at Han, who is just sitting there sipping her tea. He thinks she would never ghost him like that, since their bond was forged in the steel of friendship, and maybe something more. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes lock onto a specific paragraph in the bio and he gets a chill. What the heck is this? He reads the name of the Dean's ex-wife, Yuan Dongji, the exact same dragon maiden who became Han's master. And to make matters worse, the pictures of his kids are in grayscale with dates indicating they passed away. The guy lost everything for his ideology. Our boy stays at the Dean with a whole new level of respect and caution. He realizes that this old dude is not just some gym freak, but a survivor who should absolutely not be underestimated. The Dean puffs out his chest, completely ignoring the MC's tension, and says that being a 100-year-old with a youthful face is undeniable proof that the pure human is the peak of biology. He explains the meaning behind the name. Tiandran means the celestial human, the one who does not accept the hand dealt by fate, and fights until they triumph over the laws of the heavens. The old man keeps up the sermon. Gene fusion is like borrowing money from a loan shark. You gain power now, but you will never truly own the cash. You will never be better than the original beast itself. He drops a doomsday prediction. One day the mutant beasts will evolve way past what human DNA can handle, copying. And on that day, fused humanity will be wiped out for a lack of originality. What about cyborgs? The Dean asks, answering his own question. It is the same trap, since the most advanced metal alloys and processors use organs and minerals from the mutant beast zones. At the end of the day, to him, it is all just parasite technology that relies on the enemy to even exist. If the beast falls, the tech stops. If the beast evolves, the human gets left behind. The Dean clenches his fist, making it clear that the pavilion does not want to go back to the Stone Age. They want to use technology as a stepping stone, not a forever crutch. They want absolute sovereignty over the body. Then comes the checkmate, the formal invitation. Lin Zichen, join the Tianren Pavilion. Be the tip of the spear that will guarantee the tomorrow of our species. The main guy just watches the old man's passion. The Dean promises that Zichen has the perfect DNA to be the first pure human to break past the rank 9 barrier and reach the saint level. Our hero, already sick of all the philosophical talk, cuts the mood. Alright, Grandpa, I get the concept. But tell me, what exactly is this miracle body tempering technique? The old dude cracks a sinister smile and explains, it is the blood tempering technique. An ancient method recovered from prehistoric ruins that uses qi and blood circulation to reforge the body like it is made of steel. He says it is the absolute definition of overpowered. Anyone who masters the high level becomes a martial saint, capable of flying without wings, shattering mountains with a single punch, and having mutant beasts for dinner using just their bare fists. But there is a catch. The technique totally wrecks the veins of anyone with animal genes and clogs up the circuits of anyone who is a cyborg. It is an exclusive VIP club for 100% organic humans. The Dean deadpans with absolute conviction. The future does not belong to those with metal claws or wolf fur. The future belongs to those with boiling human blood. He doubles down in the question, extending his hand. So, Lin Zichen, are you going to take the easy road of mutation or the glorious path of the pureblood? Zichen, playing it totally diplomatic, answers, look, I am kind of a rookie with all this bloodline stuff. I am going to do a bit more research at home, and I will hit you up later. Dean Liu loses his patience, slamming his fist on the table hard enough to make the teacups jump. Kid, stop playing dumb. With your physical talent, going to a regular college is like using a Ferrari to plow a field. Then the guy decides to appeal to the MC's ego. He says that, for the pavilion, that top scorer of the province who made the headlines is basically a nobody compared to the MC's potential. What he forgot is that the so-called nobody is sitting right there. Han spits out her tea, choking and totally shocked at being roasted for absolutely no reason by this old man. The Dean, caught up in the hype, keeps going. I am absolutely sure that you, Lin Zichen, are the real monster of this generation. That girl just got lucky with her genes. He guarantees. If you choose the pure path, in 3 months you will wipe the floor with that top scorer without even breaking a sweat. Han, right next to them, is practically shooting sparks out of her eyes from sheer outrage. The poor girl is freaking out internally. I haven't said a single word this whole meeting and this old guy is using me as a verbal punching bag. The MC, sensing that if he does not stop this right now, Hunahan is going to summon a tsunami inside the coffee shop, raises his hand to end the mess. He points to the girl. So Dean, this right here is Shen Qinghan, the top scorer you just called a nobody. Han gives a heavy, sarcastic hi, and the Dean instantly starts sweating cold. To cut through the insanely awkward tension, our hero grabs the box with the new cell phone, gets up from his chair, and lets him know they are out of time and have more important things to do. Like running away from that cringe fest. With his 3D phone in hand, he thanks him for the free lecture and the tea, pulling Han toward the exit. Dean Liu goes into total panic mode, reaching out his arm like his life depends on it, and begs, wait, don't go. Join the pavilion for just 6 months. I will give you anything you want. As the couple walks out holding hands, the Dean yells for the whole street to hear. The Tiananmen Pavilion will double whatever scholarship Shanghai University offers you. They keep walking without looking back, until the old dude pulls out his absolute last card and screams, "Triple. I will pay triple of anything." Whoa. Triple is the magic word that triggers Zichen's gold digger mode. He stops dead in his tracks, dollar signs flashing in his eyes. Wait, what? Triple? The MC, with zero shame whatsoever, pulls a perfect 180-degree turn and heads right back to the table with a glowing smile. You know what, Dean? Now that I think about it, I have always been a huge fan of the Tiananmen Pavilion's purest ideals. Where do I sign? With his eyes gleaming with pure, greedy dollar signs, our boy clenches his fist with conviction and shouts, "That is it. I have decided to take my talents and my future to the Tiananmen Pavilion." The Dean looks completely stunned. He celebrates the win, but on the inside, he is crying tears of blood just imagining the massive hole that triple benefits deal is going to blow in the organization's budget. With the contract practically sealed with a handshake, The MC switches back to serious mode and gives a heads up that, before signing, he has a little technical question for the master. Our boy drops the bomb. What do you know about the land of origin? The dean freezes and goes into shock, wondering how a freshman has already heard about a state secret like that. The vibe in the coffee shop suddenly gets heavy. The bearded guy explains in a grim tone that this place is considered the cradle of all organic life on the planet. And he follows it up with a terrifying part. Absolutely every single mutant beast that hunts us today came from that nightmare zone. Right then, the narration shows a visual nightmare. A horde of monsters so ugly they make regular beasts look like little kittens, proving that the land of origin is the true headquarters for these demons. The MC starts connecting the dots with his genius mind. He figures out that humanity's top brass not only knows about the anomalies but also already has ways to get in and out of there. Then he asks the million-dollar question. The meat we buy at the mall comes from there, doesn't it? The dean confirms it, explaining that the supply on Earth is super scarce and the official butcher shop is on the other side. Our boy, totally curious, immediately asks to see videos of the place. But the old dude warns him that is a no-go. Electronics bite the dust over there because of the interference, so the only way to record the place is by relying on high-precision, realistic paintings. Right then and there, the MC remembers that image of the platinum blonde Bai Shui. It hits him that it was a crazy good hand-drawn sketch, not a digital photo, which totally explains the mystical aura. Right in the middle of this deep thought process, our hero's phone rings, forcing him to postpone his investigation into the Upside Down. On the other end of the line, a female voice demands his presence at the school's promotional event, and the MC lets her know he is already on his way. Our boy jumps up in a hurry, telling the dean that the life of a martial idol is calling and it will finish the contract talk later. The old dude, just to make sure his catch does not slip away, hands him a big, ancient blue book. It is the official manual for the blood refining technique, except there is a catch. To even crack the book open, the candidate needs to be at least at stage 4 of the common level and have a decent reserve of chi. The dean says that based on his physical test data, the MC is almost there, suggesting he study the theory during the break so he can try the practical training next semester. Then Zichin drops the bomb super casually. Grandpa, I am already at stage 6. I am going to start practicing tonight. The dean's jaw drops as he watches the kid vanish into the horizon. The scene cuts to a complex of modern imposing buildings, the final destination for our two lovebirds. Inside an elite gym, a totally shredded brunette is turning a punching bag into dust, throwing hands with absolutely zero mercy. The girl is an absolute fighting machine. She lands a 360-degree spinning kick so powerful that the bag almost blasts right through the gym ceiling. Right then, Dean Liu walks in whistling, rocking a massive grin from ear to ear that barely fits on his face. The fighter stops her workout, flexing a set of abs that would make a Greek statue jealous, and asks what has the old man so happy. The old dude puffs out his chest and brags. Thanks to my legendary charisma and masterful smooth talking, the biggest genius in the province just joined our pavilion. The girl is shocked for a second, but when the dean starts on about his charisma, she calls him out. Stop lying and tell me how much you promised him. Caught red-handed, the clown confesses he promised triple the benefits. The girl lets out a yell, reminding him that the pavilion is already drowning in debt up to their necks. But the dean reveals his foolproof plan of getting sponsorships from some rich ladies, while his assistant Yuvan begs him to stop being so financially irresponsible. The dean then asks Yuvan how long it took her back in the day to feel chi energy. She says it took her a week to feel it and 2 months to get total control over it. The old dude praises her, reminding her that she was the runner-up back then, and brags that he himself, the great master, took only 2 weeks. The brunette gets a bit bummed out, asking him not to bring up the exam. Ever since she refused gene fusion, her progress stalled out and people are always making fun of her potential. The dean, going into full dad mode, tells her to ignore the haters and guarantees that, with the right technique, she will wreck all those mutants in the future. Frustrated that she still has not opened her acupuncture points, she asks how long this new genius is going to take to feel the chi. The dean remembers the kid's stat sheet, says his talent is just a tiny bit below hers, to avoid bruising his student's ego, and guesses it will take him about 10 days. Yuvan gets all hyped up, cracking her knuckles, totally eager to give a warm welcome and personally teach this freshman the master keeps praising. Night falls over the city and the full moon lights up our hero's bedroom. And our MC does not waste any time. He is already sitting on the bed in a lotus pose, Shaolin monk style, ready to take the big blue book for a test drive. Our boy opens his eyes and checks the reality with his system. Feeling the flow of chi and his blood circulating took exactly 3 seconds. With the first part mastered at the speed of light, He dives into the manual to start the fine control and flesh refinement. He starts with his right arm. The limb begins to glow with a reddish aura while the system notifies him that his durability and proficiency are going up non-stop. Half an hour later, the arm is totally upgraded. He decides to test his new toughness by grabbing a razor-sharp kitchen knife. Our guy presses the blade hard against his skin and it does not leave a single scratch. He realizes instantly how the Dean tanked the bird guy's feather attack. It is literal skin of steel. The MC gets super pumped, doing mental math on just how invincible he is going to be after completing all 5 cycles of total refinement. 3 hours later, our hero is exhausted. He refined both arms, but burned through a third of his chi. He figures he will finish his whole body in less than a week, something the Dean thought would take months. Just as he is finally about to crash onto his pillow, his phone chimes. It is almost midnight, the official time for life-changing texts. It is Han Han, sending that classic late-night text. Xiaochen, are you asleep already? He replies that he is awake, and the girl tells him she prepared a surprise in her room, and that he needs to come over right now. He accepts on the spot, without even thinking twice. Already up on his feet, our boy starts wondering, what kind of surprise does a girl prepare at an hour like this? The vibe in his room is already getting hot just thinking about it. The MC steps out of his room and bumps right into Han Han's mom in the hallway. He awkwardly explains that her daughter called him over to check something out. His future mother-in-law, acting like the biggest wingwoman in history, gives him a thumbs up and tells him to hurry up. The MC walks up to her door feeling like he is heading into an S-rank mission. He gently knocks on the door to let her know he's there. Hanan replies with a "come in" from inside, and the boy's heart must be beating faster than the blood refinement he just finished. Our boy opens the door with his heart in his throat. He walks into the room walking on eggshells, having absolutely no idea if he's going to find a monster or a love confession. And the scene he finds gives his brain the blue screen of death. Han Han is sprawled out in the middle of the bed, completely wrapped in a thick blanket right up to her neck. The MC can only think, wait, did she turn into a human sushi roll? The girl, who is currently a shade of red that would put a tomato to shame, confirms with a trembling voice that this is his late birthday surprise. Oh boy, the tension is getting thick. Our guy, who isn't nearly as clueless as he looks, asks straight up why she's looking like a cocoon. His mind is already racing, imagining that his present comes with a bow and everything. He tries to keep his cool, pretending it's just something simple, like a watch or some training gear. But Hanan cuts the small talk and tells him to find out for himself. The MC sits on the edge of the bed, feeling totally awkward and sensing the heat radiating from there. The girl, putting on an Oscar-worthy mystery act, orders him to lift the blanket. Her face is burning up. She's lying there in a mix of maximum expectation and the desperate desire for the ground to swallow her whole. And our hero isn't far behind. The boy is completely flush, looking like he's about to cut the red wire on a ticking time bomb. With a hand shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, our guy starts to pull the edge of the sheet back to reveal the mystery. Then, when he removes the cover, the surprise is jaw-dropping. Han Han is wearing a white silk chi pao, super tight, flattering every curve, and leaving almost nothing to the imagination. The boy completely short-circuits. The blood rushes to his head, his face turns beet red, and the poor guy's operating system throws an error 404. The girl, super embarrassed and trying to adjust herself under his gaze, asks in that tiny, shy voice of someone fishing for a compliment, does it look pretty on me? She is playing hardball with our hero's heart. Our boy freezes up like a wax figure. He can only stutter out that she looks great, amazing, absolutely next-level gorgeous. Except Han Han's decided that today is the day she finishes him off. She lets him know she bought those black pantyhose he mentioned and asks if he wants to see the complete outfit. The MC tries to keep up his cool master persona, but he's sweating bullets from every pore. He gives her the green light, but inside, his soul has already flatlined. And then things enter the danger zone. She starts putting the pantyhose on right there, right in front of him, taking her sweet time. The camera focuses on the details of her legs. And man, the artist was definitely inspired today. The artwork is on a level that actually deserves a round of applause. Our hero can only swallow hard, his mouth completely dry. The poor guy is seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with this movie-like scene. Now all dolled up and looking fatal, Han Han asks for his final verdict. The MC, trying his hardest not to pass out, says the look is simply perfect. The girl, who has fully activated her MVP striker mode today, says the texture of the tights is delightful and invites our guy to feel the quality of the fabric. He's no fool, so he goes in to check the material. He carefully runs his hand over her leg and agrees that the fabric is incredibly soft and smooth. And the girl, now glued to him, takes advantage of the closeness to drop a loaded question. Which do you think is better, the feel of the tights or the feel of my skin? The MC, already melting like butter on a hot summer day, drops a masterclass answer. Definitely, the feel of your legs is unbeatable. But right at the peak of the mood, the universe decides to conspire against them. The MC's mom yells from down the hall, letting him know she left an essential bag hanging on the door. The boy, frustrated to his very core, gets up to grab the delivery, yelling "coming," interrupting what was shaping up to be the best night of his life. He opens the door in a second, grabs the bag and checks what his dear mom thought was so urgent it had to ruin his romance. When he looks inside, it's a completely different kind of surprise. A box of state-of-the-art ultra-thin condoms. He immediately thinks, Mom doesn't mess around, she's already predicting the future. The MC turns purple from embarrassment. He mutters to himself that he hasn't even managed a proper kiss yet and his mom is already wanting him to skip a few steps. From the bedroom, Han calls him to bed, saying she's going to put on her diaper. That classic funny translation for comfortable sleepwear. The message is received, and the intimacy level just ranked up. The MC walks back into the room entirely flushed, pretending he's intensely studying the ceiling while she gets ready. But his tomato red face isn't fooling anyone. The girl finishes getting ready and tells him to turn off the light so they can rest. The MC, obedient as a little puppy, simply executes the order. The scene shows the two of them lying there together in the dark. The silence is heavy and you can just feel that sleep is going to take a while to come. Chilling there in bed, the MC breaks the ice by asking why her bed smells so good, wondering if she went overboard with the perfume. The girl, full of confidence, replies that it's her natural scent and challenges him. If you doubt it, you can come closer and check. The kid is glitching out, trying to understand the biology behind that. He has never been this close to a girl who smelled this amazing in his entire life. Things really heat up as they lock eyes in the dark. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Our hero, red right up to his ears, starts moving closer millimeter by millimeter. His heart is thumping louder than a bass drum at a marching band parade. The camera zooms in on their lips as the distance vanishes. It's the moment everyone's been waiting for, man. The MC, with a slight smirk, goes in for the final move, radiating a confidence he didn't even know he had. And the kiss finally happens. The MC leans in with passion, and the two of them completely surrender to the magical moment. The kiss is intense and breathtaking. Han actually looks shocked by our guy's bold move, finally taking charge of the situation. The heat rises, and the MC's hand cups her face with a gentleness that contrasts with the intensity of the moment. Except, right in the middle of their makeout session, the girl stops everything, flustered and panting, asking him to wait just a second. The MC sits up on the bed, totally confused, thinking he did something wrong. Han is just sitting there, turning red and going into a straight-up panic. Then she drops the bombshell that absolutely ruins the mood. I peed. The romance flatlined that exact second. The silence that follows is absolute and completely awkward. The MC freezes, staring into space, trying to process what he just heard. But since he's quick on his feet and knows how her powers work, he realizes something is fishy here. He asks if her mental fluctuation was too strong during the kiss. The girl explains, dying of embarrassment, that her heart raced so fast and her body heated up in such a way that her senses short-circuited. And then, the leak was inevitable. She confirms that her mental energy spun out of control. The MC, with that detective look in his eyes, concludes, "It was exactly as I suspected." He explains that her superpower is purely mental and driven by emotions. The kiss was such a violent stimulus that it caused a biological short-circuit in her bladder control. He continues his mini martial arts lecture, warning her that if she strengthens her mind, she'll be able to control 100% of her power without any leaks. Han finally understands that the problem isn't her bladder. It's her unstable mental Wi-Fi. The girl, absolutely mortified, asks to be excused to go change her diaper or wet pajamas. But the MC, going full sadistic scientist mode, says she'll just end up getting wet again from nervousness and tells her to continue the experiment. Our boy doesn't waste time on theory and goes right in for another breathtaking kiss, proving that his lungs are in top shape while hers are about to collapse. After the epic makeout session, he pulls back and asks, with a serious researcher face, how she felt. The girl, her face burning up and completely out of breath, admits the sensation was way too intense to process. She confirms that the short circuit was exactly like the first one. The MC finalizes the diagnosis. Her powers are 100% triggered by emotional intensity and mental strength. The poor girl, all sweaty and with jelly legs, announces she's going to take a shower to pull herself together, claiming that 5 minutes of kissing Zichin is more exhausting than an Olympic marathon. Already from inside the shower stall, over the sound of the running water, she asks the MC to be a gentleman and bring her a clean pair of pajamas. He replies with a, "You got it," and prepares for the mission. The boy walks over to his sweetheart's wardrobe, feeling like he's crossing the border into sacred and dangerous territory. He opens the closet doors and is greeted by the female multiverse. An organized stack of bras in every color and lace imaginable. His system almost crashes again. The MC ends up grabbing a pair of white panties with a delicate little bow and just stands there looking at them like a goofball, thinking it's the cutest thing in the world. Completely flushed, he starts pondering about this diaper she mentioned, seriously wondering if Han actually sleeps in that accessory instead of normal underwear. After conducting a full and totally unauthorized inspection of the closet, he selects the pajamas and fulfills his role as wardrobe assistant. The scene cuts and the night of lab tests comes to an end. The camera shows the lovebirds sleeping back to back in a romantic, post-war vibe. But our hero's sleep is lighter than a feather. He's lying there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling and processing the night's events. He slowly turns over and sees Han knocked out cold in a deep sleep, with a tiny bit of drool sliding from the corner of her mouth. The absolute peak of relaxation. With a little smirk, the MC, going 100% affectionate mode, wipes the drool away with his finger. Our boy is officially falling hard for this girl. As the sun starts to rise, our hero gets up to sneak out. It's time for a strategic retreat before the whole house wakes up. But his luck is terrible. He runs right into his mother-in-law right at the bedroom door. She, giving him a look like she knows exactly what they were dreaming about, invites him for coffee, and he accepts just so he doesn't look guilty. Already at the table, the mom asks about her daughter. The MC, keeping his poker face strong, lets her know the princess is still in a deep coma in bed. The mom complains about the girl's laziness, but the MC turns into a defense attorney. "Let her rest, auntie." Being the top one in the province requires a lot of mental recovery. With a full belly and mission accomplished, our hero says goodbye to Auntie Mong and tells her he knows his way out, declining the escort. As soon as he crosses the threshold, his mother-in-law closes the door with a victorious little smirk, pocketing the electronic lock remote. The old lady is the mastermind behind this whole setup. She rushes to the kitchen to gossip with her husband, mentioning the sound of the shower in the middle of the night, and giving him that, "Our grandkids are on the way, look." The dad listens with the absolute seriousness of a man planning a wedding. The mom, super hyped about the progress of her favorite ship, whips out her phone to spread the gossip to all her friends and relatives. Back in his own apartment, the MC walks in with the swagger of a guy who just survived an epic battle and emerged victorious. The boy takes off his shirt, showing off the refined physique he got from blood tempering, and tosses his clothes from the night into the washing machine to destroy any evidence of Han's leak. But his peace is short-lived. His mom pops out of nowhere in the middle of the living room, super excited, shouting for her big boy, with a thumbs up and a huge smile stretching from ear to ear. She praises his ability to get things done quickly. The poor guy just stands there, shirtless and totally lost, not realizing that his mother-in-law's gossip has already arrived via text. The scene cuts to the imposing facade of the university. The romantic vibes end here, because the political drama is about to begin. An angry, long-haired dude kicks the door open and starts yelling at Dean Liu, demanding an explanation for stealing Lin Zichen. Dean Liu, looking majestic in his kimono, casually keeps cleaning his fingernails and plays dumb, saying he has no idea what student he's talking about. The long-haired guy, Ma Zhenhe, explodes, accusing the dean of poaching the student who was practically already enrolled in the elite genetic fusion school. The dean claps back with class. "Wait, since when is there exclusivity? If the kid preferred my pavilion, who am I to say no?" The long-haired guy yells that first come, first served, but the dean retorts that it's a free market. Classes haven't even started, and he couldn't care less about other people's ethics. The dean finishes by stating the recruitment was entirely clean, conveniently omitting the bribe of triple the scholarship, and challenges the guy to convince Zichen to come back if he's actually competent enough. Ma Zhenhe calls the old man shameless and challenges Liu to settle the score with their fists right then and there on the dueling stage. The dean, being the sly old fox he is, cleans his ear and asks if the guy really thinks he's stupid enough to fall for a beginner-level taunt. The trash talk gets heavy. The dean accuses the other guy of bullying because of the power level gap, and the long-haired guy counters by bringing up age 95 years old for Liu versus 48 for him. The long-haired guy turns his back to leave, dropping a final warning: without genetic fusion, the dean is just going to be a weakling stuck at level 9 forever. He drops one last gem. calling the dean as weak as an ant and telling him he should just abandon this whole pure-blooded human cult. But the elf-eared girl in the squad, probably a fusionist, reassures Boss Ma, guaranteeing that as soon as Lin Zichen sees the power difference, he'll regret everything. The little horned girl guarantees the MC will come crawling back begging for forgiveness. Meanwhile, another background character demands severe punishment for Dean Liu for unfair competition. Director Yuan, the dean's ex, calmly sips her coffee and delivers the checkmate. If the boss is unhappy, it's simple. Let's just steal their second best student right back. The long-haired guy cracks an evil smirk, agreeing with the strategy, and decides to put the plan into action immediately. With a light snap of her fingers, the porcelain teacup in Director Yuan's hand turns to dust. The woman has a brute strength that completely defies logic. She sighs and comments that Ma Jinhei always loses his mind whenever the topic is her ex-husband, Lua. Watching the dean through the window, she thinks to herself that he's still the same stubborn guy as always, with a tongue sharper than his sword. The director quietly laments that he chose the hard path when he was young. Otherwise, the two of them would be running the show today. While the politics boil in the offices, the scene cuts to our lovebirds running down the street under the blazing sun, trying to work on their cardio conditioning, except the girl's stamina is long gone. Completely sweaty and red in the face, Hanhan stops and yells that she can't take a single step more of this torture. The MC, acting like a true modern gentleman, stops the run immediately and offers her an ice-cold bottle of water. He knows that to keep this partnership going, he has to treat the lady like a queen. Then he points to a park bench up ahead, suggests ending the cardio torture for today, and invites the girl to chill for a bit. Han accepts the invite faster than lightning. Han stretches all the way out on the bench to catch her breath. And man, the camera angle is doing our friend a lot of favors. Her physique in those workout clothes is definitely on point. The MC, who isn't dumb or anything, sits right next to her and starts a very physical therapy-style massage on her leg, claiming it's just to prevent cramps. Suspicious, but effective. The girl, already super flustered by his touch, thanks him for the help in a soft voice, while he stays focused on the muscle recovery with the utmost professional seriousness. Our hero, turning his Riz mode up to the max, looks deeply into her eyes and says that, between the two of them, a thank you is way too formal for the level of intimacy they've reached. Han, with her face on fire and her heart in her throat, decides to set the record straight. She wants to know, plain and simple, what their actual relationship is from now on. The MC, flashing that smile of a guy with a master plan in his head, drops the catchphrase, "We're family, Han." She gives him a pout, clearly not satisfied with a vague answer, and fires the question right back, demanding a clear and objective definition of this family status. With her eyes shining with hope, the girl throws out the final bait and asks, almost in a whisper, "Family, does that mean we're engaged?" She barely even waits for his answer and immediately starts celebrating internally, glowing with joy for having confirmed that the yes is clearly implied on her hero's stunned face. Lounging on the bench, now feeling like her soul is cleansed and entirely victorious, she enjoys the sunset, and the vibe between the two of them becomes as light as a feather. At that point, the girl doesn't waste any time and immediately brings up the long-term plan. She asks if they can get married the second they get their college degrees. Our guy, already totally decided and not scared of commitment at all, gives her a thumbs up and agrees on the spot without any hesitation. That was a solid yes. To seal their fate, they make a pinky promise. A 100-year vow that, in their world, is harder to break than a legally binding contract. The scene cuts to the living room of the MC's house. He and his parents are just chilling on the couch when the doorbell rings, shattering the peace of the evening. His dad gets up to answer, grumbling that visitors at this hour can only be a mystery or a debt collector. Opening the door, the old man comes face to face with Dean Ma. It's the absolute last person he expected to see there, especially looking less than friendly. The dean, bringing that elegant mobster aura, apologizes for the late-night intrusion but insists the matter is urgent and involves Zichen's academic future. The dad, already getting annoyed, says he thought the college stuff was totally settled and finds it weird that the guy wants to dig up an issue that was already buried. To break the ice and soften the blow, the dean hands over 2 rare crystal fish, claiming it's a luxury gift from a grateful former student. The dad, a bit calmed down by the bribe, says thanks, and invites the man in, since the kid is right there in the living room anyway. Once seated, the dean starts his lobby. He says Zichen's 15% compatibility rate is pure gold, and his potential in genetic science is absolutely infinite. The mom serves some tea, but her ears perk up when she hears the dean trash the competition's pure-blooded human theory, calling them completely backward. Staring intently at the kid, he shoots straight. Zichen, drop this boneheaded idea and come back to the school of evolution, where the real winners are. The MC, with a serious face and his arms crossed, just sits there quietly, soaking up the dean's pressure and desperation. The mom, completely confused about what's going on, gets defensive and reminds him that her son is already officially enrolled in the Tianren Pavilion. Then the MC cuts his mom off, takes the heat head on, and admits he forgot to mention one tiny, fundamental detail to his folks. He drops the bomb. I jumped over to the Tianren Pavilion to follow the pure human path. His parents almost fall out of their chairs at the revelation. The mom, her eyes wide as saucers, goes into a tailspin. She wants to know what kind of madness possessed her son to trade a sure thing for a massive gamble. The MC explains that he agrees with the philosophy of not relying on animal genes and, of course, mentions getting triple the benefits for a 6-month trial period. His parents just sit there processing the info, not sure whether to laugh at their son's audacity or cry over his stupidity. Dean Ma, letting out a mocking laugh, thinks out loud that it's an absolute joke that old Lou, who doesn't even have a pot to piss in, is promising triple of anything. The older man Ma scowls and, in a solemn tone, announces he's going to give the kid one final piece of masterly advice. He delivers the lecture. He says, triple the benefits is chump change compared to a bright future, and that taking these 6 months off will make Zichen completely miss the timing on modern knowledge. But the MC won't budge. He doubles down, saying he believes in the philosophy and honestly, the money is just too good to pass up. Dean Ma sighs, totally defeated by the kid's pragmatism, seeing that no amount of begging is going to convince this stubborn guy. Putting on the vibe of someone who has officially washed his hands of the situation and refuses to take the blame for someone else's failure, he says he has nothing left to say. He announces he's got better things to do, gets up, and heads out, while the MC's parents awkwardly try to walk him to the door. The scene cuts, the sun rises, and the night of family drama finally ends, leaving a heavy trail of doubt in the air. Back to the daily grind. We see our heroes building, with life flowing normally on a typical Monday morning. Our MC is just chilling, sipping his coffee and checking the news on his phone, totally unaware of the bombshell that's about to drop. Suddenly, he almost chokes on his bread when he sees the headline in massive letters. Official announcement plastered across every single news portal. He reads, in total disbelief, that the Tianren Pavilion is being accused of having brainwashed the province's second-best student, meaning him. The kid sees that they dug up a tragic case from 10 years ago about another genius girl who took the pure path and ended up turning into a completely normal person with zero powers. In the comments, the internet shows zero mercy. They're calling Zichen an idiot and worse, and demanding that everyone at the pavilion be thrown in jail for being frauds. The MC realizes just how serious this exposure and cyberbullying are. He's worried crazy cultists might track him down, and he instantly suspects this doxing leak is Dean Ma's doing. Without missing a beat, he contacts the platform's support to report the post that criminally doxed his personal info. 2 hours later, our boy checks his phone lying on the couch and sees that the official post was nuked and is fully offline. But his peace of mind is short-lived, as his phone pings with a new notification that promises a much bigger headache than the last one. In the squad's group chat, the gossip is traveling faster than fiber optics. Everyone is talking about the pavilion and Zichen's leaked photos. Some are outraged at his choice, but there's a whole female faction that just keeps complimenting how good the kid looks in the picture. The MC, with a furrowed brow in his analytical mode turned on, realizes this goes way deeper. The leaked photos weren't random. They were hand-picked to either ruin his reputation or attract some seriously unwanted attention. Night falls over the city and that heavy silence takes over the air. It's that classic time of day when all your problems decide to come knocking at your door. Speaking of doors, Han pops up out of nowhere, already in her pajamas and wearing a look that says, I won't take no for an answer, announcing that the vibe outside is weird and she's sleeping at his place tonight. Already making herself comfortable on the couch, she starts scrolling through the news and unleashes her wrath on the guys who doxed him. Zichen explains, with the calm of someone who has seen it all, that this is just a fight between the big dogs in the power factions. Then the girl has a stroke of genius. Xia Xiaoshan. What if I ask my bat-ass master to clean up this mess? The MC, being the rational guy he is, throws a bucket of cold water on that idea. He says this is a political conflict between purists and evolutionists, and her master, being the queen of fusion, has absolutely no reason to help a pavilion rebel. But Han totally ignores the political logic. She dives onto his bed, pulls out her phone, says, it never hurts to try, and fires off an SOS to the Dragon Maiden. On her phone screen, the master's reply comes in the blink of an eye. A short, dry, it's handled. an efficiency that makes the MC question if the woman is human or just a pure algorithm. The kid goes into total shock. He can't believe how fast she responded and starts wondering exactly what kind of influence this woman actually wields. The girl shoves the screen in his face. Look at this. Searching for Lin Zichen's name doesn't return a single controversial result anymore. It's like the internet just went through a global reset in exactly 5 minutes. Zichen starts pondering. Either the master spoils her disciple to an absurd degree, or she has some ancient beef with Dean Liu Chuanwu and wants to show him who actually runs the show. Not wanting to stress over the how, he tells Han Han to thank her master for him. But since he's smooth and never misses a shot, he immediately asks, "And what about you? How are you going to thank me for being such an understanding fiancé?" The girl doesn't back down, shooting back a "come here and kiss me" with a challenging look. And our guy wastes zero time, going right into a makeout session on the spot, sealing the peace for the night. After the romantic moment, the scene shifts to the MC in deep concentration, surrounded by an eerie white energy that makes the air around him literally vibrate. He exhales forcefully, completely zeroed in on the intense secret training Dean Liu gave him. The sweat is pouring, but his determination is made of steel. The system chimes in his mind. Biological level increased. Common human, 7th rank. He celebrates finishing the skin tempering stage. His shell is officially bulletproof now. His status screen glows. Lin Zichen, 18 years old, rank 7, showing a list of physical stats that would make a bull jealous. With a little smirk on his face, he brags to himself. His 9 pure attributes are already equal to 10 common genetic fusions. He feels like he could curb stomp any 4 fusion genius without even breaking a sweat. But the peace of mind only lasts for the span of a sigh. His phone buzzes on the bed with another one of those notifications that send a chill down your spine. It's an urgent text from his mom. She warns him that Han Han is at risk of losing her fertility due to the side effects of high-level fusion, and she urgently needs to freeze her eggs. Right after that, an invite arrives from Han Han herself, asking him to go with her for the retrieval procedure next Monday. The MC, being an A+ partner, says yes immediately. Monday rolls around, and the crew pulls up in front of a luxury hospital that looks more like a tech building in Silicon Valley. Inside, Han Han is already on the exam table, wearing only the top half of her hospital gown. And let's be honest, the artist was really feeling it with those anatomical details. A very busty nurse walks in, lets them know the prep injections have already been administered, and tells them to come back tomorrow morning for the actual retrieval. The MC grumbles about the red tape of having to come back, while Han Han quietly confesses that she's an absolute nervous wreck about the procedure. To lighten the mood, Xu Shin, who tagged along as a party crasher, suggests an intense shopping day to calm their nerves, and Han Han lights up instantly. Shopping, the ultimate female stress reliever. They invite Zichen to be their official bag carrier, but the hero gracefully declines, claiming he has urgent business, heavy training to take care of at home. Xu Shin celebrates Girls' Day with a battle cry, and the MC is just left standing there, looking like he just got traded for a new pair of shoes. Back in his sanctuary, our guy sits in the lotus position. He tells himself playtime is over and it's time to temper his muscles. He dives deep into meditation, and the system starts pinging like crazy, bumping up his proficiency in skin, muscle, and blood tempering point by point. After spending the entire afternoon focused exclusively on his right arm, he flops onto the bed, feeling his head spinning from massive chi depletion. To refuel, the kid attacks a box of bread like he hasn't eaten in 3 past lives. That's the price of power. The training results are insane. His brute strength increased by 50% in just 1 arm. The blood tempering technique is totally real and way too OP. Right in the middle of his post-workout thoughts, Han Han knocks on the door. She looks entirely refreshed after her shopping spree, but she has something to say. She walks in and tells him Xu Shin planned a fairball trip for everyone to hit the beach before college classes start, and obviously, she already RSVP'd for him. The MC, turning on charmer mode, holds her hand and says, "If you're going to be there, I'd go to the end of the world, let alone the beach." Han Han gets a little shy, but explains the real reason she's scared. She wants to go, but she's terrified of ruining the group's vibe because of her deep trauma with water. She recalls, her eyes getting teary, the terrifying sound she hears whenever she gets close to the ocean. The trauma is deep, and her fear is completely genuine. The MC, like a perfect gentleman, comforts her by saying he'll be by her side the entire time, and they don't even have to dip a toe in the water if she doesn't want to. The girl finally relaxes. The scene sharply cuts to a colossal dark cave, featuring a suspended platform over a boiling sea of lava. The place reeks of sulfur and death. In the center of this sinister platform, a solitary figure stands meditating in a place where any normal person would melt in seconds. A giant, buff green ogre approaches respectfully and reports to a lord envoy, letting him know the rats, the diggers, finally finished their dirty work. This lord, wearing a plague doctor mask, the one with the crow beak, and shrouded in shadows, orders an exact biological coordinate to be set at that very spot. The hooded figure scans the area with eyes glowing through the bizarre mask and lets out a clearly plotting something that is going to give our heroes a lot of trouble. Wasting no time, the villain raises a staff adorned with a giant, red eye that looks alive, ready to desecrate the cave floor. He slams the staff down with monstrous force, cracking the solid rock and unleashing a shockwave of eerie red energy that lights up the entire cavern. Making the macabre ritual even worse, the plague doctor slashes his own wrist deep, showing he has absolutely zero attachment to life or sanity. Black blood runs down the staff, fusing with the red energy and morphing into a manifestation of pure, tangible dark magic. The energy spreads like a virus across the floor, and the hooded figure explains the coordinate is set. Now, it's just a matter of time until the folks on the other side, on Earth, tune into the exact same frequency to rip open the portal. Atop the infernal platform, the plague doctor wraps up the ritual with an invisible smile. He announces that once the frequencies resonate, the dimensional tunnels will link the human world to the land of origin, and what's coming next will make a horror movie look like a Saturday morning cartoon. While evil is brewing, the normal world keeps spinning. The squad hits the road on a gorgeous coastal highway. Hiyu is behind the wheel, looking all proud, while Chushin, looking suspicious, asks when the heck he even got his driver's license. The driver explains that by pulling some strings with his dad's influence, he got his license in record time 10 days after vacation started, and already offers to use his hookup to fast-track driving school spots for everyone else. The crew doesn't miss the chance to hype him up, instantly dubbing him Young Master He, while the MC tries not to suffocate in the back seat, getting crushed by the group's excitement and their shopping bags. Hiyu parks by pulling off an action movie drift and announces with total flair that they've finally reached paradise. He jumps out of the car like he just won the lottery, throws his arms open to the wind, and lets out that classic scream of someone who desperately needed a vacation and the salty ocean breeze. The guy keeps screaming with joy as we see the packed beach, colorful umbrellas and couples soaking up the sun, radiating pure summer peace. And to crown his pervert moment, he lets out his battle cry, "Bi Kinnis." The camera makes sure to show that the inventory of beautiful women on the sand is fully stocked, to the absolute delight of our resident pervert. But the joy is short-lived. Shushin sneaks up from behind and delivers an educational smack on the back of his head, telling him to shut his mouth and stop embarrassing them in front of everyone. She grabs Han by the arm so they can go change in the women's locker room, leaving Hiyu standing there grumbling, "Hey," as he gets left behind. Unfazed, Hiyu calls Zichen for the guy mission, putting on their swim trunks and getting their physiques ready to impress the ladies. As they walk, Hiyu brags that he's going to swim until he turns into a fish. But the MC is taking it easy, just wanting to take in the scenery, and Han, obviously. Except fame follows our hero everywhere. Some random beta dude walking by instantly recognizes Zichen as the genius who took second place in the province and became the center of all that drama. Within seconds, a little group of haters starts whispering loudly, calling the MC the golden idiot, who got brainwashed and threw his future in the trash by picking the Tenrin Pavilion. The random guy who recognized the MC, surprisingly, turns out to be his biggest fan. He turns to the haters and goes off on them, asking who they think they are to judge someone with Zekin's talent. The losers, who are clearly all talk, start shaking in their boots under the fans' pressure and quietly sneak away to avoid embarrassing themselves any further. The MC, who hates the spotlight, pulls Hiyu away from the drama and tells him not to waste his time on small-minded people. But his friend is still foaming at the mouth with rage over the injustice. Hiyu praises Zichen's monk-like patience, and the MC sets it straight. He only spends his energy if it's something he actually cares about or involves people he loves. His friend, super curious, asks, "So what exactly is it that you care about so much?" The MC just gives him a look that says, "Are you dense or what?" At that exact moment, Chushin reappears with Han, who looks absolutely spectacular in a bikini that leaves the MC speechless. Chushin answers for him. The thing he cares about most is Han, obviously. Hiyu is left looking dumbfounded, and Chushin, bossy as ever, orders the two guys to hurry up and change before the sun goes down. Now properly dressed and showing off shredded abs that make the sand shake, The MC goes on the offensive and volunteers to put sunscreen on Hanhan's back. The girls are chilling on the beach chairs, and Hanhan, smiling from ear to ear, accepts the offer instantly, absolutely loving the sweet gesture from her fiancé. Our guy starts rubbing the lotion in with a slow massage and asks if the pressure is okay. The girl is practically purring with delight and agrees it's perfect. Yu watches the scene from afar, green with envy and mentally taking notes on Shichin's masterclass tactics to use later. The poor guy tries to pull the exact same move on Shu Xin, but gets a dry, "Get lost, you pervert," that practically deals critical damage to his soul. He caught a major L again. Meanwhile, the MC continues his skin physical therapy with total focus, and the camera zooms in to show that Hanhan is definitely getting pretty flustered by his touch. Suddenly, the mood shatters. Hanhan's eyes widen and she goes completely pale. She hears a guttural voice echoing inside her mind, whispering about the awakening of the great god. The sinister voice keeps rambling about an imminent rebirth, and the sheer terror on her face makes it clear this isn't just some heatstroke delusion. The mental message specifically mentions the sea and the land of origin. The MC notices his girl's aura shift and stops the massage instantly, going on high alert. Hanhan points a trembling hand toward the vast blue ocean and warns, "Xiaochen." The voice. It came from inside the sea. Our hero doesn't think twice and pulls the girl into a protective hug, trying to calm her down while realizing that her deep trauma with the ocean is actually a dangerous psychic connection. Through chattering teeth, she repeats the words about the great god and the land of origin. The MC realizes that what Dean Liu said about the place being the cradle of monsters is a lot more real than he thought. He gets lost in thought. He knows the land of origin is the secret behind everything, but he feels that, as a rank 7, he's still way too weak to face this mystery. He calms Hanhan down and suggests that once classes start, she should investigate this with Master Dragon Maiden, who definitely knows what's hiding in the depths. The scene jumps to the MC's room days later. He is in a deep trance, sweating buckets after finishing his muscle tempering. He has started the most brutal phase. Bone tempering. The kid is suffering like he's going through a meat grinder. He had no idea that refining his skeleton would be hundreds of times more painful and slower than refining his flesh. After hours of pure agony, he collapses on the bed, feeling every inch of his body vibrating. But he hit the goal. All 206 bones in his body are now as dense as metal. The system delivers the triumphant verdict. Ordinary level, 9th rank. He is at the absolute peak of the common tier, just one step away from becoming an evolved/advanced being. Exhausted, he opens the pavilion's manual and reads that to level up, he needs to open an aperture, an acupoint, to let his chi flow. But the text is so vague, it might as well be Greek. He slams the book shut with a determined look in his eyes. He decides that if the old manuals won't show him the way, he'll forge this evolution path himself, the hard way. Finally, the big day arrives. The family pulls up in front of the colossal gates of Shanghai University. The MC's mom announces with pride, "We've reached the destination, kids." The second they step out of the car, Hanhan gets super nostalgic. She spots an old ice cream shop near the gate and yells, "Shelchin, look! That ice cream shop we used to go to when we were little is still there." The MC looks at the faded sign and cracks a smile. He confirms it's the exact same place where they used to share ice cream cones when they could barely reach the counter. His mother-in-law notices how happy they are and suggests a strategic pit stop for a childhood farewell ice cream. Hanhan jumps for joy, pulling the MC by the hand. Now holding a massive cup of ice cream, the girl savors the strawberry milk flavor, closing her eyes and saying it tastes exactly the same as it did 10 years ago. In a totally cute and romantic gesture, she grabs a huge spoonful and feeds it to Zichin, who happily accepts the sweet gesture without complaining, enjoying this moment of peace before the academic storm hits. He's still savoring the first bite, and Hanhan, super hyped, is already coming at him with a second spoonful, fully trying to stuff her boyfriend with sweets. Right in the middle of the fun, the MC's eagle eyes drift toward the window of the bar next door. He sees some sketchy guy loudly complaining that his girlfriend's skirt is too long for his taste. The scene gets gross. The girl tells him he can fix the problem by putting his hand up her skirt if he wants to, while the guy's friends laugh and dare him to guess the color of her panties. The MC realizes that the moral standard at this university is going to be a challenge all on its own. At the bar next door, a group bursts into laughter and mocks the loser of a card game, ordering the poor guy to chug his drink right in the middle of the party. The college vibe is already in full swing. Outside, two beta gossips are trash-talking. Some girl named Huang Jiaxin. They say she plays the pure innocent saint over at the School of Arts, but the second she saw a hot guy from the School of Evolution, she threw herself right into his arms. The MC, while eating his ice cream, filters out the useless chatter and zeroes in on what matters. The mention of an inner campus. He realizes that's where the real game begins. A quick mental map forms in his head. The outer campus is the playground for humanities and arts majors, while the inner campus is the fortress for the heavy hitters in evolution, mechanics, and martial arts. The inner campus is practically Area 51. Public access is strictly forbidden, and the security is incredibly tight to protect corporate secrets regarding genetic fusion and cybernetic mods. Zichen's mom uses the environment as an excuse to deliver her farewell lecture. She warns them that, despite college freedom, they better not spend all their time partying and need to stay 100% focused on their studies and training. His dad, as always, defends the kid's maturity but checks his watch and says time is ticking. They need to get the two of them to the inner campus gates before they close. During the emotional goodbye, his dad squeezes Xiaoxin's shoulder and hands down a sacred mission. Look after Han Han, son. Once you're inside, you only have each other. At the entrance to the restricted zone, guards who look like they stepped right out of RoboCop block the way. They demand magnetic keycards and original admission letters. Han Han hands hers over and walks through with a smile. When the MC goes to hand over his paper from the Tianren Pavilion, the guard raises a hand and stops him. The guard flashes a slight smirk. No need, kid. Who doesn't know the province's second best who chose Old Lou's Pavilion? Go on in, you're already a legend here. Inside, the scenery is straight out of a sci-fi movie. People with reptilian skin, mechanical arms, and laser eyes are just walking around like it's the most normal thing in the world. After getting through the endless red tape at the central admin office, the story skips ahead to the moment they finally get to see their new homes, the dorms. Han Han says goodbye at the door of her building with a quick kiss, already setting the agenda. Don't be late for the welcome party tonight, okay? As soon as the MC steps onto the School of Martial Arts grounds, he is swarmed by a welcoming committee of upperclassmen. They are in total shock at how handsome the freshman is, and start fighting over who gets to carry his suitcase. A blonde upperclassman wearing a very tight black dress takes charge and offers to personally guide the new guy. The MC, being polite but keeping his distance, accepts the help. The blonde spends the whole walk flirting, saying it's a huge honor to show the faculty's new genius around and telling him he can count on her for anything, literally anything. She explains how the local hierarchy works. There's the peak ranking, with the university's top 500 monsters, and the freshman ranking for the top 100 newbies. The upperclassman drops the gossip that the top 3 spots always go to evolution or mechanics, while the pure martial arts crowd usually rots at the bottom of the list. But she adds a caveat. She says years ago, a martial arts upperclassman pulled off a miracle and grabbed 6th place overall, and she also had the second highest admission score at the time. She finishes the story by saying that, unfortunately, the girl's pure human path hit a wall, and she was eventually surpassed by the mutants, becoming Dean Lu's right-hand woman today. Yes, it's Yuhan. Finally, the blonde points to a door. Here we are. The MC walks in and starts checking out the room where he'll be living for the next few years. The upperclassman comments with a hint of jealousy. That being the province's second best does have its perks. He got a luxury single dorm, which is insanely rare there. The girl, trying to drag out the visit, starts complaining about the heat and drops a massive hint. Ugh, this sun made me so sweaty. Do you think I could take a quick shower in here before I go? The MC, smoother than butter, shuts it down instantly. Better not, senior. Let's go grab a tea at the cafeteria across the way. It's on me as a thank you. The blonde is clearly annoyed by the polite rejection. After the mandatory tea, the MC considers his debt settled. He heads back to his room, locks the door, and takes a deep breath. Fair, but not stupid. He pulls out his phone and sees Han Han has already sent him 10 messages asking if he likes his room and begging for pictures. The MC sends the pics, but when he sees the photos Han Han sent of her dorm, his heart drops. His room looks like a luxury prison cell compared to the palace the School of Evolution gave her. Han Han complains that his room is tiny and shoots straight. Xiaoxin, bring your stuff over here right now. My apartment has 3 bedrooms and the bed is huge. There's plenty of room for both of us. The MC doesn't need to be told twice. He packs everything back into his suitcase and sprints across campus with his eyes shining. Wherever there's luxury, and Han Han, he'll be there. As he runs across campus, he reassures himself. The School of Evolution is insanely rich. He can't wait to enjoy everyone else's tax dollars. When he gets to her building, he confirms it. The girl's apartment makes his look like a doghouse in a backyard. It's an entirely different budget bracket. In the elevator, he feels a slight pang of doubt. Does Dean Lu actually have the cash to pay me triple the benefits of this place? Because if he doesn't, I'm going right back to Ma. The apartment door swings open and Han Han is standing there, all glammed up, smelling amazing, and wearing a smile that could light up the whole city, just waiting for him. She eagerly pulls him inside, letting him know she already set the AC to 64 degrees Fahrenheit so he could cool down from the stress of his lightning-fast move. The MC walks through the place, admiring the flawless finishes. He comments that Master Dragon Maiden definitely has great taste and incredibly deep pockets. The girl hugs him from behind and declares, "This is our little home now, and since Mom and Dad aren't here, we can even walk around naked if we want to." The MC goes into shock over his sudden newfound freedom. Without missing a beat, she announces she's going to shower, starts stripping, and tosses her clothes all over the floor, while the MC tries to keep the peace by complaining about the mess. While trying not to stare too hard, with a red face he sits on the plush sofa to distract himself and decides to explore the official app all students are required to download. He opens the Shanghai app, ready to figure out how the internal economy of this high-tech city works. He discovers an insane marketplace. They sell everything from gourmet meals to rank-S monster genes, but the currency isn't money, it's academic credits. The system explains that credits are earned via rankings, dangerous missions, or competitions. Zeichin is already feeling optimistic. With his talent, farming credits is going to be a breeze. The silence is broken by Han's voice echoing from the bathroom, asking him to bring her some clean clothes. Our guy immediately answers, coming right up. He walks up to the bathroom door, his heart racing, and tells her the clothes are hanging on the doorknob, ready for delivery. Then comes the finishing blow. From inside the bubble-filled bathtub, Han, her face perfectly flushed from the steam, looks right at him and says the water is amazing, and drops the forbidden invitation. "Xiachen, don't you want to join me in here?"